Tingyuya, a young man, burned with the lonely certainty that the world had no place for him. At school, the bully's voice sliced through the air, every syllable dripping with contempt. A savage kick rockets Yuya across the schoolyard as he skids through the dirt. The Iraqi bully towers over him, sneering down at his pathetic, collapsed form. His tormentors zeroed in on him and unleashed relentless cruelty, all because he couldn't stand the sight of him. That single, chilling truth fueled the relentless abuse he suffered. They jeered, shoved him forward, and sneered, "Can't pay, you're our human sandbag." Yia crumpled to the ground, helpless and utterly alone as his tormentor loomed over him. Iraqi slammed his gang's red ogre emblem into view, daring anyone to deny him respect. His cronies burst into cruel laughter and urged them to film the abuse and share the footage. Two more figures barreled in, flipping a bad situation into a full-blown nightmare. His own twin siblings, Yuta and Sora, sneered at him, disgust seething in their eyes. Even his own family turned their backs, heaping fresh pain and cold, crushing rejection on him. His dignity was ripped away, his family watching like silent witnesses to his total humiliation. You'd see eyes narrow into a razor-cold glare, every inch oozing cruel intent. He drove his boot into his own brother and spat that he was a disgrace to their family line. He spat a venomous wish that Yuya had died with her grandfather. The cruel words slammed into him, igniting a warm memory of his kind grandfather. A bolt of defiance shot through him. He swore no one would dare disrespect his grandfather. Araki's face snapped into a savage snarl, rage exploding at Yuya's defiance. A split second of courage flared inside him, then a brutal fist slammed into his face. Pain slammed him backward into a raw memory of himself, sobbing alone. He remembered how he'd howled his grandfather's name, the only comfort he'd ever known. The story slams into a quiet suburban house, the exact stage for another vicious betrayal. A voice ripped through the room in stunned disbelief. The grandfather willed his house to Yuya. His parents coldly tore into their father's will, rankled by his final act. They seethed, convinced the grandfather had piled every ounce of favor on Yuya just to wound them. His younger brother's eyes flashed. He lunged, seizing the chance to finally get rid of him. His sister nodded, certain their lives would finally improve with their older brother gone. Their rejection carved his life in stone, shaping every step and haunting every breath. Even his aunt hurled him out, coldly declaring she'd done enough. A memory slammed into him, the exact second they abruptly axed him from his part-time job. His boss warned they'd dodge any trouble that came with him. Outside, the world snarled as menacing figures filled every shadow. He recoiled, pain lancing through him, as the day's abuse and rejection slammed into him. He slipped through the city at night, a lone silhouette swallowed by a sea of faces. The house was his only shelter. Desperation drove him to chase every coin just to survive. Can you imagine how his life plunged into that desperate abyss? His eyes snapped to a wild commotion, erupting outside the convenience store. A young woman begged a pack of thugs to leave her alone, desperation raw in her voice. They snapped into violence, yanking her arm as her desperate cries went unheard. One of the bully's eyes snapped to Yuya, spotting him watching from afar. Terror ripped through him, and he scrambled blindly for what to do next. Recognition slammed into him. Those jackets branded them as members of the Red Ogre Gang. His instincts screamed, "Run," as the memory of the pain they'd inflicted crashed over him, and he bolted. She screamed for help as thugs yanked at her, trying to drag her away. Memories of his grandfather's kind words pulsed through his mind, a steady beacon he couldn't silence. He swallowed his fear and hurled a trembling shout at the bullies. Trembling with terror, he planted his feet and refused to back down. He knew his grandfather would have charged in, never one to look the other way. The thugs zeroed in on him, hostility crackling in the air. He clawed at words, stammering as he tried to talk down the looming, menacing figures. His words drew a fist that slammed into him with brutal, blinding speed. They mobbed him, raining a brutal, non-stop barrage of kicks and punches. He folded into a tight ball and surrendered to the cold certainty of his fate. Sirens screamed as officers flooded the scene, and the thugs scattered in raw panic. Cursing, the bullies bolted as the police barreled onto the scene. They dumped him bruised and battered onto the cold pavement. A weak, ragged groan ripped from him as someone closed in. The girl he'd pulled to safety dropped to her knees beside him, worry etched across her face. Her eyes shot wide, pure worry burning for his well-being. Drowning in panic, he swore he was fine and refused the ambulance. A sharp wince ripped from him as he fought to rise, and she slid a steady hand to support him. His face burned as he recoiled from her kindness and snapped that he was fine. She stared as his hands trembled wildly, every finger betraying him after the ordeal. He dropped into a sharp bow and snapped, "Stay safe, help's here." Shame scorched him, he bolted, convinced he wasn't worthy of her compassion. As he vanished, she shouted after him, swearing she'd repay his kindness. She hovered at his side, gratitude glowing in her eyes while concern knotted her brow. He hurtled back to the only sanctuary he had left, his grandfather's house. In the bathroom, he hunched over the sink, pressing a blood-soaked cloth to his wounds and hissing as pain flared through him. He locked eyes with his bruised, swollen reflection in the mirror. Her kindness hit him like salt, sinking his self-loathing even deeper. A brutal truth dug into his bones. He knew he was pathetic. A memory slammed into him, the day he tried to defy fate itself. He crammed through the night until his skull throbbed, desperate for a different outcome. He waged war on his appetite, measuring every bite down to the gram, yet the scale barely moved. He drove his body past its breaking point, training so relentlessly that he finally crumpled to the floor. When the dust finally settled, he was stuck in the exact same life. Nothing at all had changed for him. Every desperate effort slammed into failure, draining him dry and leaving him collapsed and utterly spent. He remembered his family, laughing, shoulder to shoulder and alive with warmth, while he was left alone. He dragged his feet, head hung low, defeat settling over him like a familiar, suffocating cloak. A sudden flash of his grandfather's gentle hand washed over him, a heartbeat of warmth that steadied his trembling soul. His grandfather had always hammered patience into him, swearing happiness would come knocking. He flung his gaze upward, his face a raw, wordless plea for his grandfather. He planted himself before the shrine, his grandfather's last words thrumming in his blood like a war drum. Grief and despair crashed over him, and he crumpled beneath their weight. Vicious barbs from his tormentors and family ricocheted through his skull. A raw, guttural scream ripped from his throat the instant his fist slammed into the wall. Rage boiled in his veins as he slammed his fist into the wall again and again. He howled at the cruel injustice of a life stripped of hope. He had no sanctuary, no place ever opened its arms and called him one of its own. Despair devoured him utterly, no dreams remained, no future left to chase. Frenzy seized him, and he hoisted the heavy, water-filled container high above his head. He flung it at the wall, plaster erupting as the mirror splintered. The container careened to a stop amid the debris as he panted. He stood, lungs ragged, staring at the jagged hole he'd just ripped into the wall. A strange mist slithered out of the dark maw, coiling into the air. He peered into the hole and froze. Beyond it, a hidden chamber yawned in the darkness. Panic slammed into him the moment he saw the damage he'd done to his grandfather's home. Peering into the darkness, Yuya's eyes snapped wide at the impossible sight looming before him. His small, stocky silhouette fills the doorway, then slips into the long, hidden corridor. He scans the clutter, realization slamming into him. This strange, jumbled place is a warehouse. A sly grin creeps onto his lips as he toys with the idea that his grandfather built a secret room. Surrounded by forgotten treasures, he reels as familiar helplessness and confusion crash over him. His gaze snapped to a magnificent, ornate door looming alone in the room. He stands transfixed, eyes riveted to the impossible object, all carved into every line of his face. He stared incredulous and demanded why a lone, ostentatious centerpiece had been planted dead center in the dusty storeroom. He probably suspects someone ripped it from another scene and shoved it in here. A majestic, stern-faced owl glares from the door, carved deep into the wood with its wings thrown wide. A strange, magnetic pull seizes him, like the door itself is calling his name. With his hand outstretched, a savage compulsion seized him, and he lunged to throw the mysterious door wide open. The world detonates into blinding light the instant he claims the title master of the door. He's handpicked as the first to step into another world and gains jaw-dropping new powers. He jolts awake in a strange cabin, panic ripping through him as he screams, "Where am I?" His eyes snapped wide as a sudden thought slammed into him, and comprehension exploded into place. He activates his new appraisal skill, and it locks onto the portal, revealing it as a doorway to another world. He clutches his temples as his thoughts spin, blasted by the impossible truth of what his mind can do. He stares at the words as reality crashes down. This is a gateway ripping open to another world. He glares at his pathetic stats, muttering that this whole situation feels like a joke. He stares out the window and it hits him. The dense, unfamiliar forest beyond is nowhere near his home. He cuts through the cabin as strange messages explode into view, one after another. His gaze snaps to a letter left on the table, a potential clue in this bizarre new reality. He snatches it up, and the new skill, language comprehension, floods his mind, instantly letting him decipher the foreign script. A sage's letter crashes in like a verdict, thunderously declaring the house and every single thing inside now belonged to him. Blazing sigil registers the ownership with magic, sealing the place and slamming the door shut on anyone else who tries to enter. A triumphant grin erupts across his face as he realizes all of this is his now. His gaze snaps to a heap of what looks like high-end, luxury clothing. He locks onto a rack of gleaming weapons, each new find sending a thrill surging through him. He hoists the large, ornate spear, a sharp grunt escaping as he fights its considerable heft. He quivered with boyish glee, convinced every man dreamed of clutching that weapon. His appraisal skill flared, declaring it the absolute spear, a one-of-a-kind, indestructible divine weapon. A guttural grunt rips from him as he strains to heave the monstrously heavy spear into a practice swing. A notification explodes onto the screen, declaring he's unlocked spearmanship, and he gapes at how blisteringly fast it happened. He steals a quick glance at the other weapons, intimidation nailing him to the spot so he can't bring himself to inspect them up close. A bone-rattling roar rips the silence apart, hurling startled birds into the sky. Colossal, clawed feet slammed into the earth just beyond the cabin's protective fence. Clutching the spear, he wondered what kind of sage could amass so many artifacts and just leave them lying here. A hulking, horned nightmare storms into view, its eyes blazing as pure malice radiates from every inch. Yuya-Zai's body swelled as he froze, every muscle seized by raw, primal terror. A deafening roar rips the air open as the beast reveals itself, a moth bristling with rows of jagged, wicked teeth. The sound slams into the cabin, rattling its bones and driving sharp, physical pain straight through him. He grits his teeth, his face snapping into a raw grimace as the overwhelming pressure bears down. Rage boiled in its veins as the monster pounded an invisible barrier, each thunderous blow failing to cross the property line. The impact slammed into Yuya, and he reeled, pulse pounding, as he scrambled to understand what had just shielded him. The ogre's full hulking form tore into view, muscles rippling, iron chains biting, blood slick across its skin, radiating pure, terrifying glory. Yuya's face snapped into a grotesque mask of horror, his jaw sagging open in pure disbelief. His skill pins it as a blood-soaked ogre, its stats tower into pure terror. He crumples to the ground, terror ripping from his throat as he screams, "It's level 300. Pinned to the floor, he screams as the monster pummels the barrier with relentless fury. He claws at his face, one eye shot wide with terror as the situation swallows him whole. The monster's fists slam into the shimmering shield like wrecking balls, each blow detonating thunderous shockwaves. The truth slams into him. The barrier holds because he, the master of the house, never gave it permission. Terror clenches his gut. If a creature like that attacked, he'd be dead in an instant. He teeters on fleeing back to his world, but a cold fear claws at him. What if the master is gone? Will the monster smash its way into the house and obliterate everything inside? He's perched in the doorway when a reckless, dangerous idea ignites in his mind. Terror bleeds from his face as a fragile, dawning resolve flickers to life. Logic falls away as a strange curiosity seizes him, numbing every flicker of fear. He spots the monster's name, Bloody Ogre, and a jolt rips through him. It's the same name as his bullies, and he suddenly wonders if he'll finally fight back. He plants himself in the doorway, defiance blazing, levels the absolute spear, and launches an assault from the heart of his sanctuary. He hurls the spear like a lightning bolt. It rips the air as a streak of pure white light. The throw's force knocks him reeling as the spear screams forward and nails its mark. The spear slams into the ogre, detonating a blinding, thunderous blast of raw power. Yuya's eyes bulged, jaw slack with shock and awe at the raw, colossal power he'd just unleashed. Blinding light devours the bloody ogre, obliterating its mighty frame into nothingness. A titanic pillar of energy detonates where the monster stood, spearing skyward and blasting the forest with searing light. He crumples to the earth, chest heaving, a wild laugh tearing out of him at how absurdly powerful the absolute spear is. A triumphant chime explodes as a system notification blazes onto the screen, declaring, "You have leveled up." He gapes at the pop-up, confusion twisting his face as he fights to grasp what leveling up actually means. He shrugs it off, he just vanquished a monster. His status screen erupts into view, screaming that he's shot from level 1 all the way to level 100. The number 100 explodes into dazzling sparks, declaring his power has skyrocketed to monstrous heights. He gapes, disbelief slamming into him as he rasps that this sudden leap in power is far too much. A notification explodes onto his screen, declaring his title has gifted him a jaw-dropping 10,000 bonus points to allocate. A quiet, weathered cabin sits peacefully like a lone sanctuary in the middle of a strange, shadow-swallowed forest. He sinks to the ground and resolves to assign his new points, at least for now. He stares at the new status screen, pulse surging as every stat now rockets up, massively boosted across the board. He gapes at his reflection, half expecting his muscles to have erupted to level 100. He banishes the thought, a faint glimmer suddenly snatches his attention. His eyes snapped wide as he spotted something lying on the ground outside. The bloodied ogre collapsed, and a glittering heap of loot erupted where it fell. First up, the bloody ogre's fang, a savage material used to smith razor-sharp weapons. The second, a magic stone, either a rare relic or the prize dropped by magical creatures. The final prize beckons, a complete, menacing set of bloody ogre series armor. He erupts into a thunderous, joyful laugh and cries, "This is just like a fantasy world." He realizes ordinary life never puts you face to face with monster fangs. He lunges for his loot, stumbles onto a brand new item box skill, and slams it into action. He hurls one thing after another into the dimensional storage, jaw-dropping as it truly swallows anything he desires. A notification explodes onto his screen, shouting that he has items he can sell for cash. A jolt of memory hits him. He knows the door's exchange and how it works, and he resolves to sell the monster parts. The items erupted into towering stacks of cash, a jaw-dropping 15 million yen in an instant. He freezes before the mountain of cash, words ripped from his throat by a tidal wave of disbelief. A lone speech bubble rips through the darkness, trembling with his profound confusion. At that exact instant, the scene snaps to Grand Arzelia Castle. Owen the Sternite barked at Princess Lexia, "Are you listening to me?" All eyes snap to Lexia von Arzelia, the breathtaking first princess of the Arzelia kingdom, as she glides into view. She pins Owen with a steady gaze, promises she's listening, then demands he keep his distance while she watches. Owen blasts her with a blistering lecture, ripping through the ugly rumors he's been hearing in the city lately. Rage erupts at her blank indifference and he bellows, "Are you even listening?" On the grand castle balcony, Princess Lexia stood alone as the night erupted into 1,000 glittering stars. She'd felt every vicious whisper of high society circling her name. A reckless smile cracked across her face. Today she knew none of it mattered to her. Gazing at the stars, a premonition surged through her. Something amazing was about to happen. Under the very same sky, a modest house crouched in a hushed Japanese neighborhood, a whole world away. Inside, Yuya crashed onto his futon, thinking those 2 days had stretched on forever. A haze of memories crashed over him, being battered senseless, then dragging a girl to safety. He remembered being ripped into another world, slaying a monster, and somehow watching his level explode. As sleep dragged him under, he clung to the hope he'd wake and find it was all a dream. The silent night started to unravel, each moment bleeding straight into the next. Night swallowed the tiny house as its occupant plunged into a deep, troubled sleep. The clock's hands stabbed the silence, ticking on and carving the night's hush into relentless seconds. A lone tick whispered through the bedroom, threading a soft echo into its absolute stillness. A raw, pained groan ripped free from the sleeper, buried in the futon. He lay on the floor, thrashing in his sleep as blankets smothered his sobs. A sudden, searing jolt of agony ripped through his entire body. He convulsed on his futon, clawing at his chest like something was ripping him apart from the inside. He clawed at his pajamas, his face frozen in a mask of raw, silent agony. He unleashed a raw, guttural scream of unbearable pain that ricocheted through the empty room. Dawn spilled warm gold across the roof as birds burst into song. A soft groan slipped free as he clawed his way back into consciousness after a night of torment. Blurry vision cleared bit by bit until it hit him. A new morning had arrived. He snapped upright, bone-deep exhaustion slamming into him as he realized the pain had wrecked his sleep. He pressed his palm to his head. Relief crashed in as the pain died, then a cold dread hit. What if this was the start of an illness? His hand snapped to his chin as a shockwave of surprise tore through him. He stared at his hands and his chest as a stunned, bewildered gasp ripped from his throat. He clawed at his chest and froze as his fingers struck hard, unfamiliar muscle. He tore the covers off, a raw cry of pure shock ripping from his throat. He gaped at his new hulking physique, heartbeat hammering, and feared something was terribly wrong with him. In another world, he screamed as raw pain ripped through him the moment he hit his head. A jolt of disbelief shot through him. His body wasn't fat anymore, and his eyes were staring out from a much higher vantage. Then it hit him, something far more urgent demanded his attention. He froze before the sage's weathered door, the birthplace of his new life. He swiped sweat from his brow and grinned, luck surging through him as a wave of relief crashed over him. He slid into fine clothes that fit like they were made for him, then bowed and thanked the sage for letting him wear them. He flexed his arm, and the searing pain screamed that it had triggered the change. It hit him, his mirror at home lay smashed, turning his reflection into a warped blur he couldn't make out. He admired the royal silk shirt, ran his appraisal skill over it, and gaped at the flawless craftsmanship. Then he gaped as the dragon god's leather shoes flared with ancient magic, knocking the breath right out of him. Seizing the chance, he vowed to finally scour every corner of the sage's house. He stood amid towering shelves, bristling with legendary artifacts, his gaze devouring the endless trove. He hoisted the magnificent sword, and realization slammed into him. He hadn't noticed any of this yesterday. He seized the swordsmanship skill, disbelief roaring in his chest. Was all of this really his? He then unearthed the death side, a nightmare of a weapon whispered to slay death itself. He ran his hand over the unbreakable infinite gauntlet, then lifted the formless bow and felt raw power surge through him. A triumphant grin tore across his face as he met every condition and seized the true martial arts. His exploration then catapulted him outside, where a lone sign bluntly read, "Backyard." His jaw dropped when he discovered a lush, well-tended vegetable patch thriving behind the house. He dropped to his knees, staring at the strange vegetables. Had the sage grown them too? His appraisal skill screamed the verdict. That single plant was the legendary miraculous complete heal herb. He froze, eyes locked and breath stolen, stunned disbelief crashing over him at the impossible discovery. Praising arrest, he stumbled into a hidden garden overflowing with incredible, stat-boosting superfoods. The shot slammed into a close-up, exposing the flawless, gleaming contours of the enchanted produce. Nervous sweat beaded on his brow as he realized these could pass for plain, ordinary vegetables. Behind him the earth heaved and bubbled, then burst open with a sickening, grotesque roar. He whipped his head around, heart hammering, mind racing with one terrifying thought: were these vegetables safe to eat? Pure shock ripped through him, freezing his features the moment he saw what was emerging. A titanic, amorphous blob of sludge shot straight up out of the earth behind the fence. Terror slammed his eyes open and he choked out, "What is that?" His appraisal skill screamed the verdict. The creature was a level 200 hell slime. He staggered. This same forest that sheltered the bloody ogre also harbored a monster this powerful. The hell slime hurled a hail of writhing, gelatinous globes straight at him. The attack slammed into the invisible barrier, guarding the property, and burst into harmless fragments as the shield held. A surge of disgust hit him. The creatures of this world were downright terrifying. He couldn't deny it. This was nowhere near as intimidating as yesterday's bloody ogre. He locked his fingers around the spear, muscles coiling as he braced for the inevitable clash. The garden at his back left him boxed in. He squared his shoulders and braced for the inevitable fight. He froze for a beat, bewilderment blooming across his face. He hoisted the absolute spear and shock tore through him. It felt impossibly light. A flashback slammed into view, revealing his former, weaker self straining to heave it with both hands. The slime lunged again, but he was ready. He met it with a lightning-fast, brutal counter. Grace and raw power surged into him, and he slammed out a devastating counterattack. A flash of that first battle notification hit him, the exact spark that forged this new strength. In the heat of battle, a lightning bolt of clarity slammed into him. His eyes snapped open as the truth of his power slammed into him. He stood over the shattered slime, adrenaline roaring in his veins. He knew this was the true blessing of leveling up. System alerts blasted across his HUD, roaring that he'd leveled up and just unlocked the presence detection skill. A cold clarity slammed into him. He had to learn to wield his spear properly. Back in his own world, he burst into a bookstore, desperate to seize any martial arts manuals he could find. He slammed a towering stack of books onto the counter and asked to buy them. The female cashier locked eyes with him, cheeks blazing crimson, her mind wiped utterly blank. He flashed a gentle smile and asked if there was a problem, his handsome face sparkling. She spluttered and flailed, then yelped a nervous yes to ring up his purchase as he stood there, totally confused. He pushed through the store doors, turned with a grateful grin, and thanked her warmly for her help. He surged toward the street, and the crosswalk light snapped green for him. He strode through the city, books hugged to his chest, Everyone he passed shot him admiring glances. His jaw clenched as the entire staircase bore down on him like a crushing weight. Two girls in the background huddle and whisper, cheeks aflame as they gush over just how handsome he is. Sweat beaded on his brow as a prickling dread crawled up his spine. Why was someone watching him? Panic slammed into him. Had he messed up, maybe even walking around with his fly unzipped? He clutched the black moon necklace, doubt gnawing at him. Could someone ugly inside ever dare wear it? A memory ripped him back to a few hours earlier, straight into the sage's house. He recalled the Hell Slime's loot in a flash, a glittering magic stone, its pulsing core, and a coffee-flavored jelly. A single item slammed back into his memory, the one that had hooked him. It was the Black Moon necklace, a rare drop pulsing with raw, potent magic. Back in the present, he uncoiled and slid the new necklace over his head. Shock slammed into him. It fit, and he pictured how ridiculous his old self would have looked. Rare drop wasn't just flavor text. It branded those items with a fixed, slim chance to spawn. A cold, calculating glint lit his eyes as he mapped out the brutal calculus of probability. He gambled on his theory, dumping his bonus points straight into the luck stat. A pedestrian light perched above a leafy tree snaps with a crisp click and flips to green. Stepping into the crosswalk, Yin catches the light flip green again and smirks, thinking luck's on his side. The word lucky slams into his thoughts, lighting a fierce, hungry curiosity. He gets a split-second, absurd idea. What if he could jack up his own luck stat? He crushed the thought and hurled himself back into the stark, unforgiving real world. He grins, reveling in how absurdly convenient those video game-style skills are. A brutal warning rips through his mind as his presence detection flares to life. His calm mask fractures, his eyes snap wide as a jagged bolt of alarm rips through him. His eyes snap across the street and zero in on a tiny blonde girl. The signal flashes "Don't walk," and he freezes, pulse spiking as he scrambles to figure out what's wrong. The child stands oblivious in the road as Yuya coils like a loaded spring and explodes into motion. Adrenaline spikes, it's coming, he realizes as a lethal threat barrels straight at him. A thug on a motorcycle rips around the corner, the engine a savage roar as he screams and barrels forward. Yuya exploded forward, scooping the child out of harm's way. He cradles her arm like an anchor, steadying her trembling body and scanning for any sign of injury after the shock. On the ground, he chokes out an apology for grabbing her as she asks if he's all right. She drops into a low bow. He snaps that the reckless driver, not her, is at fault. He drops to one knee before her, gentle eyes steady as he reaches out to offer comfort. She bows her head and whispers in a tongue he can't place. His language comprehension skill sparks to life, and he grins, relief exploding as he realizes she's unharmed. He stops dead, shock ripping through him as her foreign words snap into perfect meaning. The little girl shot her head up, just as stunned that he could understand her. He crashes to his knees before the child, every heartbeat screaming that she stay safe. Her face erupts into a radiant smile as she thanks him, bursting out, "Big brother." The crowd erupts into odd murmurs, every eye fixed on the handsome, multilingual young man. She slips into safety. The little girl whirls back and sends him one last, brave wave. He forges ahead, the strange, heroic encounter searing itself into his bones. A grin erupts across his face as it hits him. His otherworldly skills actually work in this world. Relief crashes over him. He's right to be glad nobody reported him for grabbing that child. That evening he slipped back into his grandfather's house, swallowed by its heavy, lonely hush. At his desk, he stares down a teetering stack of books, pulse racing as he prays he picked the right one. The titles blaze from razor-sharp swordsmanship to the chilling, practiced art of assassination. A determined grin lights his face as he steels himself to dive headfirst into study. He realizes his recent battles have ignited a burning hunger for martial arts. Spring break loomed. With no job to hold him back, he had all the time to dive headfirst into learning. He remembers the day they fired him, a gut punch that left him staring at a mountain of empty time. He knows the other world forges combat into an inescapable, brutal fact of life. He devours pages, unlocking lightning-fast speed-reading, while his true martial arts prowess surges to a new height. Buried in a laser-focused study session, a thunderous, insistent growl exploded from his stomach and shattered the silence. He charges into the kitchen, sleeves rolled, eyes blazing as he sets out to whip up the desperately needed meal. He cradles a sparkling, magical super tomato straight from the sage's garden, its power crackling in his palms. He conjures a magnificent feast, and amid the sizzling and steam he claims the cooking skill. Palms pressed together, he pours a fierce thanks over the overflowing feast laid out before him. The first bite blew him away, flavors so explosive they erased every taste he'd ever known. He devours the magical, stat-boosting vegetables, raw power flooding his veins and every muscle humming with new strength. Every bite floods him with raw power, igniting a miraculous transformation. His stats surged, and he plunged into the forest around his home to explore it for a week. A week ripped past 7 days of grueling training, shocking discoveries, and relentless combat. During his exploration, he snatched up fresh pieces of powerful, protective armor. He even swung his hammer to forge for the legendary, priceless complete heal herb. Gripping his trusty, absolute spear, he crackles with resolve, primed to shred anything that dares stand in his way. Boom cut to a towering, sunlit castle, the majestic home of Princess Lexia von Arzelia. Her mother had been a commoner slave, so Lexi's standing at court hung by a thread. Get this, her stunning mother wasn't even human, she was a high elf. A concubine's daughter, she navigated the court with her standing in the kingdom, dangling from a single frayed thread. She darted through the gardens, laughter bubbling as her older brother stayed close beside her. Their peaceful day exploded when a maid's terrified screams ripped through the air. Without a moment's warning, a vicious wild dog launched itself at the royal children. The sudden terror detonated a sleeping, thunderous power deep inside the young princess. Magic exploded from her tiny body like a wild torrent she couldn't rein in. She unleashed the talent she inherited from her mother in a devastating blast that slammed into the first prince, leaving him severely injured. He clawed his way back to health, but that incident branded her a pariah, and the royal court shut its doors on her. Now Princess Lexi's carriage thunders back from an official inspection. She settles inside, a victorious grin curling on her lips. Her official duties had unfolded flawlessly. The attendant scoffs, snapping that her guardian Owen worries about her like it's his full-time job. They revealed the king fears for his life whenever he travels the road. Lexi smirks as her dad still coddles her like a fretful, helpless child. The horses shot up on their hind legs, panic ripping through them as the carriage slammed to a violent stop. The vehicle screeches to a halt, catapulting Lexia and her attendant off their seats into a crumpled heap. Rattled by the commotion, Princess Lexia barks, "What's happening?" Outside, the royal carriage sits hemmed in by a silent horde of robed, masked assassins. The royal guard's heart slams. This isn't a random bandit attack, it's a planned ambush. Masked figures loom, their skull-like masks twisted into razor grins that radiate pure malice. One of the assassins lunges forward, detonating a titanic arcane blast. The guard froze, heart hammering as he realized he was staring down a ring of crackling, devastating mages. The royal guards are blasted aside without warning by a sudden, brutal magical onslaught. Inside, an attendant bursts in, eyes wild and breath ragged, screaming that they are under attack by assassins. The loyal guard yanks the door open and implores the princess to flee alone into the forest. With a fearless shout, her attendant leaps forward, volunteering to pull off a daring diversion so she can escape. Lexia's face went stone cold with determined fire as she barked at her attendant to hurry. As her attendant departs, Lexia steels herself, cold fear snapping into iron resolve as she braces for a desperate escape. The assassins ripped back their hoods, their skeletal faces bared, and launched a merciless assault. Meanwhile, armored Yuya blasted through a relentless week of exploration. On the first day of his training, he plunged straight into a savage showdown with a ruthless, elite goblin. On the second, he unleashed his appraisal skill, pinning down every poisonous plant with ruthless precision. By the third day, he'd forged a lethal arsenal of brand-new combat skills. On the fourth, he honed advanced archery techniques, wielding his formless bow. The fifth day unleashed a mouth-watering revelation: monster drops could actually be cooked. Day 6 tore past in another blur of savage training and relentless combat. Today he plunges back into the fray, waging a relentless battle against the forest's undead monsters. He reels as the week's relentless crush hits him again, impossibly dense and brutally intense. Leaning against the tree, he presses his back to the bark, a sheepish heat rising as he mumbles to himself. 1 week of relentless exploration slammed 2 brutal truths into him about this world. This forest swarms with brutally powerful, deadly monsters at every turn. Second, he demands to know, why would the wise sage choose to make his home in a place this hostile? He finally grasps that his breakneck rise is driven by the raw, explosive power packed into his one-of-a-kind titles. 2 titles obliterate the competition: Otherworlder and First Visitor, the most powerful of them all. The Otherworlder title floods him with bonus experience and smashes his level cap to dust. Riley can't even picture what a normal growth rate looks like. This frantic pace is the only life he's ever known. He beams, the thrill of a new life lighting him up, practically buzzing to dive back into his grand adventure. One relentless worry claws at Yuya's thoughts. The new school term is about to begin. Cold dread coils in him at the thought of being yanked back into the living hell, of being used as his tormentor's human sandbag. Sliding into truancy hits like admitting defeat, a one-way road to a lonely, miserable end. His presence detection skill erupts, slamming a warning into his mind. An entity is nearby. He presses against the tree, peeks out, and freezes as a hulking, monstrous ogre looms in the forest. The sight screams Red Ogre Gang at him, so he turns his back and strides away. Hold up, something's wrong. The entire horde of ogres is stampeding away, terror burning in their eyes. His presence sense detonates again, ripping through the silence as it locks onto an immense power pulsing in the distance. What was that just now? He asks, as a fresh unease slithers up his spine. Miles away, Princess Lexia's worry spikes as she reminds them just how far they've come. She urges them to fall back and regroup with the others. Her hooded guard brushed off her worry and vowed they'd meet their companions soon. Relief crashes over the princess, but a razor-thin doubt still glints in her eyes. The guards nodded as one, their faces swallowed by the deep shadows of their hoods. They barrel around the bend, and a guard's roar rips the air, proclaiming their companion's arrival. Lexi's face snapped rigid, every feature carved into raw shock and disbelief. Those rogue figures aren't allies, they're assassins, their faces stripped down to ghastly bone. A gut punch slams into her. She realizes she's been betrayed and lured straight into a trap. One skeletal assassin launches a chilling, triumphant sneer that cleaves the silence. Cornered, Lexia ground her teeth, squared her shoulders, and stared down death with fierce, unbowed defiance. She sprinted away as the assassin's leader barked a ruthless order to hunt her down. The leader sneered at her, bellowing that escaping the great demon forest was impossible. She tears through the gnarled, suffocating trees, a lone silhouette against the savage wild. Her mind erupts into a storm of confusion and despair as she howls at the sky, desperate to know why this fate chose her. An assassin corners her, summons a crackling sphere of magic in his palm, and snarls for her to surrender. She screams as a gnarled root snakes out, snags her ankle, and flings her sprawling to the ground. A raw groan rips from her as her once elegant clothes hang torn and caked in dirt. The assassin towers over her, sneering and gloating at the havoc the filthy half-breed unleashed. Defiance flares in her eyes as she snaps, "My blood is not something to be ashamed of." They taunt her loyal knights, cackling as they sneer about how those warriors bled and fell defending nothing more than a girl. Hearing of her guard's fate, she dropped her head, grief clawing at her chest as she whispered their names. The lead assassin's patience snaps. He cuts off the talk and raises his blade to finish her. Her eyes fly wide, terror slamming into her as the final, lethal spell takes shape. He snarled, "Blame your own misfortune," and tore loose a devastating surge of magic. She snatches a strange shard, chin lifted, telling herself, defiantly, that she has no regrets. A body hurls itself into the lethal spell. Blood explodes outward in a savage spray. Her eye flies open, blown wide as the sudden, blood-soaked intervention crashes over her. One of her last loyal guards hurled himself into her path and swallowed the fatal blow. She freezes, horror clawing at her throat, her face trembling as the sacrifice unfolds before her. The guard's lifeless body crumples to the ground, his duty fulfilled. From the shadows, a hulking goblin general lumbers forward, a new, even more terrifying threat. A blaze of ice-cold intelligence lit its eyes as it raked the scene with a predator's stare. Assassins screamed, disbelief curdling into raw terror as the legendary monster towered over them. The creature erupted from the shadows, tearing through the assassins with savage, bone-crunching force. The last assassin's desperate cry for help is ripped from him as a blade brutally cuts him down. With every other threat crushed, the goblin general fixes its savage gaze on Lexia. A low, guttural growl tears from the monster as it bares its fangs in a savage, predatory snarl. Lexia choked on a tiny gasp as absolute terror froze her body solid. It hoists a gargantuan, cleaver-like blade overhead, sinews snapping as it prepares to unleash the final blow. Pinned and powerless, panic claws at her throat as she asks herself if this is truly the end for her. Her pulse spikes as visions of her guard's brutal slaughter explode in her head, while the cold certainty of her own death slams shut around her. A final blaze of defiance ignites in her eyes. She won't let this be her end. In a heartbeat, a blinding flash ripped through the dark forest. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she snapped her gaze upward, jaw dropping in pure astonishment. A black-clad warrior drops from the trees like a shadow and bellows a war cry that cracks the night. He slams down between the monster and the princess, intercepting the killing blow. Lexia stares, pulse hammered, as she tried to pinpoint who this mysterious person could possibly be. Her gaze locked on him, spellbound by his jet-black hair and eyes. He is the night sky made flesh, pivoting to ask if she's all right. Shock and relief explode through her. She pitches forward into his arms. Panic claws his chest as he scrambles, breath ragged and desperate to know if the ordeal's shock has killed her. He cradled her gently, his face inches from hers as he hunted for any flicker of life. He let out a thunderous sigh, relief exploding through him as he realized she'd only fainted from stress. Relief shatters as his eyes snap to the real problem looming ahead. He eases her to the floor, then whips around to confront the hulking goblin general. A bead of sweat traced his temple as grim determination carved his face. The monster snaps its gaze back, its face carved into a mask of primal fury and malice. Yuya locks eyes with the creature and freezes. It's watching him with a cold, razor-sharp intelligence that's downright dangerous. The goblin general surged forward, its hulking bulk streaking ahead like a living battering ram. Yuya pivots and slips past the blow, stunned by how blindingly fast the creature moves. A thunderous roar explodes from him as he coils, ready to unleash a brutal counterattack. Their weapons slam together in a blaze of sparks, the impact rattling the force floor. He unleashes his appraisal skill, eyes slicing through the veil to expose his opponent's true power. Level 200, its stats freeze you in place. Attack power, a crushing 9,000. The general slammed a devastating downward strike, blasting the ground beneath Yuya into jagged rubble. Yai slips the blow with effortless grace, his speed leaving the monsters choking in his wake. A cold, razor grin splits his face as realization hits. His opponent is far deadlier than he ever imagined. The monster pummels on, a whirlwind of bone-crushing brute force. Yuya cracks his opponent's pattern, pivots on a dime, and unleashes a razor-sharp tactical plan. He knows charging into a straight-up showdown of brute strength would be a death wish. For a heartbeat, the general's composure shatters as the opponent suddenly flips tactics. He takes aim and unleashes a brutal ranged strike to blast a gap wide open in their defenses. He unleashes an arrow from his formless bow, and it screams forward, wreathed in crackling arcane light. He lunges through the opening his formless bow tore, collapsing the distance in an instant. The arrow slammed into the massive beast, sending it reeling. The monster roars, pain and frustration ripping from it as its forward charge collapses. Its eyes ignite with a renewed, laser-focused fury as it tenses, ready to counterattack. He snaps his absolute spear into his grip, coiling like a spring to unleash a decisive, up-close strike. The general slammed his boot into the earth. The ground cracked and buckled under sheer, crushing pressure. The absolute spear rockets forward and pierces the monster's crude defenses. He surged forward, burying the spear deeper with every ounce of his strength. A blinding spear of light ripped out from the exact spot of impact. His eyes slitted as he dissected the monster's sluggish, predictable movements. He yanks out the Omni Sword and detonates his ultimate technique, the Zenkan. The blade hurtled down in a devastating arc, slicing the very air apart. The goblin general splits in two, both halves slamming onto the force floor, defeated. Yuya stands amidst the carnage, unnervingly calm, his eyes razor-focused on the next move. He braced for a wave of fear and disgust, but it never hit him. A raw question claws at him. Did leveling up steel his mind and harden his resolve? He zeroes in on the unconscious princess, mind racing as he plots what to do with her now. When the dust settles, Yuya sweeps over the fallen and realizes the girl is only lightly hurt. Staring at her peaceful, unconscious face, a brutal truth ripped through him. She's the very first human he's ever laid eyes on in this strange new world. His mind plummets into a cartoonish panic as he frantically scrambles for what to do next. Fear devours him in an escalating parade of absurd phobias, and a caption screams his utter chaos. Distant voices rip his frantic thoughts away, screaming one name, Lexia-sama. He snapped his head toward the sound, heart racing as he realized her companions were combing the nearby area. The camera slams into a tight close-up, eyes snap wide, panic flooding as the reality of the situation crashes in. He gapes at the carnage, picturing the knights crashing in with blades raised, roaring as they pin the slaughter on him. A lightning jolt of panic sparks a plan. He knows he must vanish into the shadows. He rockets toward the massive tree, convinced it's his only chance. He slams into the bark, triggers his assimilation skill, and melts into the tree as living camouflage. At the last second, two steel-clad knights thundered into the clearing, one of them the formidable Owen. They catch sight of Lexia's motionless form and erupt, her name ripping from their throats in a raw, thankful cry. Owen hurtles to her side, voice raw with urgency as he yells for a medic. A grim, steel-eyed focus snaps onto his face as he dives in to assess her condition. He rakes his gaze over the strewn bodies, his mind clawing at shattered fragments, desperate to piece together what happened. Crouched in the shadows, Yuya watched them, conviction roaring in his veins that slipping into hiding had been the right move. Owen gasps, jaw dropping as a pale, ghostly light seeps from the princess's wounds. Before his eyes, her wounds snapped shut and knit back together like a spell being cast. Hidden behind the tree, a figure lurks. Yia freezes in equal shock, wondering if it's some kind of spell. A medic tells Owen, voice razor-sharp, her injuries are minor, she probably just collapsed from shock. Owen saw it with his own eyes, dread spikes and he bolts. There's no way he's lingering in this dangerous place. He roars fall back. Their sole mission becomes protecting the princess. They're about to leave when Owen rakes the clearing with one last, hungry sweep. A close-up rockets in on his narrowed, suspicious eyes as an inexplicable presence prickles his spine. His subordinate asks what's wrong, and Owen scoffs, waving it off as just his imagination. He snaps, this is the great demon forest, a savage wild teeming with powerful monsters waiting to pounce. Huddled in his hiding spot, Yuya breaks into a cold sweat as the name Demon King turns his blood to ice. Back in Japan, April arrives, and the high school entrance ceremony explodes into life. In his Spartan room, Yuya clenches his jaw and shoves books into his school bag, bracing for the first day. Pure dread contorted his face as he expelled a long, heavy sigh. A close-up of the high school entrance guide slams the point home. His spring break is officially over. He crumples to the floor, breath ripped away, as the thought of being dragged back into his torment crushes him. He pins his gaze to the ceiling, cold dread settling, as he knows the same bullies will be waiting for him. He flops and skids across the floor, a comically tragic spectacle of raw anguish and despair. He finally hauls himself upright, a shadow of gloom clinging to him as he surrenders to his fate. Resolve exploded inside him. He slapped his cheeks and snapped himself into action. I have to go, he thinks, his face snapping into a mask of grim determination. The camera sweeps across the school building as cherry blossoms drift down like soft pink snow. Two schoolgirls watch him stride in, cheeks aflame as they whisper, is he the new transfer student? A ring of students gapes as he strides by, eyes locked on those impossibly long legs and his runway-perfect looks. He whips a glance over his shoulder, and the girls behind him burst into ecstatic squeals. The frame snaps to a close-up of the girls, hearts sparkling in their eyes as pure joy crashes over them. They bolted, hearts racing. He'd locked eyes with them, and they couldn't believe their luck. Inside the classroom, classmates buzz and point, trading stunned whispers about the ruckus he's unleashed. He tries to vanish from sight, chin tucked, and slides into an empty seat. He slips into a book, burying himself in the pages to vanish from everyone's notice. A gravelly voice barks from behind him, ripping the silence apart. Yuya snapped around, a questioning flash in his eyes as he searched for whoever had called him. Araki, his chief tormentor, snarls and demands to know what he wants. Araki drills his gaze into him, can't place him, and spits, "Who the hell are you?" He forced his voice into a booming, menacing roar while the other students watched, faces tight with nerves. A nervous bead of sweat betrays him, but he steals his voice and coolly declares, "Tend you, Yuya." Araki's face snaps into a mask of raw, unfiltered disbelief and stunned confusion. Araki's friends went silent as a sudden image of an older, overweight Yuya seared into their minds. Araki seized him by the collar, eyes blazing. He refused to believe this was the same fat pig he'd once known. He spat that Yuya had gone under the knife, contempt lacing every syllable. The illustration hits like a punch. Yuya now towers over his former bully, the height gap impossible to miss. Araki's scream shatters the air as he snarls, "Don't you dare mess with me." Rage floods him like wildfire. Their showdown screeches to a halt as the homeroom teacher storms in. A frustrated Araki snapped a sharp click of his tongue and released him. Yuya slid into the seat. He exhales, relief crashing through him, glad he'd dodged a fight on his first day. He squeezes his eyes shut for a beat, dragging in a hard breath to steady himself after the tense encounter. The orange-haired boy sitting across from him whirls around, jaw dropping and eyes burning with raw shock. The boy locks eyes with him, confusion cracking his face like glass, and he chokes out, "Who are you?" Yelling jolted as the boy seized his shoulders and shook him, roaring for an answer. Later in the classroom, the air crackled as the other students stayed frozen, silent stares boring into Yuya. The orange-haired boy still stood frozen, thoughts spinning. Could Yuya actually be a transfer student? The scene snaps to the following Sunday. Yuya stares down a scrawled, handwritten shopping list clutched in his hand. He barrels into the bustling mall, fired up to snag the home essentials his place needs. He stares at himself, the truth crashing in. He never noticed the transformation because his mirror had been shattered all along. He locks eyes with his reflection in the bathroom mirror, sizes himself up, and convinces himself he's finally presentable enough to be seen. He grins, finally free to lift his head and walk tall instead of hunching down to dodge those unpleasant stares. His train of thought screeches to a halt as two bold young women sweep up to him and ask if he's free to hang out. Yuya's face burned crimson as he went slack-jawed, utterly blindsided by being hit on for the first time and not knowing how to respond. Baffled, he freezes as his brain, in a comic glitch, turns the whole scene into a ridiculous sales pitch. Panic claws at him. He knows he must refuse them without crushing their feelings. His dazzling, sparkling face lights up the room as he flashes a quick apology and says he has errands to run. His polite refusal hit like a critical strike, knocking the two girls into blushing silence. They wave him off, grinning, thrilled just to have glimpsed his coveted SSR face and heard his apology. Yuya strides away as two other girls gasp and point, whispering that famous model Mio is doing a photo shoot just down the block. He hurtles up the escalator toward the second-floor hall, shopping bag clenched in his hand. He skids to a stop, eyes snagging on mannequins flaunting runway-ready outfits in the shop window. He lifts his gaze, mind racing as he plots exactly which clothes he'll buy for his new self. Doubt gnawed at him as he stared at the glittering entrance. Would they even let someone like him inside? His gaze snaps to a massive crowd packed into the mall's central hall. At the edge of the crowd, he folded into a bone-deep bow, unleashing a breathless torrent of desperate apologies. Rage boiled in Hikaru's veins as the photographer roared that the male model was over an hour late. Mio, the model, rushes in to calm him down, but Hikaru snaps, fury igniting over the blatant unprofessionalism. He raves about Mio's iron dedication. She stayed razor-focused on her work even after fame exploded around her. He rants on, seething and aching for the late model to learn from her example, while Mio's laugh cracks, thin with nerves. Empty-handed and fed up, Yuya huffs a furious sigh and shoots off to hunt for clothes somewhere else. He spots the swelling crowd again, curiosity igniting what's whipped them into this uproar. He snatches whispers from the crowd, people buzzing that the model's partner's in trouble. He catches sight of Mio at the crowd's center, and her beauty knocks the breath right out of him. Seeing the path choked with bodies, he declares it impassable and hunts for another route. Hikaru slaps his palms together and declares they'll have to kick off the shoot with just Mio. He rubs his chin, worry knotting his jaw. The shoot's concept is a modern couple. A staffer throws out a desperate plea for someone from the crew to step in, and Hikaru coldly brushes the idea aside. The crew explodes into complaints, blasting the clothes you provided as utterly unacceptable. A lightning bolt of wild inspiration rips through Hikaru, the hot-tempered photographer. His eyes swept the crowd like a sniper's scope and zeroed in on tender Yuya. He thunders, "Hey you," and jabs an accusing finger at the unsuspecting boy lost in the crowd. Completely bewildered, Yuya jabbed a finger at his chest and blurted, "You mean me?" He's catapulted into the spotlight as Hikaru barks razor-sharp pose orders. Panic rips through his mind as he scrambles to figure out how he wound up in this mess. He wrestles a smile for the camera, but it clings to his face like a painted mask, rigid and lifeless. Mio spots him unraveling, presses a bottle of water into his hands with warm urgency, and murmurs steadying words that calm his racing breath. He splutters a shaky thanks, utterly thrown by her small, professional courtesy. A bolt of awe slams into him as he takes in her striking beauty and the effortless, professional calm she radiates. A jolt of awe slammed into him. She must be impossibly good to help him. Spotting his chance, the photographer barks, "Link arms." The request slams into Yuya. He stands dumbstruck, utterly baffled, while Mio just smiles sweetly. She slips her hand around his arm and steers him into the perfect couple shot pose. An unexpected touch ignites a raw, electric shock that rips straight through him. Mio's voice slices the hush. "Are you all right?" He falters, only able to choke out a trembling, stammered, "It's nothing." Senses explode in his head as her warmth and softness press against him, her scent utterly intoxicating. Panic claws at him until he meets Mio's composed, professional gaze, and a brutal realization shatters the fog. She presses her head to his shoulder, expression calm as stone, every nerve honed on the job. Guilt crashes through him. His panic was the wrong move. To her, it's nothing but another day's work. He steels himself. Mio's a pro, so he locks in and matches her intensity. He fights to focus, but every touch rips his concentration to shreds. At last, the photographer bellows break, and Yuya's torment snaps shut as relief crashes over him. Sapped of every ounce of strength, Yuya crashes onto a nearby bench and groans, "It's impossible." Hikaru flips through the photos, scowling and demanding they radiate way more of that couple vibe. Panic claws at your chest as you burn with the bitter truth that he has no clue what that feels like. Mio strides to the bench where he sits and asks, "Are you beat from the shoot?" He bolts upright and declares he's perfectly fine, ready to continue. She grins, thanks him for his help, and shouts that everyone's over the moon about the pictures. She beams, warmth spilling from her smile, and announces she wants to thank him in person too. Her blunt kindness hits him like lightning. He freezes, speech snatched clean from his throat. They sink onto the bench, shoulders nearly touching, trading low, intimate whispers. He practically explodes with wonder, telling her work has blown his mind. This whole world is brand new to him. Mio bows her head and admits she, too, stumbled through mistake after mistake when she first started. She tells him, eyes blazing, that his knack for putting others first blows her away. He drops his gaze and snaps that he's buried under his own problems, unable to spare a thought for anyone else. He swears Mio's different. She juggles her job flawlessly, every sense razor sharp. She locks eyes with him, her heart swelling, awestruck by how wonderfully kind he is. She reels as the truth crashes in. Despite everything, she still doesn't know his name. He proclaims his name, Yuya, and scrawls the characters right before her eyes. He says his grandfather hammered kindness into his bones, and that's why he insists on being kind. He rakes a hand through his hair and admits, half laughing, that he's still miles away from that ideal. Mio locked eyes with him, that calm, searching look folding into a warm, knowing understanding. She breathes his name and urges him to slow his steps. His journey doesn't have to be a sprint. Hearing someone call his name hits him like a lightning bolt. Her radiant smile ignites a spark inside him, daring him to claim confidence at his own pace. She laughs and admits that teaming up with him today turned out to be a total blast. She leans in close, eyes flashing, and dares him. Is anything fun if you already know you'll win? The word fun hangs in the air as he rips it open, hunting for the deep truth inside. He's yanked back into his old life, a brutal daily grind of desperation and searing pain. The moment he discovered the door, his whole world exploded and rebuilt itself into something unrecognizable. Watching from afar, the photographer freezes as the dynamic between them snaps into something new. He chokes out, "Is it truly okay for someone like me to have fun?" Mio lets her lids fall, a soft smile curving her lips as she says, "Of course." She accepts him utterly, no questions. He looks up, breathless, awe blazing in his eyes. A fierce transformation ignited inside him, and his eyes cleared into a hard, honest stare. For the first time, he bursts into a genuine, radiant smile and actually shares it with someone. The photographer erupts, camera snapping like a man possessed. He knows he's just got the perfect candid he's been chasing. The photo shoot winds down as the crew explodes into motion, tearing down lights and stuffing gear into cases. The photographer barrels up to Yuya, gratitude flooding his face as he grabs his hand and thanks him sincerely for saving the day. Yuya grins and says he was happy to help, but Hikaru still aches under the weight of owing him. He blasted a dramatic thumbs up and proclaimed the photos perfect. He then thrusts a massive shopping bag into Yuya's hands, gratitude blazing in his eyes. Inside waited the full, outrageously expensive outfit he'd rocked in the photo shoot. Yuya's face went crimson as he snapped, "I'll pay for the clothes myself." Hikaru scoffs, waves the idea aside, and declares, "It's a gift, not payment." He slams the clothes into Yuya's arms, roaring that they're Yuya's hard-earned reward. Even the store owner beams. This handsome boy is a walking ad, pulling customers in. On the brink of parting, Mio leans forward, voice raw, and pours out a heartfelt thank you to Yuya for everything he's done. Yuya declares, eyes ablaze, that working with a pro was an invaluable experience for him. Mio clasped her hands, cheeks burning, and confessed that she'd had fun too. She beams, hope blazing that fate will give them a chance to meet again someday. Yuya erupts with excitement and vows to champion her career with everything he's got. Their warm goodbye shatters when a fashionably late male model storms in. The model smirks as the heroes waltz in late again, and the photographer explodes with rage. Mio's whisper cut through the chaos. "This is the model I was supposed to shoot with." Smirking like a king, he dares his entourage. "We drink until dawn, who's with me?" He throws an arm around Mio, grin lighting his face as he declares he's ecstatic to see her. He clamped his hand onto her shoulder as his demeanor snapped into aggressive, utterly unwelcome menace. He hounds her to wrap the shoot up so they can head back to his place for drinks. Yuya lunged forward instantly, planting himself between the model and a terrified Mew. The model glares down at him, eyes flame-hot with annoyance after the abrupt interruption. He snapped, demanding who Yuya was, then barked at him to get lost and shut up. Yuya's voice stayed ice-cold as he said Mio was clearly troubled and he should back away. Mio's stare pins Yuya in place, worry carved across her face. She's terrified for his safety. The model barrels into his space, raving that nobody's talking back to him. Yuya gapes, genuine confusion in his eyes. "Who are you?" And that question slams into me like a gut punch. Oh. Panic claws at him the moment he realizes he never meant to insult anyone. A twitch jerks across the model's face, and his composure finally snaps, the perceived slight blowing his calm apart. He insists he understands, dead sure Yuya's gunning to upstage and humiliate him. Rage exploded as he hurled a wild punch, roaring that Yuya is unbearably annoying and should die. Mio screams his own name, terror ripping from his throat as a fist hurtles straight for his face. Yuya's eyes are unnervingly calm, slicing through the chaos as he locks onto the attack with surgical precision. His foresight skill snaps on, and he reads the strike a heartbeat early, flicking the clumsy blow aside like it's nothing. The model can only gasp, shock searing through it, as its attack is brushed aside. His weakness detection zeroes in on every flaw, his skill highlights ignite, laying bare all of his opponent's vulnerabilities. He becomes a blur, his hand lashes out with laser-precise, coiled force. He unleashes his true martial arts and slams the model down into a brutal joint lock. The fight ignited and was over in a heartbeat, crushingly decisive and utterly complete. The crowd froze, Neo gaped, bewildered, his mind scrambling to grasp what had just happened as murmurs of awe rippled through the onlookers. A panicked ear snaps to the truth. He'd acted on pure instinct, a cold bead of sweat sliding down his face. The model howls for release as Yuya freezes, eyes wide, realizing his body had moved on its own. The defeated model tries to play the victim, loudly bragging about his boxing skills. The model explodes in rage, screaming for the police and hysterically insisting he's been assaulted. Hikaru the photographer smirked, hoisting a tablet like a trophy and crowing that it was a shame for the model. Mio screams his name as a flashback rips open, replaying the model's earlier, menacing threat to kill him. Hikaru slams the footage onto the table. He recorded the entire assault and proclaims the arrogant model's career is now finished. The model's career-shattering scream rips through the air, a brutal reminder that his actions are a crime. His gaze snaps to Mio. He leans in, voice a soft whisper, asking the popular model if she's okay. Mio's face erupted into a deep blush. She stammered that she was indeed all right. Spotting her flushed cheeks, Yuya offers to fetch help, but she waves him off, insisting she's fine. Mio lunges forward and stops him mid-step, insisting she thank him properly one last time for all his help. Hope lights Mio's face as she shyly says she wants to meet him again sometime. Yia's face explodes into a radiant smile as she eagerly accepts the suggestion to meet again. Yuya strides away as the grateful photographer and his crew erupt into cheerful waves, bidding him a heartfelt farewell. Walking through the city, you overhear him relive the past days, recount the whirlwind of events, and treasure the hard-won experience he just gained. He clutches Mio's parting words to his chest, heart roaring with the hope they'll cross paths again someday. He vowed to comb every magazine rack and scan every TV channel until her face reappeared. On the train home, Mio sits in a hush as the day's jaw-dropping twists rewind like a movie in her head. The day turned electric, sparking something unforgettable in both Yuya and Yo. Her eyes lock onto his name, a tender smile unfurling as she whispers it to herself. The photographer flips through the shots, a grin spreading as he spots Raw, beaming joy frozen in every frame. Two girls, eyes alight, scheme and squeal about the handsome mystery man, promising to scour every magazine until they find him. One post about him explodes across social media, igniting the first domino of sweeping change. Cut to the elite UCI Academy campus, majestic spires and forbidding gates looming over the city. A gleaming brass plaque on the ornate door boldly proclaims, Chairman's Office. From behind, a man sits at his desk and snaps his phone to his ear, answering the call. Chairman Huju flips open the report, and the confirmation slams into him. Yuya is the one who saved his daughter. The report slaps a crystal-clear photo of Yuya in his school uniform right across the page. Seated in the back of a chauffeured car, Hujukori clamps the phone to her ear and channels every ounce of poise into a flawless, respectful call to her father. She replays Yuya's selfless courage like a highlight reel, and a fierce, impossible-to-ignore urge to thank him properly ignites inside her. Over the phone, his voice drops and lands like a verdict. "You're right," he says, backing her assessment. He snaps, commanding her to send Yuya a proper, formal invitation to visit their home. The scene snaps back to Yuya's old high school, a dreary, nondescript building that practically oozes dullness. A grizzled crony zeroes in on the twins, grilling them about the Rocky, and Yuta snaps, ordering him to shut up. A crony bursts in, breathless, spilling rumors about a handsome new student who bears their family name. Sora thrusts a photo at her brother, the transformed Yuya, already going viral through the student body. Yuta gapes at the phone, silence crushing him as his brain refuses to accept the image. The crony presses him about the fat pig, and Yuta snaps, voice like thunder, "Shut up." Sora sneered, flicked the rumor away like a fly, and snarled at his underling that his presence was useless. The crony hisses that he loathes even the sound of that pig's name. The close-up hones in on the crony's eyes, fury and smoldering resentment burning like coals. In the schoolyard, a ruthless new gang storms in and mauls the remnants of the Red Ogre. Inside the classroom, Yuya and his classmates dive into what seems like a perfectly ordinary school day. Sawada, the British teacher, lunges and rips the magazine from the terrified students' trembling hands. He erupts at students strewing magazines across the school, hoisting Mio's latest cover like a trophy. Yuya freezes mid-scroll when he recognizes Mio on the cover, stunned that she snagged the cover spot again. Panic explodes in a classmate. His stomach drops as he realizes he might have just been rude to the famous model's boyfriend. Yuya's stomach dropped as he patted empty pockets, no phone, no TV, and no one to call. He buries his head in his hand, heart twisting as he wonders what became of those photos. Sawada slams his fist onto the desk and bellows Yuya, snapping him out of his thoughts. The teacher slammed a fist on the desk and roared at Yuya to translate the dense passage scrawled across the blackboard. He mocked Yuya, dead certain Yuya couldn't translate that dense, university-level text. Yuya pushed himself to his feet and nodded quietly, his soft agreement meeting the teacher's demand. His language comprehension skill ignites, ripping the foreign text open until every word snaps into crystal-clear meaning. He launches into the translation, delivering every line with flawless precision while his voice stays calm and steady. His classmates gaped, mouths hanging open, disbelief plastered on every face at his flawless translation. The teacher's face snaps into shock, sweat pouring down as he listens. With a final flourish, Yuya set his pen down, bowed politely, and asked the stunned teacher if his translation was sufficient. The teacher's face snapped into a mask of raw, volcanic fury. Suwada's scream rips the air as she accuses Yuya of cheating, and Yuya snaps back instantly, fiercely denying it. The teacher's glare clamps his mouth shut, and she commands him to the staff room after class for punishment. In the staff room, Yuya freezes before a towering mountain of heavy cardboard boxes. His punishment, being forced to haul every box over to the other building during his lunch break. Yuya asks if he must face it alone. The teacher's smug grin shuts him down with a chilling yes. Sawada's sneer burns inside, convinced those heavy boxes will shatter you and crush your spirit. She's convinced that forcing Yuya to make trip after trip will finally hammer a lesson into him. Ye hoists an impossibly huge stack of boxes without breaking a sweat, leaving his teacher gaping. He turns and strides away, the stack towering so high he can't squeeze through the doorway. The teacher's jaw drops as he mutters, "Impossible." The camera swoops onto an outdoor walkway linking the school buildings. At the window, the twins stare, jaws dropping, as Yuya shoulders the crushing weight. With his reflex stats supercharged, Yuya hoisted the heavy boxes like they were featherlight. With his newfound strength, he could shoulder refrigerators and haul sofas like nothing. He could easily work as a mover. Yuta's voice ripped through the air, sneering as he called out to his damn brother. Yuya skids to a stop, whips around, and meets his approaching siblings head-on, eerily calm like a still lake. The twins loomed before him, their stances razor-sharp with arrogance and simmering hostility. The camera slams into a tight close-up on the twins, their faces burning with fierce, questioning fire. Cheeks burning, Yu wished he could slip past them and blurt out the one crushing question, "What do you want?" The twins gaped, shock tearing across their faces. He actually answered them. They tracked his retreating back as doubt tore through Sora. Could this man really be her brother? Yuya's breath catches. He realizes they're seeing his completely transformed appearance for the first time. Yuta roars, eyes blazing, declaring him nothing but a pathetic imitation of something far superior. Sora snaps that they came to put those rumors to the test and witness his dramatic change with their own eyes. Cheeks burning, Yuya sputters that, yeah, he's changed, but he waves it off like it's no big deal. Fury ignited in Yuta as he snapped, demanding, exactly how did I change? Cheeks blazing, a flustered Yuya blurts that he leveled up, bracing for them to scoff at the absurd truth. Yuta laughs it off as plastic surgery, swearing only his looks have been altered. He snaps at his brother to stop getting cocky, swearing Hill will never be their equal. Reality snaps into focus for Yuya. From their perspective, only plastic surgery makes any sense. The twins weaponize his silence, crowing that it's a confession of their superiority. He feels the crushing weight of their hatred and realizes just how deep it runs. A jagged memory slams into him. He questioned whether his very existence had unleashed all this misery. Yuta slammed the document into view with a cruel grin and snapped, "Did you sell their grandfather's trashy house?" Your eyes snap wide with shock as a streak of raw pain rips across his face. As their laughter rings out, you plunge the silhouette into shadow, and he snaps at them to stop. The twins froze, jolted by the raw, uncharacteristic fury roaring in his voice. He swears he'll lock their grandfather's secret away forever and orders them to bow their heads in respect. Just as the twins slip away, a sleek black car glides to a halt at the school curb. Through the luxury car's window, a young woman stares, her gaze razor-sharp on the scene outside. A sudden, brutal crash rips through the room, flinging a torrent of school papers into the air. Yuya sprawls, defeated, on the ground while his siblings tower over him. Yuta roars, spitting that he's nothing but an inferior species doomed to lose. Sora sneers that he's stupid and completely without a future. A tide of students surges forward, eyes hunting for the source of the commotion. Sawada, a hulking, brutish teacher, lumbers into the scene with a cruel grin carving across his face. His jaw snaps shut, and his eyes lock onto the unfolding confrontation. The teacher's polished shoes cut forward, poised to intervene with cold malice. He sneered at Yuya with a cruel grin and taunted, "What are you doing?" brawling with the younger students. The twins slap on innocent faces and bolt to the teacher, wailing that they're in trouble. A new figure with long, jet-black hair cleaves through the stunt crowd, forcing people aside. Her calm voice slices through the noise, asking for a moment. A ripple of shocked whispers surges through the students the moment they spot her elite UCI Academy uniform. They unmask her as a student council member from the prestigious school. The beautiful, elegant young woman calmly sizes up the chaotic scene, cool as a drawn blade while turmoil rages around her. She leans over Yuya, a gentle, knowing smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Yuya snaps his gaze up at her, bewilderment carved across his face. She drops to one knee beside him and snaps, "Are you Tenju Yuya-san?" A soft, teasing laugh escapes her as she asks, "Do you remember when you helped me before?" A memory slammed into Yuya, the thugs from the convenience store. He jerks back, eyes wide with shock, and she beams, thrilled he remembered. Relief stammers from his throat, panic clawing at him. How could she possibly know his name? She explains she thanked him by unleashing investigators to pry into his past. Yuta's eyes snapped to the elite uniform, and Sora's breath caught as recognition slammed into them and alarm ignited. Kaori snaps at Yuya, "What the hell do you want with your damn siblings?" The twins glared, scowls carved on their faces and suspicion smoldering in their eyes. Her sharp-dressed secretary sweeps in, straightens a cuff, and reminds her it's time for business. Kaori stepped forward, slid an official invitation to Yuya, and declared, "Transfer to UCI Academy, we'll welcome you." UCI Academy rises like a glittering palace, a crucible where students with extraordinary talent are forged into legends. She snaps into a formal bow and announces, "I'm Hajukari, student council member." Yuya totally freaks out, frantically waving his hands and shouting he could never attend. The secretary drops the bomb. Kaori's father, the chairman himself, officially extended the invitation. He bows his head, voice barely above a whisper, insisting he did nothing special to deserve such an honor. Kaori snaps when everyone else looked away, "You were the only one who acted." She swears he truly shielded her, a feat few could ever pull off. He flashes a grateful grin, thanks her for the offer, then shakes his head and admits he has no special talents. Kaori beams, ready to fire back at his humble refusal. The twins slam into the room, demanding the admission meant for Uya be handed to them. Kaori's face hardens into a razor glare as she snaps, "What do you mean by that?" They flaunt superior grades, flex jaw-dropping athletic prowess, and parade their club triumphs. A shadow slid across her face, and with one icy, razor-sharp word she snapped, "I refuse." The twins froze, mouths agape, words choked off as the rejection slammed into them, leaving their minds scrambling to grasp what just happened. She pivots toward them and delivers the refusal with icy clarity and iron resolve. She proclaims Yuya her benefactor and swears she'll never vouch for the people who abused him. They stuttered that it was only a little excitement, yet their words snapped sharp and rude. Secretary coolly snaps that investigators have already dug into their usual conduct. She exposes how their investigation dug up the twins' years of merciless bullying of Yuya. Sweat beaded on Yuya's brow as he snarled, voice raw with desperation, "What proof could you possibly have?" The secretary demanded he recall what he'd been doing just moments ago. She rattles off every threat they hurled and points at the teacher, who just stood there and watched. Kaori snaps, declaring they're utterly unfit for UCI Academy. Humiliation crushes the twins as the surrounding students erupt into snickers. Kaori snaps her gaze back to the stunned Yuya. She declares UCI Academy treasures a person's character above all else. A string of heroic good deeds screams he's more than qualified to enroll. He snatches up the boxes in a blur, shouting he'll clean this up first. The clear sky hangs calm, gifting a brief pocket of peace before the next event explodes into motion. A sleek black luxury car glides to a stop at the school curb, engine a low, dangerous purr. Yuya's jaw drops. This luxury ride is meant for Cal Wary. Her cheeks bloom scarlet as she confesses her father's been worried ever since the incident. Yuya watches a cold clarity crashing over her. She sees just how deep her father's worry runs. Relief explodes inside him every time he remembers she's been safe since that day. She proclaims true goodness is rare, and he's one of the few who actually has it. Steel flashes in her gaze as she urges him to go see UCI Academy. He slid into the car beside her, watching his old school shrink in the rearview as they tore away. Yuta and Sora watched them leave, rage twisting their faces into snarling masks. Rage boiled in their voices as they vowed he'd absolutely regret ever humiliating them. In the car, Kaori's grin lights up the space as she beams, "Welcome to UZAI Academy, Yuya." Confusion claws at Yuya, his pulse hammering as he reels, trying to grasp how he got dragged into this chaos. Kaori leans in, "What's wrong?" He blurts, "Nothing," slamming a rushed shield over the flicker of doubt in his eyes. She beams and calls out that they're pulling into the school any second. Yuya stares out the window, jaw dropped and eyes blazing with raw wonder. The magnificent UCI Academy rises before them, a towering gateway to a world brimming with possibility. The school grounds gleamed, fountains shot crystal arcs, and rose beds sat trimmed to perfection. Inside, he trails Cory up the grand sweeping staircase, breath snatched and jaw slack with awe. He felt like he'd stepped through a rift and landed in a whole other world. He peers through the window at the other students, every laugh a sting that screams he doesn't belong. Worry claws at him, he's making her late for her afternoon classes. She cuts through his worry with a grin and declares it's handled. She's already contacted her father. Yuya's jaw drops as she discovers her father is the school's chairman. Relief explodes through him that he didn't make her late, but he's still utterly flustered. She snapped, "Call me Kaori, not my family name." His face floods red and he stammers back. "That's asking too much," he blurts, too flustered to agree. They skid to a halt at a door, its brass plaque screaming "Chairman's Office." They stormed into the cavernous, opulent office and found a man planted behind a massive desk. Yuya gapes like a cartoon mouse, utterly dwarfed by the room's cavernous scale. The chairman sweeps forward with a warm smile and announces, "I'm Hajat Sakasa." He whirls to Yuya, voice cracking with relief as he thanks him. Above all else, he saved his daughter. Yuya flings his hands in a frantic blur, hollering it's nothing that grand. The chairman plunges into a deep bow, proclaiming Yuya's actions as the very source of his pride. You go rigid, eyes glued, utterly stunned by that gesture of respect. It hits him like a punch. The chairman is spitting out the exact same words his daughter said. He's convinced they're cut from the same cloth, truly a father and daughter. UCI Academy's impressive architecture soars, slicing a bold silhouette against the sky. They sit, hash it out, and at last the whole situation snaps into place. He snapped at Kaori, "Why were you all alone that day?" She snaps, "Call me Kaori," and tosses formality out the window. Her father steps forward, voice steady and sharp. There's no need for such distance. Yuya reels, utterly blown away by her dazzling aura of class and status. In his office, Chairman Hyuju grills Yuya about his life, every question a razor aimed straight at the truth. Kaori's voice snaps. She demands her independence and refuses to be shadowed by bodyguards. The chairman let out a heavy, resigned sigh and confessed the recent upheaval had left them no choice but to call in an escort. Tears choke his voice as he bares his soul. His daughter means everything to him, and she holds him close, steadying his trembling heart. Yuya drinks in this display of paternal love, his expression folding into a quiet, pensive stare. His chest tightens as their warm family bond slams into the cold, distant reality of his own. The chairman steeled himself, drew a deep breath, and launched into the meeting's core issue. He strides forward, voice clipped and formal, and asks Yuya if he has any interest in transferring to UCI Academy. Yuya froze, eyes wide, as the sudden, incredible proposition hit him like a thunderclap. His face drops into shadow, and he goes silent, weighing the offer like a loaded scale. The chairman demands Yuya attend. He even vows to erase every single fee. Kaori watches from the sidelines, worry knifing across her face. Yuya's gaze crashes to the floor, old insecurities clawing at his mind. The chairman roars that UCI stands as the elite crucible for geniuses. Yuya drops into a humble bow and murmurs, "Would someone like me be allowed to attend?" The chairman and the coworker leaned forward, riveted, as his self-deprecating question hung in the air. The chairman slams his palm down and demands, "What's Yuya's definition of a genius?" Yuya choked out, "It has to be someone with special, all-encompassing talents." The chairman slams his case on the table and lays out his view with icy clarity. A genius discovers a shortcut straight to the truth. He roars that with relentless effort, anyone can storm their way to that same destination. He challenges Yuya, "Don't decide your limits, plunge headfirst into every experience you can." He forged this school into a beacon, built to flood young people with priceless, life-changing experiences. He snaps at Yuya to stop selling himself short and to step, inch by fierce inch, into the storm of potential roaring inside him. Yuya froze, the chairman's profound wisdom crashing over him and stealing his words. A knowing smile curls on the chairman's lips as the crushing weight of the decision settles onto him. He grins and urges you to just tour the school for now. The teacher slams the lesson to a halt and announces a trial student will be joining this afternoon. She pressed a finger to her lips and sent a playful hush through the buzzing class, quieting them so they could get started. Yuya edges into the doorway, breath hitching, peering into the classroom the instant the teacher calls for introductions. He freezes before the class, posture like stone, and snaps, "I'm Tenju Yuya." He drops into a deep bow, and the whole classroom snaps into breathless silence. Panic claws at Yuya as he wonders if his simple introduction just turned into a social failure. She let out a nervous laugh, confessed she'd been just as jittery, and flashed him a grateful smile as she thanked him. She jabs a finger toward the empty window seat in the back, sending him there. He whips to his new seat and fires off a polite greeting. She lifted her chin, frost in her stare, and snapped a question at him. They fumble out stiff, awkward hellos as the teacher snaps to attention, ready to kick the lesson back into gear. Yuya's heart drops when he realizes his textbook's gone, panic surging as he can't bring himself to ask to share. The girl beside him flicks her book across the gap between their desks, utterly silent. She jabbed a finger at the exact passage and barked, "There, that's where the lesson is." A classmate locks eyes with the helpful girl and declares, "That's Hyudo Yukon." Yuya's jaw drops when his quiet neighbor, always silent, suddenly reaches out with a kindness that knocks the wind out of him. He showers Hyudo with thanks, and Hyudo just waves it off, coolly saying, "Don't worry about it." The teacher plants herself at the front and plunges deeper into her intricate lesson, unraveling its tangled complexities. Later, Cory swoops in and guides a bewildered Yuya through the lesson on the tablet. The class snapped into laser focus while Yuya and Cory teamed up in the back, heads bent together over their work. The school bell blares through the halls, ripping the long day to pieces. The moment class ends, Yuya is ambushed by a buzzing horde of curious new classmates. They pummel him with questions, tearing at his identity and dragging his past into the light. He snaps, forcing out, "I'm only here for a trial visit." Grinning like summer, the orange-haired boy barges into the chaos and bellows for everyone to calm down. He throws his hands up, apologizing for the overexcited mob, and vows they'll talk later. He clasps a grateful Yuya's shoulder and swears the classmates never meant any harm. He announced himself as Igarashi Ryo and enveloped Yuya in a warm, heartfelt welcome. Ryo's blazing, friendly energy slams into Yuya like a spotlight, nearly knocking him off his feet. Ryo bursts forward, dragging Yuya toward the incredible school cafeteria and hollering, "Come on, you're coming with me." Yuya's grin lights up and he snaps yes, confessing he still hasn't had lunch. A new, bespectacled boy slides into the group as Ryo grins and jokes about raiding the snack stash. The quiet boy swallows and asks to tag along. Yuya grins and says yes. He throws out his name, Karada Shingo, and Yuya snaps back a sharp, friendly greeting. A thick, awkward silence smothers the space between the two shy boys. A vice of nerves squeezes Yuya as he frantically fumbles through small talk with his new acquaintance. He flashes a broad, disarming grin, waving it like a banner that shouts, "I mean no harm." Ryo narrows his eyes, sensing the two crackle with the same electric energy. Ryo throws open the gates, proudly revealing UCI Academy's vast, modern open-air cafeteria. He flaunts that they dish out gourmet international dishes, each one forged by 3-star chefs. Shock slams into Yuya. The cafeteria he pictured shatters into a million pieces. Ryo slid the menu across the table with a sly grin, daring him to take a look. Yuya's jaw drops when he realizes every incredible dish costs only 500 yen. Ryo declares the daily special is free, a firm policy to help students. The chairman lives by one creed: let young people plunge into as many experiences as possible. Yuya freezes, the menu trembling in his hand, as that incredible generosity crashes over him. They tore through that delicious meal, leaving nothing but a graveyard of empty plates. Ryo leans in and fires off a question about campus clubs, bragging that UCI is a total sports powerhouse. If a club sparks his curiosity, he eagerly volunteers to personally show you around. Yuya admits he never once considered joining a club. Worry about money slammed the door on that idea. It hits Ryo like a punch. Yuya's earlier "I'm hungry" wasn't casual chatter, he meant it. Ryo confesses, voice cracking, he's not in a single club. Yuya gaped. He'd been convinced Ryo belonged on a sports team. Ryo says he used to play soccer, but now he dives into a bit of everything. Every so often he swoops in for different clubs that are one player short, leaping in to fill the spot. Yuya's eyes snapped open as curiosity exploded at the school's wildly unconventional approach to activities. Every time he jumps in to help a club, Shingo bursts into rhapsody, declaring Ryo nothing short of brilliant. Shingo beams, declaring he's thrilled to be Ryo's friend. A soft smile tugs at Yuya's lips as he witnesses the genuine, unmistakable bond glowing between them. He knows the fierce joy that explodes the moment someone finally calls him a friend. Ryo leans in and grills Shingo about his oddball, offbeat club. Shingo thrusts out his chest and bellows, "I'm in the gaming club." He announces they're plunging into programming, laser-focused on forging their own games. He declares with a cocky grin that the school trusts them enough to let them bring their consoles to school. Shingo vowed they'd never betray that trust. Yuya beams, eyes sparkling as he decides OCI is truly an amazing school. Ryo leans in, locks eyes with Yuya, and fires, "Are you into sports at all?" Yuya's mind rockets to his otherworldly arsenal. He calls out spears and bows. Ryo's eyes blaze as he declares his love for martial arts and points to the Kyudo Club as the one to join. They step into a time-honored, awe-inspiring Japanese archery dojo, where polished floors and towering beams whisper centuries of discipline. You loosed arrows that slammed the bullseye, one ripped clean down the shaft of the arrow before it. His flawless form explodes with martial mastery, every movement screaming his true skill. Ryo and Shingo stood frozen, whispering in awed disbelief at his talent. The club's advisor lunges forward, voice cracking as they plead desperately for Yuya to join their team. Yuya politely but firmly clarifies he's only touring the school, not joining the archery club. The advisor's voice cracked with grief. Raw talent will rot if he remains inexperienced. Mind racing, the advisor leans in and fires the question at Ye, "Do you have any siblings?" Her memory jolts back to last year's junior high tournament, where she spotted the twins named Tenju. Whisper his estranged family's name, and a shadow crawls across Yuya's face. The advisor barked that the twins' skills were top-notch, but their attitude was rotten. A razor-bright flashback rips open, exposing Yuta and Sora's smug, haughty grins. Yuya murmured, "They're my siblings," and nodded in awe at the raw athleticism crackling through every move. Ryo and Shingo lunged at him, grabbing him with wild grins and screaming he must be hiding a secret talent. Flushed and stumbling, Yuya stubbornly insists he's nobody special, even as the evidence piles up against him. His new friends still buzz, mouths agape at the incredible archery he just unleashed. He basks in the quiet, savoring the warm glow his friends' praise lights inside him. He freezes, words dying in his throat, as their genuine support and admiration slams into him. Ryo and Shingo lock eyes and grin, electric with excitement as their friends' abilities get the recognition they deserve. The advisor slams a palm and barks a sharp shush, snapping the noisy group dead silent in the quiet dojo. As they leave, Yuya watches them go, feeling his heart swell with gratitude. These new people in his life have been incredibly kind. The tour surges into the academy's vast, awe-inspiring library, shelves towering like mountains. A stunned grin crosses his face. Here they treat him as an equal human being. On the field, Ryo explodes past the defender, the ball glued to his feet. Yuya stands transfixed as everyone around him radiates pure, jealousy-free brilliance. He watched his classmates burst into bright laughter and electric chatter, their lively interactions buzzing all around him. Their easy camaraderie hit him like sunlight after the icy hostility of his old school. A smiling female student beams, her grin flooding the academy with a warm, welcoming glow. The tour culminates in a sweeping reveal of the grand, palatial school building. Back in the chairman's office, Yuya raved that the school was incredible. He says what blew him away was watching everyone erupt into pure, unfiltered joy. Old insecurities slam into him, gnawing at his confidence as he asks himself if he truly deserves a place like this. Doubt roars in his chest. Shouldn't someone more fitting be standing here instead of him? The chairman remained a steady anchor, letting Yuya pour out his heart as his voice cracked with raw doubt. He flashes a knowing grin and declares that a person's worth can be measured by the eyes of others. Yield snapped his head up, jaw dropping as surprise and confusion flared at the chairman's weighty words. The chairman slams the question at him. Does he now believe he lacks what it takes to attend OCI? He locks eyes with Yuya, warmth pouring from him, and proclaims he truly believes Yuya possesses that worth. Your eyes snap wide, stunned as a powerful, unexpected affirmation slams into you. The chairman hurls the verdict at him. It's now on Yuya to uncover that value himself. He leans in and declares UCI Academy the perfect launchpad for that journey of discovery. A firm hand landed on his shoulder and he said, "Yuya's got time, take it slow." Those words hit him like lightning, and suddenly his grandfather's voice burst into his head, offering that exact same advice. A new, unshakable resolve snaps across Yuyu's face, locking their expression into iron determination. He makes his decision, his spine snapping straight as newfound confidence surges through him. He declares to the chairman, "If you'll have me, I want to attend UCI Academy." Chairman Huju beams, warmth pouring off him. His invitation has finally been accepted. He strides forward and delivers a formal welcome to Yuya, his voice reverberating across the campus. That evening, Yuya slipped back into the familiar hush of his grandfather's house. He drops to his knees before the small memorial shrine, hands clasped tight as he sinks into thought. He leans over the photograph and whispers, "Grandpa." He declares to his late grandfather that he's enrolling at UCI Academy. He zeroed in on the calendar. His transfer was scheduled for next week. He realizes the calm just shattered. His life is about to explode into nonstop chaos. He freezes, a thoughtful expression etching across his face as an idea snaps to life. A determined smile cracked across his face as he zeroed in on his next move. He vows to plunge back into the other world one last time before his new school life begins. Basin snaps into view at the towering grand castle of the Arzelia Kingdom in the other world. Inside the castle, a heavy, ornate door groaned open, flinging the shadowed bedchamber into view. Princess Lexia shot upright in her lavish bed and beckoned her visitor inside. Owen, her loyal knight, strode into the room, dropped into a crisp bow, and addressed her with formal, unwavering respect. He leans in, asking, "Feeling better?" and she brushes him off with a steady smile, insisting she's fine. Owen releases a ragged sigh, forces himself to accept her answer, worry carved into his face. He then leans in and presses her, voice razor-sharp, to recount one more time what happened in the great demon forest. Lexia nods, clamping her eyes shut as the terror of that ordeal crashes back into her. A flashback explodes. She and her retinue are ambushed as rogue assassins descend from the shadows. Backed into a corner by a hulking goblin general, she swallowed a scream, convinced death waited for her next breath. Her voice alight with wonder, she gasped, a man appeared and saved me. Shock ripped through Owen as he snapped. Was there really someone else with her? Lexi's eyes blaze as she describes the man with gorgeous jet black hair and matching midnight eyes. She melts into rapture, lavishing praise on his noble elegance and the fierce strength he shows by night, swept away in a romantic daydream. Mind reeling, she choked out, was it all just a hallucination? Owen snaps it's not true, then admits a strange presence flickered over him for a heartbeat and was gone. Hope rockets through Lexi as she chokes out, so my mysterious savior was real. A blush flared across her face as reality slammed into her. Her dreamlike rescuer wasn't a dream at all. Owen zeroed in, guessing the man's identity, black hair-like that was almost unheard of in their kingdom. He shoves the problem to the back of his mind for now, sure there's no reason to raise the alarm. He snaps his head back to the princess, who's adrift in her own thoughts, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. Lexia's face blazed with determination. She knows she must see him one more time. Owen's jaw dropped as a sudden, searing blaze ignited in her eyes. Lexia's eyes flame as she snaps. I've decided, we're charging back into the great demon forest. She shrugs off Owen's warnings, flashing a grin of reckless certainty that nothing bad could touch them. She bolts off, shouting she'll race to her father and secure his permission. Owen shouts after her in vain, his plea thunders through the castle halls. A few days later, the story plunges into a dense, sun-dappled forest. Yuya, clad in black armor, hunches over the glowing, enchanted map, fingers tracing every corridor of the land he's already charted. His gaze snaps to the gnarled, ancient tree, the exact spot where he'd yanked the girl to safety. He still remembers the goblin general he clashed with there, a shockingly tough monster. He shot a confident fist pump into the air and plunged a little deeper into the woods. The further he pushed in, the forest plunged into deeper shadow, and the trees closed around him like looming giants. He calls out, voice tight, that the woods are thickening, growing deeper and more menacing. A cold bead of sweat snakes down his brow as a crushing, suffocating aura bears down on him. He creeps forward, senses honed to a razor edge, sidestepping every unnecessary danger. His presence detection skill erupts, snapping him alert to a threat right beside him. He squints through the trees, glued to a blinding light spilling from the clearing up ahead. A colossal, bone-shuddering roar rips through the forest, shaking the ground beneath our feet. A colossal devil bear explodes into view, and Yuya's appraisal skill blasts its stats across the air in blazing numbers. The stat screen explodes, level 450 with an attack power of 10,500, raw, unstoppable force. Cloaked by his assimilation skill, Yuya grits his teeth and admits the creature's power towers over his. His jaw snaps tight, his eyes cutting sharp with laser focus and iron determination. Cold logic slams into him. Diving headfirst into a straight-up physical fight would be sheer madness. His item box skill erupts into view, a glowing portal tearing open into a vault of instant storage. He knows this world obeys one brutal law: only the strongest survive. He must coldly size up his own strength against every enemy if he wants to stay alive. He pulls a formless bow taut, and a razor shaft of pure light snaps into being as he readies his strike. Yuya unleashes an arrow from his formless bow that slams into the colossal devil bear. The beast explodes into a thunderous roar, shrugging off the opening strike like it was nothing. The colossal creature barreled forward, its mountain-sized bulk stealing every breath. Rage blazes in its eyes as it lunges forward to strike. Yuya's bow betrays him. He pivots tactics in a heartbeat. The absolute spear slammed into the bear's claws, steel screaming as a titanic shockwave ripped the air. He staggers back, stunned as the monster's bone-crushing, unstoppable strength knocks the wind out of him. He rockets aside as the enraged beast's brutal claw slashes the space he just occupied. A brutal near-miss slams into him, hurling him into a violent backward skid. He knows brute force won't win here. The bear hurls its massive maw wide, sucking in a strange, crackling energy. It rips open the air and detonates a cataclysmic blast of raw, untamed magic. Yuya is blindsided by a lightning-quick ambush that strikes out of nowhere. The magical blast detonates into a thunderous explosion, ripping through the trees and setting the forest ablaze. In an instant, a roaring ring of fire erupts around him, trapping him inside. He gapes, disbelief clawing at him, as he wonders if the monster can actually wield magic. The bear charges on, roaring as it hurls a blistering volley of fireballs. He weaves through a storm of blazing projectiles, every move a lightning-fast flash of razor-sharp agility. He remembers soldiers unleashing magic, but he'd never seen a monster. Doubt claws at him. Could monsters actually pull off something like that? The inferno's blistering heat slams into him, driving him back and forcing him to keep his distance. He knows magic is off the table. The fight will grind into a merciless battle of attrition. He howls in frustration as flames and razor-sharp claws keep him from closing in. From the heart of its blazing domain, the beast unleashed a triumphant roar. A bolt of tactical genius rips through his thoughts. His fist snaps shut, resolve blazing, as he sets his new plan in motion. He bellowed a thunderous war cry and lunged headlong at the beast. His first priority, snuff out the roaring wall of flames. He slashes with his death scythe, cleaving a blazing corridor through the inferno. He fakes a straight-on charge, baiting his foe, then rips through the opening with his true strike. His true attack, the absolute spear, he launches it with deadly, unerring precision. His hand hung empty as the divine weapon screamed toward its target. The spear drives true, shredding the bear's enchantment and freezing its magic cold for a heartbeat. Satisfaction floods him as he declares the flames snuffed out. Rage-fueled bear lashes out with a titanic swipe, blasting him off his feet and hurling him across the clearing. He slams into the ground, springs to his feet, and zeroes in on the beast's razor-sharp claws. He rockets aside, narrowly escaping another thunderous swipe from the monster's colossal claws. He concludes that closing the gap is his best shot. His weakness detection skill flares to life, his perception snapping into razor focus. Crosshairs slam onto the bear's chest, locking dead center on its weak point. He sneers that the bear is weak, coiling his arm like a spring to launch a devastating punch. He slams out a bone-crushing punch, his fist a streaking blur. The strike slams dead center into the monster's revealed weak spot. A final, agonized roar ripped from the bear's throat as the impact slammed into it. The impact detonates a titanic shockwave that rips the air to shreds. The creature's massive form starts to unravel, tearing itself into a shimmering storm of glowing particles. He stands victorious, the legendary infinite gauntlet adorning his arm. A triumphant system notification erupts, declaring he just leveled up. Miles away, a thunderous blast shatters the silence, its roar ricocheting off the mountain faces. Princess Lexia and her knights stormed through the suffocating tangle of the dense forest. She skids to a halt, every nerve snapping to the distant roar of battle. Owen grabs her arm, eyes blazing, and thunders. The great demon forest is death itself. Stay away. She won't turn back. She's hellbent on thanking her savior face to face. She proclaims, chest high and pride blazing, that she'll offer her thanks in the most scandalously improper way. Her instincts scream that the mysterious hero stands just inches away. She forges ahead, eyes blazing. I remember this part of the forest. Owen scoffed at her claim. His own senses were blank, so he refused to believe her. He pins her premonition on the blessed high elf blood pulsing through her veins. He barked orders, eyes like steel, forcing his men to stay razor-sharp and shield the princess. He snaps, reminding them that in the great demon forest, anything can happen. Out of nowhere, a colossal taloned hand ripped into the earth right beside them. Goblins with eyes like embers erupt from the shadows and swarm them in a vicious ambush. Elsewhere in the forest, Yuya's senses snap to attention. His presence detection skill jolts awake, blasting a warning straight into his mind. He unleashes his skill, locking onto every presence nearby. He tenses, it's not one or two, but a ravenous horde of monsters flooding his senses. He suddenly sees the monsters locked in a savage battle with someone. I see his minds as goblin elite commanders, leading a savage charge against the humans. Vicious goblin elites barreled into the fray with feral abandon. The knight's cry ripped from his chest, disbelief blazing as the elite goblins stepped into view. Owen fights like a man with nothing left to lose, roaring for his men to form a living shield around the princess. The royal knights charge like thunder, valiant to the last breath, but a tidal wave of enemies sweeps them aside. A hulking goblin explodes forward and rockets one of the armored knights sky-high. The strike detonates, ripping the knight's helmet clean off. A snarling goblin looms over the fallen knight, poised to land the merciless final blow. The disarmed knight freezes, horror carved across his face as looming doom barrels toward him. The monster hefts its massive sword and rears back to unleash the killing strike. A hulking, more menacing goblin snarls, razor-sharp teeth bared. Cut off from her guards, Princess Lexia trembled as panic clawed at her throat. Every week she plants her feet, bares her teeth, and snarls at the advancing monsters, ordering them to stay away from her. Locked in his own brutal fight, Owen roared the princess's name. Two goblins snarled, closing in to trap her. The princess is hemmed in on all sides, every escape route slammed shut. The goblins erupted into guttural, leering chuckles as they surged forward, closing in. She gasps, terror ripping the air from her lungs as her face drains to a ghostly white. Claws shot toward her, and she tore a piercing scream from her throat. A blinding bolt of light rips through the goblin ranks. Yuya bursts from nowhere, his spear already slicing through the air. Lexi gaped, eyes blown wide, stunned as her rescuer suddenly materialized before her. He snaps off his assimilation skill and bursts fully into view. He ghosted forward, a single brutal slash felling the goblin. Owen froze, pulse hammering, desperate to know where this young man had come from. He carves through the goblin horde with brutal, unerring precision, never letting up. Cold fury hardens his face into a mask as he storms into the fray to protect them. Owen gapes, eyes locked on the impossible scene as his mind scrambles to comprehend it. His heart jolts, he recognizes the warrior by that rare jet-black hair and piercing obsidian eyes. He freezes, breath snagging. Is this really the same man from before? The other knights freeze, jaws dropping as he charges into battle completely alone. Owen's words died in his throat as that brutal display of power slammed into him. As the final goblin collapses, Yuya stands stone-cold calm amid the carnage. Knight Commander Owen gapes in disbelief, his voice thundering as he calls out to the mysterious warrior. Yuya thrusts a hand up, urges them not to worry, then fumbles through an awkward attempt to speak. Princess Lexia bolts forward with a raw cry, seizes his armored arm, and yanks him to a dead stop. The sudden move blindsided Yuya. He could only stammer, his mind reeling. Lexia's smile bursts into dazzling sparks as she clasps her hands and fires off a bold request. Yuya's brain short-circuits, his face snapping into a hilariously blank mask of total, unfiltered confusion. Lexia lifts her eyes to her savior, and voice trembling with raw hope, pleads once more, "Marry me." Question marks exploded around Yuya's head as confusion tightened its grip. Mortified, Owen snapped at the princess for springing that sudden proposal. She proclaims, voice burning, that she fell in love the instant she saw him, and that alone proves everything. Lexia beams and declares Yuya must live here, and Owen reels in pure horror. Owen's eyes snapped wide, shock tearing through him at the thought of a house in this deadly forest. Their gaze snaps to a lone cabin, an island of calm tucked deep inside the menacing woods. Owen snaps, isn't it incredibly dangerous to live in a place like that? Yuya flashes a steady, reassuring grin and vows monsters can't step onto his property. The knight held its breath, sensing the area sealed behind a powerful barrier. Owen freezes, convinced Yuya can't be human, while Lexia tugs at his arm. Inside, Lexia's cheeks flame and panic snaps in her chest. She obsesses over every detail of her appearance, terrified her fated one will spot a flaw. She rakes a hand through her hair and claws at her clothes, seething that she forgot a mirror. Determination blazed through her. She clenched her fists and vowed to give it everything. Owen reels and demands to know what's happening and what she's fighting so desperately for. On the porch of the rustic cabin, an awkward silence clamps down, daring anyone to break it. Yuya flashed a grin and proposed they properly reintroduce themselves to each other, again. The knight sweeps into a formal bow and declares, "I am Owen, sworn to serve Princess Lexia." He drops into a deep, reverent bow, voice trembling, as he thanks Yuya for rescuing their nation's princess. Yuya snaps his hands away like it's beneath him and tosses, just passing by. Owen opens his mouth to continue, and the princess herself snaps him shut. She flashes a radiant grin and declares, "I am Lexia von Arzelia, First Princess." The title First Princess slams into you like a gut punch, knocking the breath out of you. He freezes into stiff formality, but Owen waves him off with a grin, "Relax, you're our benefactor." Owen can't shake watching Yuya blissfully unaware of their fame, and Lexia's smile cracks as a small, aching sadness settles in her chest. Yuya stumbles, apology lacing her voice as she nervously tests the formal title, Lexia-sama. Her face explodes into a radiant smile as she snaps for him to ditch the sama and just call her Lexia. Yuya's gut tightens. Is this a trend? Kaori made the same request. Lexia pouts, snapping that she can't stand this stiff, formal distance between them. Owen slyly flashes a grin and whispers a secret name meant only for when they're alone together. The mere thought of that secret, intimate name set the princess's cheeks ablaze, forcing a furious blush across her face. "Sorry for the tangent, the knight has me running on fumes, you can tell." He thrusts his name, Tenji Yuya, into the air and simply declares he lives in the forest. Owen's voice snapped. That name had no roots in Arzelia. It rang foreign in their ears. Night rips off its mask and lays bare the true reason they dared the deadly woods. He bellows that they stormed into this cursed forest just to hunt him down. Lexia barreled toward him, breathless and pleading, insisting she had to thank him in person. She confesses, voice cracking, that a simple thank you can't begin to contain the flood of feeling inside her. As her last, deepest thanks, she pours out her heart and asks him to marry her again. Owen lashes into her for being rash. She snaps back, insisting love at first sight is real. Yuya flashes a crooked, embarrassed grin and chokes out that he's flattered, but it's just far too sudden. He drops to one knee, voice raw with humility, declaring he's not worthy to stand beside a member of royalty. Unfazed, Lexia leans in and fires off a bold offer. What if we play the leads as friends? The word friends exploded in Yuya's head, a notion utterly foreign to him. Lexia's cheeks flare bright as she tucks her chin and barely whispers, "Will you be my friend?" Her party's nobles snickered behind her back, their sneers ripping the idea apart. Owen slammed silence down, hushed the room, and said bluntly that since this is an informal setting it should be fine. She pins him with wide, hopeful eyes, voice trembling as she asks, "Is it not okay?" Yuya froze for a beat, eyes narrowing as a pensive, unshakable seriousness overtook his face. He swallows hard and confesses, voice cracking, that this is the first time anyone has ever asked to be his friend. Joy floods Lexia as she clasps his hands and eagerly accepts his friendship. A warmth wells up inside her. Friendship is the first bold step down the road to true love. Owen clears his throat, leans in, and blurts, "There's one more thing I have to ask." He declares that the king, her father, is eager to offer his own thanks. He dispatches a crisp, formal summons, calling Yuya to appear at the royal castle. Dread punched Year in the gut. He'd have to meet the king himself. Just the thought of a towering, regal monarch paralyses him with bone-deep terror. Panic hits him. He flails his arms wildly, shouting he can't pull this off on such short notice. Owen lays it out with fire. Lexia is a national treasure, and her savior is every bit as vital. If the king withholds his thanks, rival nations will pounce, calling it a clear sign of weakness. Yuya throws up his hands and admits, eyes wide, that he's completely clueless about this world's politics or any other countries. He panics at the idea of sending someone so clueless about etiquette out there. He weighs every angle with razor-sharp focus, leaving Lexia and Owen stunned. Owen's voice slices through the tension. "Don't worry," he says, owning up that he's no perfect hero either. Yia pleads, "Do I have to leave right now?" And Owen waves it off, "We can wait." Owen figures the trip and stay will eat up about a week. Yuya froze, the truth slamming into him. A whole week away from school is a long time. A lightning bolt of inspiration strikes him. Golden Week is coming. He pressed them to wait about 20 days, exactly the window that suited him. As the sun sinks, their meeting collapses into silence. The royal retinue tightens its ranks, armor clinking, and steels itself to step out of Yuya's sanctuary. Owen snaps, "You sure you don't need an escort out of the forest?" Yuya flashes a confident grin and declares he's used to the dangers here. He'll be fine. Lexia hisses a sharp rebuke at Owen for daring to shave down the time she gets with you. The knight slams his gauntlet, eyes blazing, and snaps, "Why would Yuya choose to live in a place crawling with danger?" He suspects it's for research, but the risk shoots straight into the stratosphere. Worry cracked Ye's voice as he asked, "Is the forest really that dangerous?" His innocent question hit like a thunderclap, leaving Lexia and Owen frozen and speechless. Owen snaps, "You didn't know," and Yuya can only stammer, choking out a shaky explanation about the circumstances. By nightfall it hit me. He's wielding a secret, devastating magic to shield his home. A thunderous voice snaps, "This is the great demon forest, a savage realm crawling with terrifying monsters. This place hides unknown resources and a merciless wilderness that would obliterate any ordinary person. Its sheer, soul-freezing danger is exactly why not a single person dares cross its threshold." Meanwhile, a burning question claws at him. Why did his kind grandfather build a house here? A jolt rips through him. This level of danger doesn't belong in this world. Owen snarled a warning. Monsters and shadows are watching their every move. The mere mention of a goblin general jolts Yuya and Lexi to attention. Lexia's voice cuts through. The monster Yuya just defeated was a goblin general. The revelation slams into Owen like a thunderclap. He reels back, disbelief ripping the air from his lungs. His heart slams. Could they have just walked into the presence of a being with unfathomable power? A lightning-fast blur explodes into view, yanking their attention to a brand new danger. A threat streaks at breakneck speed, slipping unseen through the nights. Owen and Lexia scream Yu's name, their voices cracking with raw alarm. Yuya lunged, his gauntlet slamming into the blade and stopping the strike headed for Lexia. Yuya erupts in a storm of raw power, roaring that he'll protect Owen and Lexia at all costs. He charges the rampaging monster, defiance blazing, ready to face the beast alone. Owen gaped, disbelief burning in his eyes as he tried to fathom how a lone man could battle that towering creature. Owen's suspicion ignited, but Yuya betrayed no trace of being an assassin. Shock slammed into him as the strange boy moved with lethal skill and an impossible, commanding poise. Yuya tore into the fight, senses razor sharp, deflecting every strike to shield them from harm. Yuya tears the earth apart. Owen stares, wondering what kind of man Yuya really is. Owen's blood ran cold. The real threat was his power ending up in enemy hands. Lexi erupts into a triumphant cheer, proclaiming her Yasama is amazing. Crashing onto the forest's edge, the knights explode into whoops and cheers, reveling in the hairbreadth escape that saved them. He single-handedly felled the devil bear, a victory that should have required an entire army. Yia stakes a date, meet me at the forest exit in 20 days. Owen agrees. A fierce grin splits Owen's face as he vows he and his knights will charge in and get him. Lexi lunged, slamming her arms around a stunned Yuya as Owen's face crumpled into pure horror. She clutches him like her world will shatter, whispering they can't bear to part. Yuya flushed crimson and choked out her name, every syllable drowning in confusion. She confesses, eyes blazing, that his kindness and bravery have only fanned the flames of her feelings for him. She swears that when they meet again, she'll seize his heart. A confident smile splits her face. She jabs a finger forward and orders him to brace himself. Crushed by it, Yuya can only choke out a frail, stammering wheeze. Owen collapsed to his knees, despair settling like lead as he questioned whether this entire arrangement had ever made sense. Behind silk curtains in a villa at the heart of Monter's royal capital, a sinister plot claws its way awake. The nobleman towers, eyes cold as steel, and snaps at the kneeling assassin. Explain the botched mission. A shadow swallowed his face as he intoned, cold as steel, why is Princess Lexia still alive? The assassin's voice snaps, as they confess they lost her in the cursed Great Demon Forest. The nobleman murmurs the forest's name like a spell, thought pooling behind his eyes. He staggered in, gasping that a monster had slaughtered his comrades. Lexio alone survived. Rage boiled in the nobleman as he thundered, why would a monster single out only the assassins? The assassin chokes out an apology. The nobleman sneers, branding him nothing more than a worthless, disposable tool. A cold sneer twists his lips, disbelief and fury flare as he scoffs they'd even suspect his true identity. Dread ripped through the assassin. No bodies meant he couldn't pin names to the other men. Rage boils through the nobleman as he slams the bottle onto the floor, shattering it into a cascade of glass shards. He loomed over the man, his presence screaming that the only thing between him and death was the other's mercy. His face snaps into a feral mask of blazing fury as he unleashes a primal, bone-shaking scream. He steadies himself, exhales, and nods, giving the assassin one last chance to succeed. He snarls, fail me again, and I'll have no use for you. The assassin drops into a bone-deep bow and vows to stake his very life on the mission. He spat a venomous curse at Lexi, his own blood, and vowed that next time he'd kill her. Back in Japan, the year rewinds and replays every jaw-dropping moment that just tore through it. Chairman Huju drops into the seat beside Yuya, eyes gleaming, and declares the new uniform suits him perfectly. Today, Yuya's world flips. He's officially a student at UCI Academy. The chairman pins Yuya with a sharp look and declares it's time he stood tall and claimed his confidence. Yuya hurls a question at the chairman, who casually shrugs it off and insists it's nothing to worry about. He tells Yuya to sprint to him the instant he needs help with anything. The chairman snaps that his daughter Kiori is tied up with other matters today. In the student council room, Kori's mind latches onto Yuya and won't let go. Beaming, the teacher reintroduces Tangyoya and declares them the school's newest official student. The entire class explodes into a thunderous, welcoming cheer, catching Uya completely off guard. His new friends, Ryo and Shingo, fling their arms and wave with electric enthusiasm from their seats. Hiyudo Kaide thrust her math book at him with a sly grin and dared, wanna take a peek. The instant class starts, Yu-Yu's face erupts into a genuine, heartfelt smile. She peers from her desk. Another girl fixes her gaze on the new student, eyes burning with curiosity. A tiny, curious smile flickers at her lips as she sizes him up. Later that afternoon, the students flooded the gym for physical education class, energy crackling in the air. On the field, Rio lashes a flawless strike into the corner, burying it and scoring the goal. From the sidelines, a pack of girls erupted into thunderous cheers for the players below. Yuya turns to Hayudo Kaide and declares, "Ryo's an absolute beast of a player." Keith slams his fist down and demands to know why he's not playing, then admits his uniform still hasn't arrived. She declares the girls are on a break, their drills are finished. He watches the girls swarm the bleachers, eyes locked on the boys' games. Kazama Kori, a sparkling burst of energy, bounded over and announced herself to the transfer student with a grin that lit the room. She flat out insists he call her Kaide, and in return she christens him Yuyukon every time she speaks his name. Yuya flashes a grin, a private voice reminding him he's still not used to this. Kazama barrels into Hayudo with a mischievous grin, tackling her and snapping, "Why are you watching the boys play?" The three students planted themselves and leaned forward, eyes locked on the soccer match raging below. Rio rockets forward, slicing between the other players with blinding speed. Kazama explodes with praise, exclaiming the boys' raw power on the field is absolutely staggering. The girls explode into thunderous cheers, and Yuya's breath catches as he marvels at the sheer power of their support. Her cheer struck him like lightning, his power erupted, and his determination rocketed into the clouds. Their composure shatters, and they hurl themselves into reckless play. Rage boiling over, Rio snaps and explodes, screaming, "You idiots," at them all. Yuya beams and points out that she and Hayudo seem like fast friends. Kazama whirled to face him, curiosity sparking in her eyes. She owns up that it's part of it, but a different reason pulled her here. Down on the field, an opponent lunged at Rio, flattened him to the turf, and ripped the ball free. She spins back to Yuya, grin blazing, and declares she wants to talk. The other players descend on the reckless student, voices roaring as they berate him for endangering everyone with his dangerous play. Rio lunges in, nose inches from him, eyes blazing as he snarls that he's a fool. He roars that soccer is a team sport, not a one-man show. Hayudo sneered, voice flat as steel, and branded the grandstanding player a pathetic prince. Prince Ikino's coils like a spring, muscles tensing as he prepares to fire a thunderous, dramatic shot at the goal. He bellows, vowing his magnificent form will be seared into their memories. Kazama smirks, Ikino's isn't bad, just a little pitiful. He unleashes his signature shot, only it careens wildly off course. The ball blazes toward the stands, a black and white streak ripping through the air. Rio screams, frustration boiling in his voice as he demands to know where he was aiming. The girls in the bleachers shriek and dive for cover as panic rips through them. Kazama blasts a warning as Yuya rockets in, hurling himself between her and the threat inside Hayudo. Panic seizes Kazama, she misses her step and careens backward. Hayudo Keeds and I jolted, our eyes snapping wide as danger barreled in. Seconds stretch like rubber as Kazama plummets, helpless and weightless through the sky. Yuya rocketed forward and swept her up into his arms. Her eyes fly wide with shock as Yuya sweeps her up into his arms. The soccer ball rocketed straight at them, a lethal shot dead set on impact. Hayudo screams out Kazama's name, terror ripping through her voice. She hurled herself forward, thrusting a desperate hand out like she could wrench it to a halt. Cradling Kazama to his chest, Yuya twists and hurls himself into the path of the hurtling projectile. He unleashed a thunderous kick that blasted the ball back with explosive, impossible force. Rio froze, eyes wide, disbelief choking him as he muttered, "No way." Hayudo's knees buckle as her mind reels, desperately clawing to make sense of what just happened. On the soccer field, two of Yuya's classmates stand frozen, disbelief carved into their faces. One whispers, "Seriously." Yuya rockets forward, slamming his body between Kazama Kori and the hurtling ball. His jaw drops as he stares at his own unbelievable feat, heart pounding, while his mind scrambles to name the skill he just unleashed. Cradled in his arms, Kaori lifts his gaze, cheeks burning as his voice trips over his name. Panic rockets through him. He stammers a desperate apology for touching her, convinced she's disgusted by him. Classmates swarm him, jaws dropping, gawking at his superhuman speed and yelling it belongs in an action movie. One of the girls snatches his arm, fingers brushing the hard, toned muscle tucked under his uniform and her eyes going wide in surprise. The other girls erupt, practically drooling as they praise his chiseled, rippling muscles and tank-built frame. Yuya twists, explodes into a savage kick, and the ball rockets like a comet toward the opposite goal. His friend Akira's shout tore across the field as he demanded to know if everyone was all right. He hauls Kori upright with gentle strength, and she flashes a grateful grin, insisting she's fine thanks to his heroic save. Other players swarm around them as the quiet key slips through their fingers in a heartbeat. Akinos, the arrogant player, drops to his knees and belts out a raw, heartfelt apology. He drops to his knees, slams his forehead into the ground, and pours out frantic apologies for his reckless, showboating play. Yuya shrugs, accepts the apology, breathes easy that no one was hurt, and finds the guy utterly intriguing. The Kakaronals slammed to one knee before Kaori and swore his life to her, and she snapped back with a loud, disgusted scoff. Akira locks his gaze on Yuya, the hero of the moment. He strode up, introduced himself as Akira Akinos, and thanked Yuya with a warm, heartfelt grin for his help. Yuya beams, grips his hand, accepts the offer of friendship, and warns him to be more careful next time. Ryo smirks and teases that Akira isn't a villain, just a guy bursting with odd, unforgettable quirks. A grin splits Yuya's face as he watches his new friends, a bright thrill pulsing inside him. He thinks to himself, this is genuinely fun. For the first time, he's swept into the company of wildly fun, utterly fascinating people. The scene roars into UCI Academy's main building, a palace-like colossus of soaring arches and glittering spires. A sign slapped across the double doors screams, "Girls changing room." Hujikori bursts into the locker room, shoulders finally dropping after wrapping up her student council duties for the day. A friend bounds over, grinning, and declares today is Yuya's first official day at the school. Her friends trade nervous glances, wondering if he's fitting in, but they're certain he'll thrive among their kind classmates. One of the girls blurted, "Maybe I can snag a moment to talk to him after school." A sudden, raucous roar from beyond the door snaps her head toward it. Kazama Kori slammed into the room, eyes blazing, and spilled to hide the jaw-dropping scene she'd just witnessed. Hashikori's friend bounds up to greet her, and Kori fires off a quick, eager question about how their PE class went. Kazama barreled over, eyes wide, practically bursting to spill every jaw-dropping detail about the incredible new transfer student. Hashikori's jaw drops as Yuya's name erupts into the room on a wave of excitement. Kazama launches into a breathless retelling of the unbelievable chaos that just erupted across the soccer field. She blurts that something went haywire, then she tripped and hurtled backward. She teetered like she'd tumble, then you dove in, steadied her, and blasted the ball into the net. Hayadakid confirms the story, admitting his movements were ripped straight from an anime. The other girls swoon in unison, crowning him a cool, irresistibly handsome prince. Hajukari beams, joy and relief surging through her as Yuya fits in so effortlessly. Another girl gasped, dazzled, and wondered aloud how anyone could be that cool and handsome. If by some twist of fate you already have a girlfriend. The question slammed into Hashukori, sending her heart careening against her ribs. Friend grins and teases, "Are you and Yuya dating?" And Kaori's cheeks explode crimson as she panics and sputters a vehement denial. Hiyudo, electric with excitement, grins softly as Kuri flushes and falters, quiet amusement glittering in his eyes. The girls lock eyes with the clock, panic ignites, and they bolt. Their next class is about to start. Her friends erupt into cheers, yelling good luck, as she heads to her PE class. Kiori halts for a heartbeat between the lockers, alone as her thoughts spiral into a storm. She claws at her shirt, breath snagging as a sudden rush of relief crashes through her, and she can't stop asking why she felt it just now. School's out, Ryo and Shingo fling a final wave at Yuya and hustle off toward home for the day. He spins to leave, and Yuya's eyes lock on a lone figure waiting at the school gates. Huju Kaori stood like a silent sentinel at the school's grand entrance, silence clinging to her like a cloak. She pivots toward him, her face erupting into a radiant, inviting smile as he draws near. She snaps, "Are you on your way home?" while her friends watch, curiosity crackling in their eyes. She leaned in and asked, "How was your first official day?" her voice trembling with hope, desperate for him to say he'd loved it. He froze as the chairman's words cut through the room. His daughter had been worrying herself sick about him. A grin splits his face as he declares everyone's been incredibly kind and that he's truly glad he transferred to UZI. Her grin explodes at his words, her hands clamping the uniform to her chest. A tiny, tender smile blooms on her lips as she drinks in his heartfelt words. He asks if she's waiting for a ride, and she leans in deadpan. She's not, she came for him. She locks eyes with him, cheeks flushed with hope, and asks, "Do you have any plans after school?" She shot ahead, calling, "Follow me," as they tore down the bustling city street. They charge into a trendy shopping district, teeming with UCI students. Students passing by stopped dead, jaws dropping and curiosity igniting at the sight of the two of them together. The street crackled like fireworks, pulsing with color and noise, an entire world away from his old, bleak neighborhood. Kaori practically squeals that some of the area's trendiest shops even get featured on TV. Yuya's eyes dart across the chic, jam-packed scene, nerves buzzing in his chest. She lit up, jabbed a finger at the popular cafe, and became his wildly enthusiastic personal tour guide. Yuya's stomach flips. Did she have other plans, like student council duties, waiting after their walk? He asks if she needs help with anything, and she instantly lights up at his concern. With a bright grin, she invites him on a whirlwind tour of the area to thank him again for his help. He waves off her thanks, insisting he's been thanked enough and refusing to waste another beat of her precious time. She snaps, "Is it wrong that all I want is to spend time talking with him?" He clings to the belief that her laughter gives him permission to stay. Kaori locks onto a crowd favorite, much-craved shop in the distance, and, eyes blazing, urges them to head straight there. They race to the Nicoya crepe shop and find a snaking line of eager customers spilling out the door. She leans in, eyes alight, and tells him the shop's legendary, famous for its rare, premium strawberry crepe. Yuya can't help grinning at her infectious enthusiasm. He's convinced the crepe will be legendary. Eyes blazing with resolve, she urged them to dive into the long line and test their luck. She yanks his hand and drags him through the crushing crowd jammed in front of the popular shop. Other girls in the line flushed scarlet and erupted into delighted squeals at the sight of the handsome couple. Onlookers melted, eyes fixed on the two in their UCI uniforms, murmuring, "What a beautiful couple." Yuya squirmed as everyone's stares pressed down on him, prickling heat crawling up his neck. Panic claws at him as old insecurities flare, convincing him he doesn't belong in this trendy shop. A cluster of schoolgirls surged toward them, and one girl, voice trembling, dared to call his name. They spot him from the magazine and mob him, cameras flashing as fans clamoring for photos and autographs. Fame slams into him like a freight train. He yells they're confusing him with someone else. Kaori spots the panic in his eyes, yanks his tie, and hauls him out of the frenzied fans. Panic rips through him again when her hand clamps his, dragging him towards safety. Her eyes snap down at their still-linked hands, heat floods her cheeks, and she tumbles into a barrage of frantic apologies. Crushed shoulder to shoulder in the crowd, they quivered, blushes flaring as a sweet, shared embarrassment pulsed between them. The crowd melts into coos as the shy, awkward duo fumble through an unbearably adorable moment that tugs at every heart. The moment yanked him into a raw flashback of girls recoiling from him, their faces twisted in disgust. Their cruel, hateful words still echo in his head, a jagged scar against the bright life he's carved out now. Kaori's cheeks flush as she confesses, voice honey-soft, "I've never held a boy's hand until now." He freezes into stunned silence as relief crashes through him. She isn't angry at all. They claim a quiet bench and demolish the limited edition crepes they finally snagged, faces lighting up with pure glee. She grins, declares hers the last crepe, then holds it out and offers him a juicy bite of blueberry. He leans in, grin spreading, and bites into her crepe, gratefully accepting her kind offer. Intimacy snaps between them, their cheeks burning as she gasps, "This is delicious." His skills tore into the crepe's flavor, dissecting every note and declaring it perfectly balanced and jaw-droppingly delicious. Yuya's cheeks burned as he bit into his very first crepe, and the pure, electric joy of sweets exploded through him. Beside a smiling Kaori, Yuya lights up, proclaims sweets heavenly, and instantly craves more. Kaori dangles a bite of her crepe in front of him, and Yuya's calm shatters into pure panic. He snatches the offered bite despite himself, his head reeling from the electric jolt of sudden intimacy. As Kaori leans in, horror explodes in his gut. He realizes in a cold flash, this is an indirect kiss. She flashes a honeyed smile and raves that it's divine as he chews, each bite pulling him deeper into thought. Mid-bite, the thought of an indirect kiss detonates, erupting a crimson flush across his cheeks. The flavor explodes across his tongue and he erupts, roaring, "This is insanely delicious." Kaori's face explodes into a radiant grin. He's agreed, and she feels exactly the same. Heat floods Corey's cheeks as he lowers his gaze to his crepe, a shy thought sparking to life. That electric moment sets their cheeks ablaze, both flush crimson, hearts hammering, and they fumble for words, utterly undone. Kaori buries her face in her hands and chokes out that she's too mortified to meet his eyes. Panic hits you blurt a frantic apology and rush to ask if he did something wrong. They choked out apologies as the conversation spiraled into a chaotic, flustered tangle. Cheeks flushed and hands trembling, he shoves his own crepe at her as a desperate peace offering. Kaori's eyes snap wide as he goes rigid, the impact of his impulsive words slamming into him. His mind reels as he scrabbles for an excuse, twisting his offer into a returning the favor. She locks eyes with him, a soft, knowing smile curling on her lips and radiating gentle understanding. She leans in close, softly accepts his offering, and nibbles a single, tentative bite. She flashes a dazzling smile, practically shouting that his crepe is insanely delicious too. She leans in like it's nothing, and Yuya freezes, cheeks blazing, eyes wide, utterly stunned. A crystal-clear sky hangs above as they set off on a quiet, side-by-side walk home. Corey thanks him for the day, apology burning in his voice for making him be your guide. He beams, declaring he loved it, and visibly blown away by her local know-how. Corey shyly blurts, cheeks flaming, that this is the very first time she's ever hung out after school. She explains her sheltered life barricaded her from forming bonds with anyone, boys or girls. She explodes into a grin and exclaims she's overjoyed to have become friends with him. He leans in, every word striking home, and realizes they're both stranded in the same cold loneliness. A sharp truth hits him: he'll never fathom the burdens someone like her carries. He owns up it was also his first time hanging out with a girl. She fires, "Do you have a girlfriend?" and he flails, blurting a frantic no. Kiori pins him with a knowing look. Quiet intensity crackles in her gaze, laying her feelings bare. Her cryptic reaction rips away his certainty, leaving him utterly baffled and desperate to decode what she meant. A worker wheels a cart by as Corey, cheeks blazing, stammers out one more shy confession. He trips and the towering stack of crates teeters, then tips into a thunderous tumble. Yuya's instincts snap awake, and his face hardens into a razor-sharp, battle-ready glare. He hurtles forward to help as Kaori cries out, worry burning in her voice. She watched him disappear down the street, a soft, admiring smile tugging at her lips. In a blur, he plucks the entire teetering stack of heavy crates from the brink and anchors it rock solid as if it weighs nothing. Yuya leaned over the man on the ground and barked, "I've secured every crate." The man thanks him, then stops dead as a faint, uncertain spark of recognition ignites in his eyes. A memory slams into him, and recognition explodes. It's his former part-time employee. Yuya recognizes him too, and floods him with desperate apologies, pleading for forgiveness for who he used to be. His eyes snapped wide, confusion crackling as he blurted, "Did we actually meet somewhere before?" He told himself he'd never forget that impossibly handsome face, and Yuya stood wide-eyed, utterly speechless. The boss forces out one last, "Thank you," then turns and strides away, utterly unaware. Yuya watches him stride away as a cold, crushing truth slams into him. This man doesn't even know who he is. He watches the transformation consume him, erasing every trace of his past. Kaori zeroes in on the distant look in his eyes and, soft as a whisper, calls his name. He pivots to her, voice taut, and finally fires the question that's been gnawing at him. He stares, baffled. How did she spot him when he looks nothing like his old self now? Kaori snapped, "I knew it. Your eyes are exactly the same as before." He echoes her words, stunned that his eyes just betrayed him. She declares that, despite his new guise, those kind eyes looked back unchanged. She flashes a radiant smile and declares, "That's how I knew it was him." Tears sting his eyes as his chest tightens. She saw through his mask and found the man beneath. Her stomach dropped the moment she recognized the exact version of him he'd always hated. A voice spat at him, "What's the trash doing having fun?" It's his twin brother, Yuta, contempt carved into every line of his face. Yuta lunges forward to confront them, shattering the calm of their walk home. Exhaustion clinging to him, Yuya locks onto his brother and snaps, "What business do you have with me?" Yuta scoffed, waved it off as a coincidence, then shot back, "Can't I even speak?" He sneers, coldly insisting that someone of his elite standing must never lower himself to speak with common folk. Kaori cuts him off mid-sentence, voice snapping. She says she has a question for Yuta about a recent incident. Yuta gapes, she remembers him. He sneers, taunting her as some arrogant elite. Yu cuts in, demanding, "Isn't Yuta's business with him instead?" Close up on Yuta, a fierce flash of pure irritation ignites across his face. Two hulking bodyguards in black suits exploded into view from behind the tree. You spot the bodyguards and snap at your companion, unleashing a blistering rant about how their looming presence is a total nuisance. He brusquely waves them off, spins on his heel and snaps, "I have no business there." From a distance he swivels and shoots a sinister, knowing smile over his shoulder. Her full security detail descends like a steel curtain, snapping to attention and bowing as they intone, "Kurosama." From a high window, his sister Sora fixes her gaze on the scene unfolding below. She barks an order, and her new gang of thugs storms down to pummel the two below. The delinquents hunch forward, eyes alight and hungry, primed to unleash her violent command. The The next day, sunlight blasted across the prestigious UCI Academy, turning the campus into a brilliant stage. Kazama barges into the classroom, eyes alight, flaunting a brand new fashion magazine like it's a trophy. Yuya steals a peaceful moment in the morning hush, trading a warm, quiet greeting with his friend Keed. Kazama yelped, thrusting the magazine at us and shouting, "Look, I'm pictured next to Mio." He snatches the magazine. Shock slams into him as he realizes it's been released. He stares at the photos, cringing at the stiff, awkward expression frozen on his face. His friends erupt, shouting he exudes a genuine professional aura. The classroom explodes into excited chatter as students swarm him, yelling, "Are you a model?" Face flushed, he swore he owed everything to Mio and the photographer. He freezes when he spots an intimate photo of Mio leaning on him, pulse spiking as he wonders when it was taken. Kazama pouts, then swallows his pride and grudgingly admits that, despite his protests, it's a great picture. She closes the gap, face inches away, and teases with a wicked smile, "Aren't you two getting a little too close?" She teases him mercilessly, poking at the photo and crowing about how shockingly intimate it looks. She fires the question, "Are you dating?" and he erupts into a frantic, vehement denial. Kazama flashes a sly, playful grin, takes his denial as a dare, a teasing glint burning in her eye. Shingo flashes his phone at you with a grin and says, "Yeah, there's so much more to see." The phone screen exploded with articles. Every headline screamed that Yuya had become a viral sensation. His friends practically shoved the news at him. The internet was buzzing, everyone desperate to find out about him. Ryo spots Yuya's jaw drop and instantly registers that he's completely disconnected from modern media. Yuya gasps, "Is this what going viral feels like?" Ryo cuts him off and sets him straight. His friends admit being pals with someone that famous sends their hearts racing. The word friend still hits Yuya like a lightning bolt. Friendship is a foreign language to him. He locks eyes with Shiley, voice cracking, and begs to know if someone like him can really be their friend. His friends erupt into cheers as Kazama shouts, grinning wildly, that she's his friend too. Their smiles snap shut when a thunderous, violent crash from outside rips the night apart. Yuya's warm smile blazes across his face as he erupts into laughter when someone teases him about being a cloud person. He whips around as a thunderous commotion erupts outside the school. He and his friends Ryo and Shingo barreled to the window to see. Ryo's face snaps into gut-punching shock as the scene beneath them unfolds. A massive biker gang thundered onto the pristine grounds of UCI Academy, engines howling and dust billowing over the immaculate lawns. Ryo's eyes snap to them, the infamous Red Ogre gang, and she demands, "Why are they here?" The brave teacher bolts outside and roars, "Who are you?" A thug sneers, "Shut up," at him, then explodes into a savage strike that floors him. The teacher crumples to the floor, stunned and reeling from the sudden, savage assault. Iraqi sneers, daring him to call the cops and turning the whole thing into a game. Through the window, Kazama and Ryo gape, disbelief sparking in their eyes at the gang's brazen audacity. Ryo's gaze snapped to the gang's flag, the ogre insignia leering with raw menace. A cold, rising dread clawed at his gut. He'd seen that mark before. Ryo snaps, they're the notorious local gang. They tear through the streets and leave chaos in their wake. The Crimson Ogre gang looms, clutching bats and pipes, ready to strike. US stares froze, eyes locked on the group that had suddenly appeared at the school, wondering why. His eyes snapped wide as a cold, horrified realization slammed into him. Right at the gang's center, his twin siblings, Yuta and Sora, dominated the scene. The twins grin, malice curling at the corners of their mouths, and smug superiority blazing in their eyes. Yuya jerks back, shock slamming into him as his whole body shudders uncontrollably. He whispers, horror coiling in his throat, as the truth crashes in. The invasion is entirely his fault. A tidal wave of brutal memories from past beatings slams into him, drowning his senses in searing pain. His friends barreled to his side, jaws dropping at his deathly pale face and the raw distress blazing in his eyes. Shingo blurts that he's already called the police, and Ryo beams, praising his lightning-fast thinking. Despair swallows Yuya whole. He's convinced he's worthless and completely powerless to help. His classmates swarm him, voices cracking as they beg him not to get involved. It's far too dangerous. Down below, Hashikori strides out alone, eyes blazing, to confront the invaders. She throws up her chin, declares she's the student council president, and snaps, "What's your business?" A thug lets out a wolfish whistle in your direction, sneering that this girl will spare them some trouble. Yuta smirks, declaring they've got business to settle with their scumbag older brother. Kaori's eyes snap to the twins. She remembers that brutal showdown, and her glare sears with cold recognition. She barks that the police are coming and forces them to state their purpose. Yuta sneers, waving it off as nothing but a perfect way to blow off steam. Kaori recoiled, horror flooding her, as his offhand cruelty cracked like a whip and a barely disguised threat curled in his smile. Inside, the girl pleads to her friend, "Don't go outside, it's far too dangerous." Another student freezes, despair roaring through them as they realize that even with a crowd at their back, they're still outnumbered. The thug sneered, "Don't waste your breath. Nothing you do will change how this ends." Sora sneered, snapping that Kaori should be the one worrying about her own safety instead. The thugs surged toward the lone, menace crackling from them, and Kaori froze, gripped by pure terror. One goon locks onto her, her face from the convenience store flashing in his mind, and bellows that today is his lucky day. A predatory grin curls across his lips as he snaps, now they'll get to know each other better. His friends plead with Yuya, it's far too dangerous for him to get involved. Rio snapped at them, back off, leave this alone. Terror pinioned Iya to the spot, his mind roaring that his body wouldn't obey. Shingo clamps a hand on his shoulder, trying to steady him, and shouts that the police are already racing toward them. Despair clamps onto Yuya, Shingo dazzles, and he stands frozen, powerless to act. Shingo shrugs, humble and blunt. He's no athlete, and he can't touch Yuya in a fight. He insists he reacted on pure instinct, every fiber of him swallowed by the moment. Yuya's jaw clenches. As he remembers the moment, he froze the first time he saw Kaori being harassed. His grandfather's voice roars in his head, "Never abandon someone who needs you." His jaw clenches into a grim mask, determination blazing as his resolve finally hardens into iron. He's slammed by memories, Mio's fierce encouragement, Kaori's steady friendship, and every hard-won level he fought tooth and nail to earn. Kaori's words slammed into him. She'd recognized him by his kind eyes. He recoils at the memory of the weak, helpless person he used to be. Kazama shouts, "Don't go, you'll get hurt for sure." He hammers his palms onto the desk, roaring a vow to become someone he can be proud of. He roars, "I won't make excuses anymore," and launches himself through the window. His friends' terrified screams rip the air as they realize he's launching himself off the fourth-floor ledge. They gawk, jaws dropping, as he nails the landing and stands there, seemingly unharmed. He slams down between Kaori and the thugs, the impact shattering the ground. He snaps, "Get behind me, Kaori," his face hardening into a stone mask of fierce protectiveness. The thugs freeze, panic sharpening their voices as they roar, "Who the hell is this new arrival?" Yudhistov snaps, fury igniting the second he recognizes his scumbag brother. Araki cracks his knuckles, a savage grin slicing across his face. The pig has finally shown himself. Yuta shrugged and slapped Araki with a curt order, "Rough his brother up a little." A swarm of thugs, bats and pipes brandished, surges at him, ravenous for violence. From the classroom window, his friends shriek his name, terror ripping through their throats. You unleash eye flashes, and his otherworldly skills snap to life. His four-side skill rips open the battlefield. He sees every telegraphed attack coming. He threads through the hail of blows, his body a liquid blur of impossible grace. A thug screams, veins bulging, snarling at him to stop dodging their attacks. You watch as his eyes go calm and razor-focused. He sees everything. The thug's jaws dropped. Despite that fearsome appearance, he was just a normal human. He moves with surgical precision, weaving through their assault so none of their blows can land. His friends roar with glee as they spot the thugs suddenly turning on each other. The gang's strongest enforcer storms forward, raw power crackling around him as he prepares to put his pure strength to the test. He bellows at your wide-awake form and slams a world-shattering punch. Yiga slams his open palm into the incoming blow, birthing a thunderous shockwave. The giant unleashed every ounce of strength. A single hand stopped him dead. His grip clamps down like a vice, his own strength crushing his opponent. With a casual hup, he slings the giant clean over his shoulder like a coat. The hulking thug rockets through the air, slamming into his stunned comrades. Iraqi, holding a can, lifts it like a warning and barks to his men, "That's enough, stay back." He slams his fist down and growls, "I'll handle this myself," and his gang stares at him, utterly stunned. Yuyo's gaze pinned him as he drew nearer, his face a placid, inscrutable mask. Araki cracks his knuckles, rage flaring at Yuya for daring to disrespect the Red Ogre. He lunged, fist ripping through the air, as he roared he'd kill him, even if Yuta stood in the way. Uya's eyes snapped to the Rocky. It moved like lightning, nothing like the other thugs. He effortlessly parries a flurry of punches, each motion honed and rock solid. Araki hurled a savage haymaker. Yuya's arm shot up and casually deflected it like swatting a fly. Yuya retaliates with a lightning-precise strike, sending Rocky sprawling to the ground. Araki snarled, baring his teeth as he snapped, "Yuya, have you been training in martial arts?" Yuya coolly snaps back that he's only ever read a single book on the subject. Seething, Araki snatches a fistful of sand and slings it into Yuya's eyes. A flash rips Yuya's vision away for a heartbeat as the dirty trick slams into him like a sucker punch. Araki erupts into a deranged cackle and snaps open a butterfly knife to finish the fight. He lunges at you, roaring, "Go to hell." Yuya twists away, a cold truth snapping into place. This is exactly how human opponents fight. He's convinced humans, unlike monsters, lure enemies with sudden feints and strike with deadly weapons. His weakness detection skill snaps awake, laying bare every vulnerability Araki hides. A brutal punch explodes into the young man's face, a sickening crack ringing out. Yuya rockets forward, jamming his hand into the strike and slamming the attack to a brutal halt. He seized the thug's wrist and clamped it in an unbreakable iron vise. Araki is hurled aside, convinced it's just another training drill. Yif towers over his vanquished tormentor, fingers cool as steel straightening his school tie. He blows out a weary sigh. The fight was barely more than a petty nuisance. He grapples with how brutal it is to deal with other people. Sirens wail as police cruisers screech up outside the school, officers swarming out to secure the aftermath. Sora barked at the officers, "Hurry up, let me go." She and Yuta froze, eyes wide and breaths snagging as their minds scrambled to process the impossible scene. Yuta froze, stunned. He couldn't believe the infamous Red Ogre gang had just been crushed. Yuya's gaze snaps to his brother, his face a stone mask that betrays nothing. Yuta's shout rips through the air as his older brother strides up to him. Police swarm the defeated Red Ogre gang, snapping on handcuffs and hauling them away. Cuffed but unbroken, the thugs spat defiance and screamed insults straight at their leader. Handcuffed and burning with rage, Araki rips Yuta's name from his throat in a raw, choking roar. A thug cracks and spills the truth. The twins masterminded the attack. Seething with betrayal, the gang explodes, swarming Yuta and Sora with savage violence. Araki snatched Yuta, his voice ripping through the air as he screamed, "I'll never forgive you for this." Hands clamped around his throat, Yuta ripped out a desperate, choked plea for his attacker to stop. Bravely, Sora hurled herself between them, pleading with a raw voice for them to release her brother. Araki delivers a brutal backhand that snaps the girl's head as he snarls, "Shut your mouth." He snarls, spitting that they are accomplices and will die together. A terrified gasp ripped from Sora, not toward the unforgiving pavement. Her arrogance shattered like glass. She can only weep, racked by pain and fear. Officers plunge into a desperate fight to keep the thugs contained as they fiercely fight back. An officer bellows for someone to stop Araki. He's just ripped free. Yuta's eyes shot wide with terror as he screamed for help. Araki looms over him, rage carved into his features as he bares his teeth and snarls, "Die." A blur tears across the schoolyard, gone before you can blink. Yuya explodes into the scene, slamming his hand into Araki's fist and stopping it a hair's breadth from Yuta's face. Ice-cold fury blazed in his eyes as he demanded the Rocky let go. His fingers clamp around the bully's wrist like iron, squeezing with impossible strength. The Araki broke into a cold sweat as shock slammed into him, and terror tightened its grip at the sight of that unbelievable power. In one seamless sweep, Yuya catapults the hulking man aside. He towers over the fallen bully, crumpled and defeated on the ground. He drops to his knees, tone soft but urgent, gently asking his battered brother if he's okay. Yuta's face bruised and streaked with tears, crumpled as he choked out, "Why did you save me, Yuya?" Yuya drops his gaze, a sad smile twisting his lips as Yuta's insult rattles through his mind. Blazing with fury after being ignored, Araki, pinned to the ground, rips a scream at Yuya that claws through the air. He roared, "I'll end this fight, right here, right now." For a heartbeat, murderous intent flared in Yuya's eye. He lashes out with a blistering, pinpoint kick that slams into the Rocky side. Rocky rockets through the air as Yuya's jaw clenches. He knows he'll never forgive them. The defeated bully exploded into a blur of motion, his speed a furious, undeniable streak. The insult scumbag brother slammed through his mind. His knuckles white as a blazing resolve surges through him. He won't abandon his family. Araki crashes into a tree, folding against the trunk, dazed but not fully unconscious. Yuya's eyes drop, he owns it, This kindness isn't an act, it's who he is. Kiori hangs back, mesmerized, her voice barely a breath as she whispers his name, awe-threading every syllable. On the ground, Yuta and Sora collapse, their bodies racked as uncontrollable sobs tear from them. Ryo-Stare's mind exploded. He roared that it was absolutely incredible. Yuya whips around, heart pounding, stunned to find his friends all watching him. The class explodes into cheers, surging forward and clutching him as relief washes over every face. He's unharmed. Cheeks blazing and words tripping over themselves, he scrambles for composure as they stand dumbstruck by his untouchable fighting style. Kiori bolted to his side, her voice trembling with worry. She beams, assuring him she's perfectly fine, and openly credits him. It's all thanks to him. A faint blush colors Yuya's cheeks as relief surges through him. His friend is safe. He and Kiori stand shoulder to shoulder as the chaos finally begins to ebb. Yuta's gaze rockets up to his savior, and he cries out, "You're my older brother." Words snag in his throat as he gropes for them, voice cracking as he blurts, "Why would Yuya help me?" Tears carve tracks down his face as he chokes out, "Why, after all the cruelty he's unleashed?" Yuya leans over his brother, his gaze soft and aching with quiet sorrow. He snaps because Yuta's my brother. Yuya's breath catches as he stares down his past, each wound roaring back while he faces the full weight of the pain he's endured. He swore he'd never forgive them for mocking his grandfather. The twins snap their heads up, jaws dropping, stunned to discover Yuya genuinely believes family helps each other. A simple act of family duty hits them like a tidal wave, knocking the wind out of them. Yuta and Sora crumple onto the pavement, their bodies racked by raw, keening sobs. Yuya blurts a shaky apology, powerless as their tears spill over and they don't know how to stop them. A police cruiser rolled into view, its arrival declaring the incident officially over. Kiori clamps onto Yuya's sleeve, eyes blazing, and vows the twins will be punished, not broken. She leans in, eyes sharp, and asks, "Are you really okay?" She knows they made him suffer. He snaps that he can't forgive everything, and he wears that truth like armor. It slams into him. Beneath every mask and new face, the same person still lives. Kaori's gentle smile blooms as she looks up and whispers, "You saved me again." He presses a trembling hand to his cheek, flustered, and blurts that this time he was helped too. Kiori pins him with a dazzling gaze, her eyes glittering as she bursts out, "You're my hero." Heat scorches his cheeks, words die on his tongue. He can't stitch together a coherent reply. His friends barreled up to him, shouting his name with bright, laughing voices. Surrounded by them, a memory slams into him. He once had nothing. He'd clung to the belief that the other world was his only refuge. It hits him, every level he conquered, steered him straight into the company of these kind souls. He grins, warmth igniting in his chest. His life has shifted, and it won't stop changing. In another world, a tiny, sparkling, slender pup erupts with a gleeful yip. Clad in armor, Yuya's breath catches as realization hits. A new change has just arrived. A towering, multi-spired castle loomed, its spires piercing the brooding, cloudy sky. Inside Arzelia Castle's vast audience chamber, a lone knight slams down to one knee. Seated on his throne, the king lifts a hand and grants Owen permission to rise. Owen straightens like a drawn sword, bows crisply, and addresses his majesty, the king, with ironclad formality. King Arnevan Arzelia thundered that he'd heard about Lexia's savior. Your breath catches, you can barely believe a youth like that could exist in the heart of a vast demon forest. Owen snaps that the name is unheard of and that he's just a commoner. The king hangs on every word of the report, his brow knitting as a grave, steel-edged seriousness settles over his face. Owen stakes his honor on Yuya, declaring him a man worthy of their trust. He explodes with excitement, revealing that Yuya's been invited to visit the castle next month. The king goes quiet, staring down the mysterious, impossibly powerful figure as his mind sharpens into cold calculation. He snaps at Owen, demanding whether it's true this man actually proposed to his daughter. Horror slams into Owen as he realizes he's just made a terrible mistake. Rage cracked through the king's voice as he roared and blurted out a sudden marriage proposal. Rage clawing at him, King Arnold thrust his sword skyward and roared, "Who seduced my daughter?" The king's furious shouts ripped through the castle as a tiny Lexia shrieked, railing against his reckless madness. The scene slams onto Yuya's iron-jawed stare, ripping away all doubt he's the one. A monstrous, level 600 king orc storms into view and unleashes a fearsome guttural roar. Yuya drew a razor breath, planted his feet, and clashed head-on with the king orc's charging attack. Dark energy erupts as Yuya drives his absolute spear into a devastating counterattack. As the dust settled, the monster's valuable loot, glittering gems and shimmering materials, tumbled onto the ground. Yuya feels it in his bones. The deeper he presses into the forest, the deadlier the monsters become. For a heartbeat, he wrestled with that sudden, murderous intent he'd sensed just before the battle. Back at the palace, King Arnold frantically sifts through the papers, hands shaking, while Owen leans in, voice steady, trying to calm him. A rustle rips through the quiet and snaps Yuya upright. He leans in, heart hammering, straining to see what's hiding in the bushes. A tiny, wolf-like pup, its fur matted and stained dark with blood, staggers into the clearing. Horror slammed into Yuya, panic clawing at him as he pictured the tiny creature swept into the crossfire of his fight. Quivering, the pup braces like a tiny soldier and forces out a frail, defiant snarl. Yuya's blood ran cold. These wounds weren't his doing. Another monster had done this to the pup. Memory strikes, he yanks open his magical item box and dives in, hands clawing through its contents for the solution. He snatches the intact heal herb and in a heartbeat conjures a zesty citrus healing potion. He tilts the vial and molten, glowing liquid cascades into his gauntleted hands as he steels himself to offer it. He kneels beside it, voice low and urgent, imploring the wary pup to sip the potion that will heal its wands. He leans in, voice fierce and sure, promising the medicine will rip the pain from the creature. The pup hangs back, eyes wary, and Yuya vows he won't lay a finger on it. His soft voice finally shatters its fear, and the pup edges forward, tentative paws testing each step as it approaches him. It inches forward, tongue darting to lap the glowing, healing potion from his outstretched palms. Yuya's eyes burn with gentle focus as the tiny creature gulps down the remedy. The pup keeps gulping the potion, its trembling fear unraveling into a cautious, hopeful trust. The potion hits, Yuya gapes as the pup's wounds stitch shut, skin knitting back like it never happened. A blinding, radiant surge of magic detonates around the tiny creature, swallowing it in light as the healing completes. The light fades, unveiling the puppy, now perfectly healthy, its fur clean and gloriously fluffy. Relief explodes out of Yuya as he exhales. He'd made it in time to help. The pup explodes forward, rubbing its eager body against his leg with tail-thumping glee, and Yuya can't help but think it's unbearably adorable. Golden shafts of sunlight pierce the tangled canopy of the vast demon forest. Perched on a rock, Yuya leans in and asks the pup where its family is, worry burning in her chest for the little one's safety. Pooplets burst from a pool of mournful wine, and Yuya blurts aloud, "Am I lost?" A pensive shadow crosses his face as he sizes up the tiny creature's plight. He locks eyes with the pup, chest tightening. Could this tiny life be as utterly alone in the world as he is? The pup fixes him with bright, knowing eyes and lets out a soft, questioning whimper. Empathy floods Yuya's face, easing every line as he locks onto his decision. A gentle smile lights his face as he asks the lonely pup, "Would you like to come home with me?" The moment he offered that heartfelt invitation, the pup's face burst into pure, sparkling joy. Yuya explodes into laughter, scoops the ecstatic creature into a fierce hug and breathes. It's like it understands him. He flinched as a system notification blasted onto his screen, declaring he'd suddenly acquired the tame skill. He reeled, stunned. He'd never imagined a skill that could turn monsters into friends actually existed. He looks down at the pup and a cold truth slams into him. This isn't a normal animal, it's a monster. A second notification blazes across the screen, declaring his triumph. The black Finra has been tamed. Ye and the newly identified Fenrir lock eyes, gaping with wide-eyed shock as disbelief detonates between them. His appraisal skill blazed, screaming that the pup was a level 500 legendary beast brimming with immense power. Panic explodes in Yuya. A level 500 monster isn't a pet you can adopt on a whim. Back in Japan, his classmate leans in, voice bright, and asks if there's a pet shop nearby. Yuya declares he's on the hunt for a shop that sells dog collars. His friends swarm him, voices buzzing as they pepper him with questions about the new dog he just brought home. Ryo and Shingo burst out a plan. After school, everyone hits the shops to hunt down exactly what he needs. The group storms into the local pet shop, hunting down supplies to outfit Yuya's new companion. Yuya, flanked by Ryo and Shingo, bursts into the bustling pet store, energy crackling. Down the aisle, Kaide and Kazama froze, mesmerized by a dazzling wall of irresistibly cute pet outfits. Yuya's jaw drops as another customer strolls in with a tail-wagging Shiba Inu perched snugly inside a backpack. A friend leans in and fires, "Have you already picked a name for your new dog?" His female friends light up, calling Night insanely cool and soaked in midnight vibes, a perfect choice. Yuya's cheeks heat as he flashes a shy grin and sheepishly confesses he picked it because it matches his own name. Back in his otherworldly domain, the newly crowned knight perches proudly, razor-focused and utterly watchful. He bursts through the door after school and is greeted by an ecstatic, tail-wagging knight. He drops to his knees, stroking Knight with a trembling hand and whispering apologies for leaving him alone all day. In his living room, he thrusts the gleaming white collar he'd bought toward Knight, excitement sparking in his eyes. His hands moved with razor focus as they clipped the collar into place and declared, "It's the rule for going outside." Knight struts in his slick new accessory, hit him with a gleeful bark of approval. Yuya suddenly declares it's time for their very first walk, and Nightbark explodes into an ecstatic bark of agreement. The bonus panel explodes open to reveal a gleaming boar bristle brush, a rare drop straight from the king orc. A tranquil, partly cloudy sky unfurled overhead, draping the scene in a hush. Yuya and Knight relish a peaceful amble along the riverbank, offering a warm greeting to a passing dog owner. One night, his new collar snug at his throat, he stops dead and leans in to sniff a small white flower. Two schoolgirls breeze past, catch sight of them, and whisper to each other that both are unbearably cute. They stride through the neighborhood, and every head on the street snaps around to stare. Yuya's grin widened. This companion knight was razor-sharp and impeccably disciplined. He dares them to brave the great demon forest on a walk later tonight. In the other world, the knight stands triumphant atop a colossal, vanquished monster. Back in Japan, Yuya and Knight crashed into sleep in his bed, each on their own pillow, wrapped in a rare, peaceful hush. The two of them tore across the city bridge at dawn, running hard with breathless grins and laughter spilling into the morning. A caption slams across the screen. Several days have passed since Knight fell. On another walk, a small child jabbed a finger and whooped, "It's a doggy." Yia chuckles, thinking the knight has grown so accustomed to their regular route, it practically waits for their footsteps. He gapes as the path swarms with people, wondering if it's suddenly become the new hotspot. He whirls around as a familiar voice slices through the crowd, shouting his name. Hujikori throws a bright, happy smile his way, dazzling, contagious, impossible to ignore. Kaori's eyes snap to the tiny, fluffy creature at Yuya's feet. Yia beams, introducing Knight, the pup who just joined the family and already claimed his place as its newest, indispensable member. Kaori's heart flips instantly as she politely asks if she can pet the adorable little dog. She drops to her knees, fingers gliding through Knight's fur as she offers a crisp, formal introduction. A strange warmth surges in Yuyu's chest as he watches, elated that the knight is being praised. Kaori snaps her head up and fires a question about Knight's breed that blindsides Yuya and knocks him off balance. He scrambles for words, stammering that he has no idea, he only found the pup. Kaori's smile bloomed as she embraced his tail, telling him Knight had been lucky to be found by him. Her kind words set your cheeks ablaze, and he grins, saying he'd be ecstatic if that's true. Onlookers stood spellbound, murmuring that this gathering of beauties was nothing less than a heavenly miracle. Another woman in the crowd catches sight of the group, pleased surprise blooming across her face. She edges through the group, hesitation thick in her throat, and whispers, "Are you Yesin?" Yuya and Kaori snapped their heads up, eyes flaring wide with shock as the newcomer stepped into view. She rips away the disguise, it's Mio, the famous model. She flashes a smile that clinches the truth and confirms his identity. Mio and Kaori trade clipped, polite greetings with brittle smiles, casually dropping a reference to that old photo shoot. "I'm still reeling from that chance encounter. Ask Mio what she's doing in the area." With a gentle smile, she reveals her home is just around the corner, so she strolls here all the time. Kaori, Knight clenched in his hand, locks his gaze on Mio and snaps at Yuya, asking who this person is. Mio beams warmly, leaning in to reveal she and Mio once rocked a photo shoot together. Yuya bursts out, proudly unveiling Hujikuri and his heart-melting, armor-clad family companion, the puppy Knight. Mio's gaze swept over them both, a gentle, rosy smile blooming on her face. Kaori turns betread, drops into a trembling bow, and squeaks out a stiff, formal introduction to the famous model. Mio grabs everyone's arm and bolts the instant a crowd starts to swell around them. She leans in, breath hot at your ear, and whispers one burning question before she walks away, "Yeah." She leans in, curiosity sparking, and asks, "Do you wander these streets often?" He admits that ever since Knight fell, he's made it his nightly ritual. Mio's eyes snap wide and she fires the question, "Are you really going to keep doing this?" He nods, answering yes, and her face erupts with pure delight. Mio explodes into a gleeful giggle at his answer, leaving Yuya standing frozen, utterly baffled. Tiny Chibayuya is slammed by a whirlwind of question marks, his eyes wide in pure, adorable bewilderment. Mio gives Kaori one last cheerful wave, then pivots to you with confusion blazing in her eyes. Kaori's gaze pins the famous model as she glides away, a quiet, thoughtful hush etched across Kaori's face. You slip him stuff and Mio just happens to be here. No way. Panic explodes as he suddenly remembers he forgot to mention he'd seen their magazine feature. Kaori bites her lip, voice barely a whisper, and asks you about Mio, pointing out how friendly they look together. She leans in, cheeks tinged pink, and whispers, "Are you two, perhaps dating?" Yuya's eyes go wide. He snaps a frantic denial, insisting they only crossed paths by chance. He confesses, heart racing, that Mio is extraordinary. She makes him feel hopelessly out of his league. Kaori's breath catches at his modest verdict, scarlet flooding her cheeks. She whirls away, hissing it's nothing under her breath, and he's left standing with confusion tightening into a painful knot. A hooded man broods in the shadows, his gaze a razor of cold calculation aimed straight at them. Knight's ears snap to attention, zeroing in on a nearby threat the humans never noticed. He explodes into a furious bark, jolting Yuya and Kaori with sudden alarm. From far off, a woman's cry rips through the air, begging whoever holds her to let her go. Rage laced his voice as he snarled, "Shut up, old hag," and shoved her to the ground. The hooded man rockets away clutching a purse as the woman's desperate cries for help shred the air. A smirk spreads across the thief's face as he watches her clutch the flashy bag so tight her knuckles go white. He levels a knife at the bystander, roaring for them to get out of his way. Knight erupted with a savage bark and lunged into action the moment Yuya screamed his name. Kaori bolts to the fallen elderly woman's side, dropping to his knees and breathlessly shouting, "Are you okay?" She insists she's fine, but worry claws at her as she frets over the stolen bag. Kaori lunges in, steadies the panicked woman, and helps her scramble back to her feet. The thief fought the knight, screaming, "What is this, dog?" and let go. A furious roar ripped from him as he hurled the tiny creature away. Knight slams into the pavement, only to scramble back to his feet in an instant. The thief pins the dog with a glare of pure hatred, rage boiling in his veins as he swears he'll kill it. Yuya materialized before him, his eyes razor-sharp and flooded with icy fury. Yuya's hand shot out, snatching the thief's knife-wielding wrist and locking it in a vice. He pivots, locks, and executes a flawless martial arts throw, launching the man into the air and slamming him into the ground. The sun dipped toward the city's edge, tearing long shadows across the street. Yuya and Kaori rush to the woman's side, and she thanks them for their help. Relief floods her, she beams and cries out she's thrilled the bag her grandchild made is safe. Yuya's gaze sharpens into a steely stare, jaw clenched as his thoughts pull him inward into a tight, intense focus. A memory surges, his former self kneeling before his grandfather's shrine, shoulders collapsing under the weight of grief. He grabs the woman's hand and pleads that her grandchild would be crushed with sorrow if she got hurt. She flashes a warm, grateful smile and thanks the young man for his concern. Dusk slid over the city, cloaking the riverbank path in a hush. Kaori shouted Yuya's name, the call slicing the air as they pressed on toward home. She insists there are people out there worrying sick about him. Yuya's eyes snapped to her, bewilderment exploding as she dropped a sudden, stone-cold declaration. He wonders who'd even lift a finger for him, only his grandfather ever did. Kaori locks eyes with him, cheeks blazing, and the words burst out, "I was worried." Yuya freezes, the realization slamming into him. She's been worrying about him since the moment they first met. They face off, their silhouettes etched against the city's skyline. Kaori's gentle smile trembles as she implores him, "Please, don't be so reckless from now on." Yuya's cheeks flamed as he stammered a shaky apology for making her worry about him. Tiny, shocked Chibiya reels, eyes blown wide as the full emotional weight of the moment slams into him. The knight rockets onto Yuya as Yuya plunges to one knee to thank his brave companion. Yuya's inner voice slams the verdict down. He's not just a friend anymore, he's family. Mio clenched her jaw. She had only herself to blame and swore she'd start walking more often. The knight crackled with energy, barking with joy as it kicked open the door to a wild new adventure. In the other world, Yuya and Knight plunged headlong into the great demon forest. They plunge deeper and face monsters, whose stats rocket higher with every step. They burst into the clearing and stop cold. A magnificent creature stands before them, crowned with antlers of glittering crystal. His appraisal screamed the truth, a level 630 crystal deer, crackling with overwhelming power. The deer senses them and freezes, its gaze calm and unnervingly intelligent. Lurking in the shadows, Yuya's breath catches. He realizes this monster wields terrifying, devastating magic. He narrows his eyes, a hard frown carving his face as he plots the perfect approach to this formidable new opponent. The crystal deer's eyes explode open with shock, instantly zeroing in on their location. Yuya's eyes went wide and he blurted, "You saw through my assimilation skill." He smirks, eyes flashing, knowing his stealth falters against higher-level foes. The crystal deer rockets forward, a shimmering blur of speed and raw, bone-shaking power. Yuya and Knight sprang aside, evading its thunderous rush. The knight vaulted skyward, fangs bared, every muscle coiled to unleash a savage counterattack. He explodes forward, pouncing on the deer, but the massive creature plants its hooves and refuses to budge. The deer's crystalline body erupts into crackling light as an immense surge of magic courses through it. It detonates, hurling a concussive blast of dark energy from its body. Yuya howled a raw, ragged cry of exertion as the blast swallowed him. His eyes snapped open as the magic's blast slammed into him, shock ripping through every nerve. The deer draws darkness into a whirling black orb of magic, priming a devastating second blast. A titanic orb of dark energy hurtles through the air, a black missile locked on its target. The blast's searing heat ripped into him, flinging Yuya backward as he screamed. He snaps to his feet, scuffed but unyielding, a grim look hardening his features. It hits him, monsters are wielding magic now, a terrifying power the devil bear never possessed. The crystal deer pivots and sends a tidal wave of razor-sharp ice shards crashing forward. A jagged spear of ice rips through the forest floor, hurtling dead-on toward Yuya. Shock rips through him as he bellows. The deer, it's using a second type of magic. He grits his teeth as a white-hot realization detonates in his chest. He won't just stand there and take the hits. A fragile whimper rips from the knight as Yuya bolts to his companion's side. He drops to one knee, a gentle, reassuring smile softening his face. He grips Knight's shoulder, tells him it's okay, and roars a fierce thank you for his bravery. They brace side by side, facing the deer. Yuya's eyes flare as he spots that it wields two types of magic. The crystal deer's ear snapped up, catching the fierce, renewed resolve in them to fight. Yuya barreled forward, shouting, "Tonight I'm counting on you." Knight hurls a whirlwind of dark, spinning projectiles that barrel straight toward the deer. The deer rockets aside, evading the arcane assault as Knight barrels forward and closes the gap. A cataclysmic blast ripped the air apart as the deer's ice magic slammed into Knight's attack. Knight surges forward, relentless, his gaze locked on his formidable foe. The battle erupts across a desolate expanse of snow and razor-sharp ice. The crystal deer, majestic and unnervingly intelligent, pins its gaze on its opponent. Yuya's breath catches as he realizes the creature is unleashing both fire and water from its glowing antlers. The deer bellows and a forest of jagged ice shards bursts from the earth, shooting skyward. Its antlers blaze with raw power as it readies another cataclysmic magical blast. Knight, the loyal Fenrir, rockets forward in a blur of fur and fang, crashing between the attack and his master to shield him. The deer's intelligent eyes locked onto its targets with ice-gold, surgical precision. Yuya's mind snapped into action, hatching a daring plan to weaponize the creature's own power and turn it against itself. He rips a shimmering curtain of water into being and slams it up as a liquid shield. The deer's elemental blast ricochets and slams straight back into its horrified creator. The majestic beast is sucked into the whirling maelstrom of its own attack. The reflected magical energy rips through the creature in a brilliant flash. Yuya touches down on the frozen ground with cat-like grace as the final clash falls silent. A system notification explodes onto the screen, proclaiming his level up and unleashing his and the knight's new, godlike stats. "It worked, Knight," he roared as a notice blinked into existence, confirming he'd learned new mental skills. Knight unleashed a triumphant bark, his tail thumping like a victory drum. The spoils of victory exploded into view, a rare magic stone, meat, and a shimmering pelt. He traces the twin horns with hungry eyes, pulse pounding at the thought of forging them into a magic weapon. A gleaming crystalline box burst into being, revealing itself as a lavish portable bath set. Chibai Yuya gawked as a bizarre drop materialized, and smack in the center floated a rubber duck. He flashes back to that dull drop and realizes everyday necessities are shockingly useful. Steam exploded upward as a magnificent stone hot spring surged out of the forest floor. He erupts into a shout, disbelief shredding his voice as he reads the item's description and discovers jaw-dropping features. Temptation wins, he plunges into the warm, healing waters and melts into pure bliss. A deep, contented sigh escapes him as every muscle melts into total relaxation. He stumbles onto a privacy veil feature and freezes, eyes locked as his mind reels at the eerie, alien tech. He runs his hands over his bigger body and winces as his once cozy bathtub suddenly feels like a tiny cage. Night presses in as he studies the profound, brutal changes carved into his body. A flashback rips open his past as his younger self remembers the instant the sage's house turned his world inside out. A wildfire of questions consumes him. Who is the sage, really, and what lies at the heart of their legacy? A mysterious, robed figure jolted into his vision, the sage flashing through his thoughts. He shoves his questions aside and dives headfirst into exploring for now. He flashed a grin at Night and chirped, "About time we got out of the bath." Back in his armor, he hunched over a pulsing holographic map, fingers dancing as he plotted his next move. He clenches the map, certain it will guide him back without a single wrong turn. It hits him to venture farther. He must gear up for a long trek on foot. The Knight snapped to attention, ears pricked and tail thumping. He could feel a presence closing in. Yuya, baffled by his companion's erratic behavior, snapped, "What's wrong?" Knight drags him along a razor-thin trail, right up to a sheer cliff face. Yuya cranes his neck, staring up at the towering, impassable wall of rock that looms before them. He sweeps the area with his detection, locking onto nothing. No suspicious presence lurks nearby. The cliff face rips apart and avalanches inward, unleashing a deafening, earth-shaking roar. He freezes, heart hammering, staring at the cave's black, yawning maw newly revealed before him. Rocks plummet in a small cascade, their clatter announcing the hidden path's sudden opening. A surge of magic raced along the cavern walls as torches snapped to life, flames leaping up one by one. Light slices the dark, unveiling a man-made staircase plunging deep down into the earth. He slipped inside, every step measured, then froze. This cavern hadn't been formed by nature. His presence detection skill snaps alive, declaring the area free of any lurking monsters. He senses the Knight snap awake, growing unnaturally restless as the darkness itself jitters with uneasy agitation. His pulse spiked. He burned to know what could possibly lie at the end of that mysterious passage. The tunnel bursts open into a vast grotto, its walls lined with glittering crystals that flood the cavern with light. A sudden, thunderous presence slammed into him, snapping his nerves to razor-edge alert. Nightbark's rockets forward, plunging deeper into the crystalline cavern. Night Yuya cries out, alarm ripping from his throat as he bolts after his companion. He rounds a corner and stops cold, face to face with a cloaked skeleton. He chokes on a breath, eyes snapping wide as the grim, unexpected discovery slams into him. He staggers back, stomach dropping. This isn't a monster, it's the mangled remains of a person. Nightbark's gaze slammed onto the object cradled in the skeleton's lap. He freezes as his eyes lock on a massive, ancient tome sprawled across the skeleton's bony legs. A chill grips him. Could this book have belonged to the person who died here? He frantically scans the pages, praying one line will finally unmask the skeleton's identity. His language comprehension skill roars to life and decodes the title, The Journal of Sage. He ripped his gaze from the book to the skeleton, and a thunderbolt of realization struck him. This was the sage. The journal crackled with tales of a past where its author turned the impossible into routine. He dominated every art, from weaving lethal spells to whipping up perfect meals. The sage admits he acted whenever his power allowed. If he could, he did. Power surged through him until he tore open the heavens and strode into the realm of the gods. A god thundered that his power was far too great for any mortal body to contain. They dangled godhood and immortality before him, and he staggered back, stunned. Face to face with the celestial beings, he glared and flat-out refused their offer. He bore the bitter fact, to ordinary people, his divinity would only brand him a monster. He tore up the offer of immortality and chose to live and die as a human. Yuya locked eyes with the skeleton as sympathy surged through him and a sharp, new understanding struck like a bolt. The journal screams that Yuya's power will also tear a chasm between him and everyone else. The sage's power erupted beyond mortal bounds, shattering every human limit. His overwhelming power carved cold terror into the hearts of everyone around him. The sage scrawls that he doesn't want Yuya to walk the same lonely path. Surprise rips through Yuya. He'd pegged the sage as a selfish recluse. It hits him like a punch. The sage was a sorrow-haunted loner, denied even a peaceful death. The journal then throws the spotlight on the kind souls who lose sleep worrying about you. His smile drains away as a shadow settles over his face, when he thinks of his new friends at school. Dread gnaws at him that he might one day frighten them. The thought sickens him. His eyes race across the page until the answer hits him, a simple solution to the sage's dilemma. The journal thunders the solution: win the trust of humans. The sage implores him to rally friends, lovers, and family to stand unshakably by his side. Even as his life ebbed away, the sage himself couldn't seize this one final, impossible victory. A spectral image of the sage blazes into view and booms: "Don't rush, face yourself." Yia's eyes carry the sage's final words, each glance ringing with deep, unshakable wisdom. Memory slams into him. It's the exact advice his grandfather once gave, and he closes his eyes to thank the long-dead sage. The journal grants one final reward: it will answer exactly one question. His jaw drops as the book starts talking straight to him. He claws through his thoughts, hunting the single truth he most wants to know in this new world. His thoughts snap to the staggering power he just witnessed, and a burning urge to understand magic explodes inside him. The book echoes his deepest desire, and he realizes it's speaking directly to him. A searing, pure white light detonates from the journal's pages, blinding everything in its path. Yuya snaps his head up as a brilliant, magical light floods his face. A crackling torrent of energy and glowing runes surges from the skeleton, slamming into Yuya's body. The sage's voice thundered: "Yuya's an otherworlder, he has no magic circuits." He vows that his final act will be to pour every last spark of his magic into Yuya. Power flared across his face, flushing it crimson as a voice hissed, "Read on and you'll understand everything." In the sage's cave, Yiel's hope shatters when he discovers the book in his hands still can't spark a single spell. He rips open the journal, reads the shocking truth, and it slams into him: he's not from this world. The book proclaims that everyone in this world is born wired with magic circuits, primed to channel and unleash real sorcery. The diagram rips the truth wide open. These circuits are blood vessels, veins Yuya completely lacks. Yuya wears a hollow smile, surrenders to his fate, and whispers, "What a shame." A spectral sage erupts into view, offering to pour his magic circuits straight into Yuya. The sage's spirit lunges forward, a pale, ghostly hand clawing toward the stunned Yuya. The sage declares he's no longer of this world and urges Yuya to unleash his power. Yuya's cheeks explode into color as he sputters and refuses it, convinced he doesn't deserve a gift that jaw-dropping. He swears he's already been given far too much, but the sage's voice slices through his protests and steadies his wavering heart. The sage's spirit warns: his circuits are a treasure, leave them idle and they'll dim, flicker, and vanish. He tells Yuya that his arrival ripped the fading power back to life and forged it into a fierce new purpose. The sage pours the last of his power into Yuya, his final plea blazing: live proudly. Yuya is swallowed by a vortex of crackling energy as ancient power surges into his veins. He ripped a ragged gasp as a burning wave of sensation stole his breath, his mind reeling: what just happened? Night, his loyal Fenrir, stares up with worry carved into its eyes and lets out a soft, pleading whine. The sage's voice thundered, sealing the inheritance: Yuya's body now understands magic. The sage pleads for Yuya, who devoured his book, to finally find true happiness. He implores Yuya to stride down a path with no regrets. Some choices can never be undone. His last thought crackled: if my circuits can help you, I'll be happy, yeah. The book's final page blazed a blessing: may a sage bring happiness into your life. As night falls, Yuyan drops to his knees, bows to the sage, thanks him, and wishes him a peaceful rest. He snatches up the newly inherited book and dives headfirst into testing its magic theory. Cut to a tranquil clearing just outside the sage's weathered, rustic cabin, silence hanging like a held breath. Chapter 16 crashes open on Yia sitting in the night, poised to launch his training. He scans the line, magic is imagination, but first he must learn to feel the power thrumming beneath his skin. The book teases that meditation is the gateway to feeling magic stir inside you. Yia sits with night, steels himself, and dives inward, trying meditation to rest his thoughts into stillness. He remembers the sage bestowing on him the very magic circuits every person in this world wields. A radiant glow swells across his body as a warm energy courses through his veins. He snapped his eyes open and gaped at his hand, wonder crackling as he questioned the strange new sensation. His breath catches as a roaring warmth floods him. It's magic, and he's just unlocked the magic manipulation skill. He stands, shaping two crackling orbs of energy, feeling the magic's undeniable presence surge through him now. A grin rips across his face. He can now bend the energy to his will. Night explodes into motion, prancing past, wrapped in the pale, whispering halo of his own magic. Yuya is struck by a blinding flash of insight, knights from this world, so he wields magic too. The sage's book proclaims that the moment magic brushes you, everything after becomes pure imagination. Names and incantations don't conjure power, they force your mind to lock onto a razor-sharp image. Yuya locks his focus, determination blazing, and forges a spell from nothing but raw imagination. He reads the book and it slams one rule at him: start with water magic, fire's far too dangerous to touch. Yuya's face tightens with laser focus as she centers her will and starts to call water into being. He conjures a single, plain mass of water, a shape so simple it snaps into focus the instant he imagines it. He roars water ball, and a spinning orb of water surges into being right before his eyes. He roared in triumph, disbelief blazing through him as the spell sprang to life. Nightbarks grinned, mimicked the trick, and summoned a tiny, wobbling ball of water. You hurl yourself into Knight's arms with a triumphant laugh, yelling, "We're both mages now." He grins, eyes blazing, itching to experiment and push his new power to the limits. He locked eyes with the hovering orb, pulse spiking. He had to do something with it. He's itching to unleash a devastating blast that rockets the water ball outward. The knight's jaw drops into a cartoonish O as his master draws a steady breath and levels his weapon with chilling focus. Yuya thrusts out his hand as a water sphere erupts, rocketing forward with devastating force. The spell ripped through the air like a cannonball, barreling straight for the forest. It slams into the ground in a titanic explosion, hurling debris in every direction. Yuya freezes, breath stolen, staring at the massive, spell-carved trenches gouged into the earth. He gulped, admitting he still needs serious control practice, and exhaled a shaky, grateful breath that he never dared try fire. The scene snaps to a tranquil, star-strewn night, clouds drifting across a sea of glittering lights. Montera's royal capital falls into a charged silence as evening swallows the city streets whole. A cloaked figure prowled through the dark, forgotten alleys of the city's slum. They skid to a halt at a dead end, doubt clawing at their throat. Is this the place? The masked nobleman presses his palm against the wall. A concealed switch snaps awake. The wall shudders as the bricks grind and pry themselves apart, sliding aside to expose a hidden doorway. The wall splits open, revealing a pitch-black passage that plunges straight into the building. The nobleman storms through the rowdy tavern, concealing the dark guild's headquarters. Inside, scarred brutes with skull-emblazoned jackets roared with laughter and slammed back tankards. Danger simmered in the air as shady figures and cloaked assassins swarmed the night. Rage coiled in the nobleman's mind as he was forced into a foul place he never wanted to visit. He stakes everything on the guild. Failure is a fate he won't let touch his family. Behind the bar, a scarred bartender flashes a crooked, sinister grin as he rubs a glass until it gleams. A nobleman slides a sealed commission across the table, dig up the truth, then erase the target. The bartender slides a list across the counter, a roster of assassins available right now. The nobleman gasps, blood freezing in his veins, the moment his eyes land on that name on the list. He jabbed a finger at it, disbelief cracking his voice as he asked if that one was really available. The bartender smirks, his luck sealed, and asks, "You gonna hire me?" The nobleman gives a curt nod. The bartender sweeps his arm toward the shadowed staircase in the back. Heart hammering, the nobleman edged up the creaking, shadow-swallowed stairs. He forces down a hard gulp as dread coils tighter with every step toward the designated room. Ahead, the ominous top of the pitch-black staircase suddenly loomed into view. He steps inside and spots a lone, masked figure draped in a dark cloak, waiting in absolute silence. The assassin's full black mask glares with round, gleaming eyes that bore into you and freeze your blood. The nobleman froze, eyes wide, as the assassin's chilling presence crept over him and turned the air to ice. The assassin's voice sliced the silence. "Do you have a request?" And the nobleman jolted. The nobleman chokes out, voice trembling. "Is this the legendary headhunter?" The headhunter's gloved fingers twitched, palming a concealed blade into striking position. The nobleman freezes, confusion knotting his throat, breath held as he waits for an answer to his question. A razor-thin wire shot across the nobleman's throat, slicing his hood. A strangled scream tore from him as he staggered backward, reeling from the sudden attack. The headhunter steps forward, voice low and dangerous. Was that threat a sufficient introduction? He snarls, "I'm the headhunter." A nobleman steps forward to introduce himself, and the assassin snaps, "I'm not interested." The head owner snarls that only the paycheck matters to him. The nobleman froze, utterly cowed beneath the shadow of the legendary assassin. The head honor snapped that his services don't come cheap and demanded payment for the request. The The nobleman clenches his fist, sealing his resolve. He knows the cost and orders someone eliminated. He thrusts a scroll into the assassin's hand, hissing that it crackles with the freshest rumors about the target. The headhunter snatches the scroll, a sharp hiss of intrigue leaking from behind his mask. The scene snaps to a majestic castle, its spires piercing a star-studded sky. Inside the royal palace, massive arched windows dominate the room, spilling gilded light and radiating pure opulence. Princess Lexia stretches, unleashes a thunderous yawn, and snaps that a month crawls by like an eternity. Owen barks at her, "Lock onto your duties, and don't let go until you use visit." Lexia pouts, shrugs off Owen's fears. "Stop worrying so much," she declares, and vows she'll persevere. Owen snaps at the princess, his voice iron-strong as he insists he's her guard, not some mere lookout. She thrusts a rough, glittering sketch of her dark-haired savior, Yuya, into the light. For a heartbeat, Lexia's mind betrays her. Owen's face flickers into Yuya's. She snuffs the ridiculous image and moves on. The bone-weary knight unleashed a long, ragged sigh at her childish antics. He lunges for the drawing, snatching it in a flash and sending tiny, Chibai Lexia into a shocked, pint-sized squeal. Owen presses the sketch to his face and launches into a hilariously terrible impersonation of Yuya. Lexia exploded into giggles, insisting the impression was nothing like the real him. She beams at Owen, thanks him, and Xantix ignites a fierce new resolve in her. Strength roaring back, the princess snaps into a determined pose, eyes alight and steeled to face her duties. Owen's lips curl into a small, triumphant smile. His mission to cheer her up is complete. The scene plunges into a shadow-soaked city, where whispers about a sinister dark guild slither through the streets, refusing to die. A voice booms, every last assassin met their doom in the forest. A masked nobleman leans in and spills the tale of how a shadowy stranger appeared out of nowhere and snatched the princess from certain doom. He hires the legendary headhunter, paying for one brutal order: slay the princess and drag her protector out into the open. The enigmatic headhunter gives a single, silent nod, sealing his acceptance of the deadly mission. In a flash, the assassin sees the truth. The nobleman answers to Rieger, the ambitious first prince. Shock seizes the nobleman. He slams the table as his conspiracy is laid bare. The headhunter tosses off the pretense with a wicked grin, calling it a cheap bluff and jeering as the nobleman's composure crumbles. He parries the blade, eyes snapping to the assassin's pristine clothes, too clean for a cutthroat. Baths are a noble's luxury. Coolly, the assassin sneers that whispers about the first prince have already seeped into common knowledge. Rage boiling in his veins, the nobleman hurls a pouch of gold and snarls that they must accept the job. The headhunter inclines his head, signs the contract in one cold, precise motion, and seals the deal without uttering a word. The assassin spins on his heel and dissolves into the tavern's flickering shadows like a wisp of smoke. The nobleman slumped into his chair at the table, relief crashing over him now that the dangerous meeting had ended. Alone now, the assassin stares into the void, replaying every mission and betrayal they executed for the infamous Dark Guild. A gloved hand rakes the jagged features of the headhunter's fearsome mask. The mask is ripped away. Luna stands revealed, voice raw as she asks how much longer she must keep living this life. Her mission propels her deep into the treacherous heart of the great demon forest. A flock of birds explodes from the trees as she storms through the dense, unforgiving woods. Reeling from a brutal battle, she claws at the air for each ragged breath, her body battered and worn. A monstrous beast lies shattered at her feet, brutal proof of her deadly mastery. She forced out a sharp breath, resolve hardening like forged steel even as exhaustion clawed at her. The beast's dark blood explodes outward, splattering the forest floor in a violent spray. She charges on, each step a furious fight as pain claws at her, and the hostile land lashes back. She confesses the mission plunged her into the deadly depths of the great demon forest. Her client swears the princess will return, shielded by her mysterious savior. Her mission: hunt down his protector and lie in wait until the princess appears. Caked in grime, she snaps. She won't let filth cling to her skin for another second. She stumbles on a secluded waterfall, a whispering oasis of calm tucked deep inside the deadly woods. She peels off her ragged gear and wades into the cool, cleansing pool as the water eats the grime and lifts the day's weight from her shoulders. Relief surged through the assassin the instant she found somewhere to scrub herself clean. She aches for a proper bath, a luxury nobles soak in while she can't afford one. Relief floods her as she scrubs the mud and blood from her skin, grateful for the chance. A razor-sharp warning rips through her senses. She snatches up her discarded clothes. A leering horde of goblins bursts from the trees and swarms in, encircling her defenseless form. Her face snapped into iron resolve as she squared off against the threat. The scene snaps back to Yuya's home, tucked into the peaceful world of Japan. Yuya slumps over his desk, a guttural groan ripping out of him as the difficult problem refuses to yield. Knight, his devoted Finor pup, leans in, nudging him with the unsure press of a questioning wolf. Yuya scoops his companion into his arms, jaw tight, ready to unleash a torrent of pent-up frustration. Tonight he snaps that trudging through the great demon forest on foot crawls, it's far too slow. He fires off impractical travel ideas, leaping from fantasies of soaring through the sky to visions of tearing down the road in a car. He throws up his hands and admits, for now he has no solution to his travel problem. Craving a whole new horizon, he locks his jaw and vows to step into the other world. Quiet resolve knots his features as he slings on his coat and strides for the door. He storms up to the ornate, owl-carved door, the carved owls glaring, the single threshold binding his two worlds. A whirling gateway of pure, blinding light erupts at the very heart of the forest. Yuya, armored up, rockets through the rift and bends a brand new teleportation to his will. A grin splits his face as he realizes he can bolt off at will, no tangled steps standing in his way. He summons Knight to his side, and the pup rockets through the portal, all paws and grin. Tonight he bellows, "We're right by the forced exit. This is our rendezvous point." The map springs to life, revealing his new power. He can teleport straight to anywhere he's already visited. Suddenly Knight snarled, his hackles shot up in alarm. Yuya jolts, lunging toward his companion and shouting, "What's wrong?" He snaps to attention, senses blazing as a ripple tears through the wood's perfect silence. His enhanced hearing seizes the jagged, chaotic roar of a battle nearby. He presses against the trees, peering through the leaves as a desperate fight rages in the clearing. A red-hooded girl, unrecognized as Luna, unleashes a furious curse that lashes into the endless horde. Yuya crouched in the tree line, watching intently as his face snapped into deadly seriousness. A jolt rips through him. A lone girl is being swarmed by monsters. A fierce, protective blaze erupts inside him. He vows to intervene this instant. He lunged forward. The knight yanked his cloak hard, jerking him to a dead stop. A low, relentless growl rips from the pup as its instincts lock onto real danger. Yield stares down, bewilderment creasing his features as he snaps, "Knight, what's wrong now?" A severed goblin arm rocketed past them, slamming into the undergrowth. Luna explodes into action, raw desperation fueling her as she spins into a whirlwind of flashing blades. Yuya's panic snaps into focus. She's not a helpless target. She's a warrior who fights back with cold, fierce skill. He realizes this isn't a simple mugging, it's a life-or-death showdown. A relentless tide of goblins barrels toward her, their nets lashing around her limbs, tangling and pinning every frantic move. She grits her teeth as these elite goblins surge in. Being swarmed like this spells instant doom. A thunderous strike rips the air, sins explode outward, and she slams into the ground. Her eyes snap wide as she senses a fresh attack rocketing out of her blind spot. The goblin lunged, razor claws slashing the air as they aimed straight for her. She whips around too late, realizing the attack was nothing but a sudden feint. The strike lands dead on, hurling her into the air in a frantic spin as she's left utterly overwhelmed. She crashes into a crumpled heap, limbs slack and her consciousness racing toward darkness. Goblins swarm her fallen form, howling in triumph, victory already assured. Her eyelids slam shut at last, injuries and bone-deep exhaustion dragging her into merciless darkness. The goblins erupted into a triumphant, leering chorus of snarls. They hoist their crude weapons high, poised to rain the final, killing blows. Yuya explodes from the shadows, launching into action as a black-armored blur. He lands in the clearing, his presence detonating into an immediate, crushing threat. He slams the heavenly whip into motion. Each swing spawns another lash, until the whips explode into a writhing storm. The whip's tails lash out like lightning, tearing the entire goblin horde apart in an instant. He slams down beside Luna's motionless form, his cloaks whipping into a roaring storm around him. He leans close and searches for her breath, relief exploding through him when he finds she's still alive. He scoops her into his arms, cradling her as he bolts toward safety. As he does, the full raw sight of her tattered clothes and exposed skin crashes into him. Shame sears him as a raw, mortified flush blooms across his face. He freezes mid-breath, shock pinning him to the spot as Luna's eyelids tremble and slowly peel open. The mysterious woman jerks awake and Yuya leans in, voice urgent as he asks, "Are you all right?" Daisy-eyed and drifting, she wonders where she is, and he leans close, whispering, "Don't move." Memory slammed back. She'd been ambushed by a brutal horde of elite goblins. She stares at him, breath frozen. Did he really take every last one down by himself? Yuya's face flares crimson as he blurts an apology for shifting her, clamping his eyes shut to keep from looking. She drops her gaze to her tattered clothes, realization igniting a hot flush across her cheeks. The camera slams into a close-up of her, eyes wide, cheeks flaming with mortified embarrassment. Panic rips through both of them, their faces burning with sheer, mortifying awkwardness. Luna froze, silence squeezing the air from his lungs as the situation slammed into him and left him reeling. She swallows hard, forces out a tiny trembling voice, and calls his name to grab his attention. He thrusts a glass bottle into her trembling hands and swears it will heal her wounds. She pinned the bottle with a suspicious glare, the label's strange script a locked code she couldn't crack. He proclaims it's safe and volunteers to take the first sip himself to prove it. He fumbles, cheeks burning, and urges her to sip from the rim he hasn't touched. Luna swallows her fear, lifts the bottle, and drains a long, determined gulp. She's chosen to trust him. A blinding flare erupts, her wounds dissolve, and she stands completely restored. A note reveals Yuya snatched up her tossed clothes and brought them back to her. She snaps into a brand new outfit while he deliberately turns his back, eyes averted and respect blazing in his posture. She straightens, gives a crisp, formal thanks for his help, and announces, "I'm Luna." He proclaims his name, Tenju Yuya, and the pup cradled against his chest is Knight. Luna's eyes snap to his family name, breath hitching. Could he really be a four-noble? Then he snapped, demanding to know what she was doing so deep in the dangerous forest. Panic rockets through Luna as she clamps her jaw, forcing the truth of her mission back down. She spun a brazen lie, insisting she'd only been in the middle of training. She clears her throat and hurls the exact same question right back at him. Sweat beads on Yuya's brow as he chokes on the truth. He's actually from another world. He throws out the same excuse, swearing he was just training too. Surprise slams into Luna. She never expected to find another person training out here. Worry pounded in Yuya's chest. "It's dangerous," he snapped, stepping forward to offer his help. Luna snaps at his concern, insisting she must press on with her training. She can't fool herself anymore. Charging a horde alone would be a death sentence. Her eyes harden to ice as she pictures every risk of training alone. Yuya snaps, "Are you done with your internal monologue?" A lightning-quick, brilliant idea ignites in Luna's eyes. She slams her fist into her palm and declares that since they're both training here, they'll train together. She bellows he's strong enough to crush goblins and vows to fight at his side. Yuya hesitated, weighing her plea as doubt coiled in his gut. Could he really be the help she needed? Fear clawed at him at the thought of leaving her alone. He finally gave in, and she lit up like fireworks. He demands she rest today to recover. She sulks, pouting, but finally relents. Luna flashes a grin, beckons with an outstretched hand, and tells him to ditch the formal speech. Yuya flashes a grin, heart soaring. She's just forged a new bond in this world. They locked palms in a firm shake, sealing their new partnership. Luna's breath snaps out of her as panic surges across her features. She pelts them with frantic apologies, mud and sweat glued to her from the battle. She swears that even if he shrugs it off, his indifference eats her alive. Yuya's solution: he slams a glowing box out of his item storage like a trump card. He leans in and asks if she wants a bath, grinning as he reveals he just so happens to have one ready. With a thunderous whoosh, a full-sized hot spring burst into life in the clearing. He flashes a smug grin and proclaims, This is what I call a bath." Luna's jaw drops. She's convinced it's a lavish luxury meant only for nobles. He declared it a rare drop from a monster called the Crystal Deer. He steps forward to stand guard. Luna fights to choose between bone-deep exhaustion and searing disbelief. Her mind slammed into a brick wall of disbelief, and she couldn't make sense of the impossible. Temptation wins. She surrenders and sinks into the water, a blissful sigh spilling from her lips. Her breath catches as an incredible warmth floods her, and she whispers, "So this is a bath." The next day, their joint training ignites as they charge headlong into a fresh horde of goblins. Yuya roared, "This is your shot, Luna, go for it." She rocketed into the fray and drove a thunderous kick straight into a goblin's face. Outnumbered, she pleads tonight for him to rush to her aid. The Finner pup unleashes a razor-sharp bark and rockets into action. Night explodes into a blur, shredding through the goblin ranks. Luna's hand trembles, her focus honed to a razor's edge as she summons a devastating technique. She spins a web of razor threads, wrapping multiple goblins in a lethal snare at once. "Take this," she roared, hurling a devastating spiral attack. The technique tore the last goblins to ribbons, snapping the battle shut in an instant. After several days of training, Yuya's heart jolts as she spots her thread marks snaking along the trees. Luna smirks and tells him she can take down elite goblins without breaking a sweat. She concedes she'd still be in grave danger if a massive horde attacked. Praise hits Knight like a spark. He thumps his tail and bursts into a joyful bark. Yuya beams, gratitude blazing in his eyes as he thanks Knight for his invaluable help. The narration box declared their bond forged deeper with every surge of strength they gained together. Luna shyly storms up to Yuya, sweat still clinging to her skin and fire in her eyes after the training session. She grins, eyes sparkling, and blurts, "Can we jump in the bath now that we're finished for the day?" Yuya flashed a bright grin and agreed, declaring it their new daily ritual. Luna beams and drops to her knees to pet the Knight, eyes alight with eager anticipation of her reward. Yuya bursts into laughter, basking in the simple, peaceful glow of a quiet moment with his new companions. He skids to a stop, his face hardening as his eyes lock onto something. He summons his appraisal skill, eyes blazing, and snaps, "Have you injured your leg?" She claws at the lie, but pain twists her face and the truth spills out. He cradles her ankle, binding it with careful, tender motions, then leans in and asks, "Are you sure you don't want the potion?" Luna's thoughts snapped into place. A medicine this potent had to be far too valuable. She scoffs, waves his concern aside with a smirk, and insists the tiny cut is nothing. She whirls away, voice cracking as she apologizes for being a burden to him. Yuya's gaze pins her in place, raw concern carved across his face. Luna drops her gaze as memories of her haunted, brutal past surge up. Her life's creed thunders in her mind, "Hide every weakness or death will come." A flashback rips us back to her as a tiny, lonely orphan curled up in a dark alley. The cruel city tightened around her like a vice. She vowed she'd do whatever it took to survive. She forged herself into a fighter, unleashing desperate ferocity to protect herself. In a world without mercy, she had to take lives just to keep her own. She masked her womanhood and forged herself into a merciless assassin. Her expression snaps shut as the memory of the violence that forged her crashes back. She forged herself into the feared headhunter, the only life she'd ever known. You ripped through her grim recollection with your voice and bellowed her name. He tells her she's not a burden at all, worry gnaws at him. Luna freezes as his simple, honest kindness knocks the wind out of her. She curls her hand into a white-knuckled fist, clinging to her old beliefs like a lifeline. Tension snaps as Yuya's stomach erupts in a thunderous growl. His expression snaps into a stone mask of raw, burning mortification. Luna's cheeks flare crimson, breath hitching, and the suffocating tension shatters like glass. After their training, you grin and call out, "Time to eat." They sink onto logs and rip into the spoils from their recent monster hunt. Yuya's eyes snap to Luna. She's gnawing on nothing but a single strip of dried meat. She declares it's priceless preserved rations, the lifeline that's keeping her alive. She normally stalked prey and scoured the underbrush for food, but this forest had a pulse all its own. She swallows hard and confesses she can't tell which of the strange plants are edible. Yuya beams and chirps that he might be the one to crack it. His appraisal skill blares a warning. The monster meat is laced with deadly poison. Luna's breath catches as she realizes they were a heartbeat from disaster. They scour the alien landscape, probing strange plants and shadowed crevices for anything safe to eat. Yuya seizes the strange, pumpkin-like vegetables, every motion crackling with sudden, fierce confidence. You round the bend and discover a river erupting with a glittering school of fish, each one vaulting from the water. He grins and nimbly tames a writhing tangle of tentacles, leaving Luna utterly bewildered. A dazzling bounty of fresh, otherworldly ingredients sprawls across the board. Ye's culinary prowess shreds the odd ingredients and forges them into a flawless, unforgettable dish. The finished meal gleams on the plate, arranged with such flair it could pass for a Michelin-starred masterpiece. Luna bites down and freezes as an explosive rush of flavor floods her senses. They clink their cups and drink deep, basking in a hard-earned, trembling peace after the hunt. A thunderous blast explodes the silence, shredding the calm that cloaks their campsite. A hulking, minotaur-like beast barrels at them, ripping the air with a menacing roar. A blinding flash rips through the air, and the beast crumples defeated. Yuya and Luna stand triumphant, chests heaving after a flawless, synchronized assault. They stare down into the smoking crater, ripped open when the monster finally fell. They recoiled, breath stolen, as the impossible sight unfolded before them. A colossal, perfectly roasted leg of meat gleams like a priceless rare treasure. Yuya tastes the magical meat and proclaims it divine, delicious, and completely safe to eat. Luna reels, breath stolen and eyes blown wide, stunned and speechless by this bizarre twist. She sinks her teeth into it, and her face explodes into pure, blissful delight. They settle together in the peaceful clearing and dive into their feast, savoring every bite. Luna's jaw drops as Yuya pulls off the impossible like it's nothing. His cheeks a crimson flare, Yuya swears he hasn't done anything special. He believes his fate hinges on the kindness of those around him. Luna tilts her head, eyes alight with quiet certainty. She knows Yuya must be surrounded by good people. She pins her eyes on the water and in a soft whisper confesses a tiny, nagging envy stirring inside her. Yuya breaks into cold sweat as memories of the unkind people he knows slam into him. Luna pours out a heartfelt thanks for the delicious meal, a rare, soul-soothing respite. Yuya's brain sparks. How do we save the leftover meat? Freeze it, he snaps, determined to lock its flavor in ice. Luna's brow furrowed as she blurted, where on earth are we supposed to find ice here? Yuya flicks his wrist once, unleashing a devastating freeze spell that explodes outward and encases everything in jagged ice. Luna's jaw drops, pure disbelief burning in her eyes as his incredible magic erupts before her. He shrugs and tosses the question at her, think it'll be hard to thaw. Panic rips through Luna as he realizes he just unleashed raw, terrifying magic without uttering a single incantation. Gripping the ice block like a ticking fuse, adrenaline fizzing, he blurted, "Did I do it right?" Luna's face hardens as realization sparks, and she snaps the clues into place. It slams into her. No ordinary person could survive here, much less thrive. He thrusts a slab of frozen meat into her hands, a cold lifeline for when she wants to eat. Her silence slammed into him, so he leaned in and pressed, "What's wrong?" She shrugs his worry off like dust, snapping, "It's nothing." The sun sinks, stealing the last light as their final day of training crashes into dusk. Yuya whipped out his portable bath with a mischievous grin and asked, "Wanna use it?" He drops that he's got business to handle next week. Luna looked down and snapped, "Yeah, you go in first today." He presses, "Are you sure?" and she shoots back that she'll go later. Baffled by her bizarre behavior, he swallows his doubts and agrees to her request. He storms into the bathing area, leaving Luna alone to wrestle with her racing thoughts. Luna watches him go, her face a steel mask, eyes hard as flint, unreadable and burning with cold seriousness. A peaceful, stone-lined, open-air hot spring breathed steam into the air, its glassy surface reflecting the sky. Yuya melts into the steaming water, a blissful sigh escaping him as pure contentment washes over his whole being. Her gut tightens. Luna, who always charges in first, is frozen, and she can't help but wonder what's wrong. He sits alone in the cavernous bath, his mind roaring with a storm of restless thoughts. Terror explodes through him as a brutal thought hits. Could he be the one who stinks? The bath's sliding door edges open, a soft whisper stealing through the silence. He scours himself like there's no tomorrow, muttering that he must wash properly. Bare feet landed on the cold stone at his side. He jerks his head up from scrubbing, jolted by a sudden presence. Luna plants herself behind him and demands to know what's boiling him over. His eyes popped wide, panic carved a mask across his face. Luna stands swathed in nothing but a simple white towel. Yuya yelps her name, panic ripping through her voice as she snaps, "Why are you here?" He roared for her to wait, his hands snapping up, palms out like a desperate shield. He begs frantically, voice cracking as he swears he'll be out the door this instant. Luna leans in and with a soapy cloth, tenderly sweeps suds across his back. Your brain short-circuits, sparks crackle in your head, and you can't process a thing. Luna murmurs his name, a soft thank you slipping from her lips for everything. Yuya's cheeks burn as he stammers a bewildered huh. She says, grateful, that every time he indulged her, it forged her into someone stronger. He chokes out, "You were strong from the start. I'm the one who should be thanking you." She leans in, eyes blazing, commanding him to let her think improperly. Gratitude pins him, he can't refuse, but a sick, wrong knot tightens in his gut. She stares at him, voice shaking and fierce. "You truly saved me. You pulled me out of the darkness of my past." After years of silence, she burst into laughter, drinking in the warm rush of being with others at last. She imagines them forging unstoppable strength together if they keep going. A vision of her past as the head hunter slams into her, forcing her to face her stained hands. She plunges the cloth into a small bucket, her decision sealed. She slams the truth down, she'd been trailing the headhunter who saved the princess. She materializes behind him, palms clamping to his shoulders as she hisses the single word, therefore. She slips behind him, wraps him in a tight, sudden embrace, and with ice-cold resolve decides this is where their time together ends. She steels herself and insists it's only a quick thank you for the bath. She leans in and whispers she'll carry this moment like a treasure for the rest of her life. She clamped her arms around his shoulders, pulling him into one last, heart-wrenching hug. She sprang to her feet and snarled that it was time for them to get out. She snaps, linger in that hot water any longer, and you're asking for trouble. Still reeling from the emotional whiplash, Yuya forces out a numb yes. She bolts upright, and the towel wrapped around her snaps loose and falls away. Yuya rockets into a frantic scream, desperately shouting about the towel. Luna shrieked, face blazing, and snapped into a crouch, desperately trying to hide herself. Chibai Luna bursts into a goofy gasp, blurting Tal, as her eyes pop wide from a sudden realization. She buries her face in her hands, mortification crashing over her like a tidal wave. Her whale's cry rips through the bathing area. They both drop to their knees on the cold stone, heads bowed as an awkward silence crackles between them. Steam swirled over the hot spring as Luna, cheeks aflame and voice trembling, bit her lip and whispered to Yuya, "Did you see me?" Shirtless and utterly flustered, Yuya freezes, speech ripped from his throat as sweat beads across his face. Yuya squeaks a weak apology as the night shudders, slinging water everywhere like a tidal blast. Later that night, you slip back into your quiet home, silence pressing in from every corner. "I blew it," Yuya groans, crushing his face into his hands as agony rips through him. The night lays a steady hand on him, but Yuya's stomach knots. He must apologize to Luna properly. His troubled gaze snapped to the notice lying on his desk. A jolt of memory hits him. He remembers the announcement about next week's off-campus school trip. Quiet resolve hardened into a vow. If he ever saw her again, he'd apologize. A world away, the scene snaps to a moonlit forest canopy in the other world. Luna stands on the cliff edge, a chill crawling up her spine. She senses a presence looming, then shakes it off as nothing more than her imagination. She replayed Yuya in her mind, breath snagging as she told herself he was dazzling. She's burning to see his face the moment he discovers her true identity as an assassin. She lets out a resigned sigh and pronounces he'll likely never get the chance to find out. She murmurs one last, hushed goodbye to Yuya, then dissolves like smoke into the raven-black woods. Back at UCI Academy, off-campus learning is scrawled across the chalkboard, bold as a dare. Bursting with energy, Ms. Wada spins to the class and bellows, "Are you ready for the trip?" She declares its purpose, to forge the mental fortitude they'll need for their futures in society. Kanzaki Rin lines in, breathes into Yuya's ear, and murmurs that they're just camping to get used to it. Yuya's grin blooms as realization strikes. The assignment is simple at its core. Ms. Wada snaps the room silent and declares she's already decided the groups. She declares it's meant to forge deep bonds between students who barely know one another. She admits it, stepping into adulthood without ever practicing how to make friends is brutally hard. They all snapped into chibi caricatures, tiny bodies, bulging eyes, horror exploding at that line of reasoning. The thought of making new friends slams into you, anxiety roaring through your chest. The chalkboard blares the group assignments across the room, every name impossible to miss. Kazama Kori sprints up to Yuya, electric with joy that they're in the same group. She fidgets with giddy joy, bursting out how thrilled she is to be beside a familiar face. Flamboyant Omakakaru explodes into view amid a shower of roses, strikes a theatrical pose, and proclaims he's in their group too. Yuya's eyes snap to the player from the soccer match, and he calls out a calm, respectful greeting. Kakaru demands Yuya call him Akira, their comrades now. Kanzaki Rin clamps a hand on Kakaru's cheek, yanks him close and snaps, "You're rambling and way too loud." She steps forward with a bright, confident grin and declares, "I'm Kanzaki Rin, nice to meet you, Yuya." Kakara drops to his knees, begging to be released and clinging to his noble title. Rin scoffs, dismissing it like it's nothing. He snarls, demanding why she refuses to call him noble like everyone else. Yuya sits in silence, heart racing, plotting how to conquer his newest challenge, making friends. A warm grin lights his face as he confesses, breathless, that he's suddenly thrilled by something he never even imagined before. His genuine, dazzling smile knocks his new female groupmates off their feet, cheeks flaming, and words tumbling out in awkward stammers. Rin's mind snaps to the rumors. This group is exactly how everyone described them, and she scoffs, brushing the thought aside. The brand new squad erupts into wild cheers, electric with anticipation as they set off on their overnight trip. Ms. Wada brandished a pamphlet that plainly spelled out the trip's location. She flashes a sly wink, daring them to guess the actual activities she has in store. Kaori presses the list into Yuya's palm. He thanks her, voice tight as he admits he's never camped a day in his life. The laugh out loud must-have list bursts onto the scene. One yourself too, a bag. The girls squabble over who'll bring the playing cards, and Kakeru leaps in, promising to bring snacks. You unleash mind spinning moves backed by every hidden preparation he never even considered. His friends whip around to him, voices slicing the air. What's your move? His words stumble as he frets over whether he can bring games and snacks on the school trip. The girls shoot him confident grins and snap. Relax, the list explicitly allows personal items. Kakarapov slammed his hand on his chest and bellowed, I, the noble of camping, will guide Yuya. Rin locked eyes with Kakeru and unleashed a blade-sharp, deadpan stare that screamed pure disapproval. The teacher laughs off Kakeru's bizarre quirks, and Yuya reels as doubt claws at him. Could he be losing his grip on reality? His friends Ryo and Shingo burst in, grinning as they soak up the crackling energy of his lively crew. They hammered out the essentials, towels to dry off, and a first aid kit to patch up scrapes and cuts. Ryo flashes a reassuring grin and tells you to stop worrying, but Yuya is still frantically hunting for a backpack. Ryo grins and rallies everyone. After school, meet me. We're raiding the stores to stock up on supplies. Kaori's eyes flare with excitement as she points to the department store by the station. Cut to after school, the city streets explode to life outside the academy. Kazama charges to the front, roaring that they're not here to shop, they're here to have a blast. Hajukori edges forward, heart pounding and voice barely a whisper, can I join you? They froze for a heartbeat, then burst into bright smiles and practically shoved an excited come with us at her. Ryo and Shingo gawk, eyes wide and hearts racing as realization slams into them. They've never seen the two of them together before. Kazama felt it instantly. Kaori, the chairman's daughter, exuded a chilling, intimidating aura that sent everyone skittering back. Kaori beams, warmth pouring from her smile, as she gently asks everyone to just call her Kaori. The group reels, blindsided by her effortless, down-to-earth warmth. Kazama beams, eagerly agreeing as he throws open his arms and formally welcomes Kaori into the group. She connects the dots. Yuya came to UCI after saving Kaori. Shingo confesses he'd have frozen, fear pinning him to the spot so he couldn't step in. Yuya humbly insists it's nothing, he just took a brutal beating for his trouble. Kazama boasted he was a hero, pointing to the time he tore her free from the bikers. Kaori locks eyes on Yuya, silent, every feature folded into a quiet, thoughtful gaze. A warm, heartfelt smile blooms across her face as she leans in, savoring every word. Her heart screams that Yuya is her hero. Ryo boomed, we're here, in front of the towering, glass and steel department store. The group huddles, plotting their moves, picking outfits for the girls, swapping book tips, and charging toward the game center. Kaori confesses, eyes wide, that it's her first time hanging out in a crowd this big. Crimson flooding his cheeks, Yuya bursts out, it's my first time too. He and Cory lock eyes as the truth slams into them. They've never had a chance like this before. Ryo flashes a wicked grin and tosses out, are the two of us some kind of endangered species? Ryo presses a hulking, no-nonsense backpack into grateful Yuya's hands, grinning as they gear up for the trip. The boys swarm the bookstore, fingers rifling through stacks of light novels and manga. The girls burst into the clothing section, eyes shining with wonder and hearts racing with giddy excitement. The crew bursts into the store's buzzing game center, neon lights and clanging machines swallowing them whole. The girls barreled back from their shopping and crashed into Yuya, already waiting for them. The whole crew dives into a multiplayer racing game, yelling and whooping as the race kicks off. They erupt into a burst of pure, unadulterated fun, laughing together as if nothing else exists. The camera snaps upward, zeroing in on the air conditioning unit mounted on the arcade ceiling. Yuya snapped his head toward the far side of the room as something there seized his attention. Kazama groaned, frustration coiling in her chest, then snapped, my prize fell again. Yuya bolts over and asks, what's wrong, as she stands frozen in front of the crane game. She admits she's been clawing at every chance to win that adorable cat plushie inside. The claw clutches the prize by a fingernail, then its grip betrays it and the prize tumbles free. Crushed, she throws up her hands and admits defeat. She's done for today. Yuya steps forward and asks to try, and Kazama snaps a warning like a whip. This is brutally difficult. Ryo and Shingo roar from behind, urging him to give it everything he's got. Yuya steps up to the machine, adrenaline firing, as he frantically scrambles to remember how the controls work. Focus snaps into place. He realizes he has to nail perfect timing and razor-sharp kinetic vision to pull this off. His weakness sensing skill zeroes in, lighting up every fragile pivot that keeps the plushie balanced. His hand snapped forward with supernatural precision, slamming the button at the exact moment. The crane's claw plunges down like a merciless talon, locked and hungry to snatch the coveted prize. Ryo and Shingo freeze, eyes wide, stunned as their friends unleash an unexpected, jaw-dropping talent. Yuya stood rock steady, eyes narrowing as he sized up the crane machine and locked his sights on the cat plushie inside. The crane's claw hurtles down with impossible surgical precision and snaps the prize into an iron grip. Kazama Kaori remembers daring to try. Abysmal luck doomed it from the start. She remembers the claws sliding free, the last thread of hope severed as the prize plunged away. The coveted cat plushie perches triumphant in the machine's prize chute, victory stitched into every whisker. Kaori's breath hitched and she cried out, eyes wide with wonder, that it was unbelievable he'd won on his very first try. Yuya's gentle smile blooms as he confidently extends the plushie to his stunned Kazama. She stammers, voice cracking, "Are you sure you were the one who won it?" Cheeks aflame, she accepts the gift, breathes a grateful thank you, and vows to treasure it always. An elegant clock tower tolls like a heartbeat, counting every laugh of a happy afternoon. The friends collapse onto the benches outside, grins and breathless laughter the unmistakable sign they just had an absolute blast. His friends gape as he rips through shooting games and drops hypnotic taiko drum grooves. Yuya murmurs, stunned. He realizes he'd never have pulled off anything like this before. Hiyudo Kaide sits silent, drinking in a rare, electric moment of camaraderie. Kazama leans in and asks if Kaide's okay, fear clawing at his chest that the day's weight might have crushed her. Kaide's grin lights up the room as she confesses she never knew hanging out with friends could be this much fun. Her words slam into Yuya's heart, and Kazama swells with emotion at her friend's joy. Kazama drops a last-minute idea, one more stop to check out clothes, and you're left utterly baffled. The girls dart ahead, laughter fizzing, they're finally going shopping together as friends. They yell to the boys, "We're storming upstairs back in an hour." Ryo exhales, bracing for the marathon girls' shopping trips always turn into, and you're still stunned by how long they last. The boys peel off and roam the area alone while they wait. 2 hours later, Ryo slumps into a heap, every breath a groan as he sees that the girls are taking forever. Ever-cheerful Yuya flashed a grin and called out that it was time to bolt back to the meeting spot. The scene snaps into the department store's public restrooms. Kazama lingers outside, beaming, cradling the cat plushie he brought for her. The frame snaps tight on her face. A soft, contented smile blooms as she cradles her new treasure. Kaide slinks up behind her, springs out to make her jump, then grins and teases that she looks way too happy. Kazama's face flared crimson as he snapped, "No, absolutely not. That's not what's happening." Kaide can't stop teasing the adorable plushie, tossing playful jabs that sparkle with genuine affection. She leans in and declares, Yuya's blown up into the hottest topic among the upperclassmen, everyone's buzzing about him. He reveals that ever since the Red Ogre incident, a hidden legion of fans has rallied behind him. Kazama smirks and admits he was cool, and Kaide recalls a jaw-dropping leap from the 4th floor. Kazama clutches the plushie to his chest, longing knotting his gut. He knows he can't just materialize every time she falls into trouble. He'd stare as her friend fixed him with a knowing look. Hajukori bursts back in, breathless, yelping an apology for keeping them waiting. Her friends mob her with whoops and tight hugs, then they pivot and race straight back to the boys. The 3 girls strode side by side, laughter bubbling as they eagerly plan to come back again. Kazama skids to a stop, her face snapping taut as she senses a ripple move through the air. The hallway dissolves into a choking haze. Cory freezes, then panic slams into him as he realizes it's smoke. Downstairs, pandemonium explodes as someone in the crowd screams, "Fire!" Yuya's head snaps around, panic blazing in his eyes, while Ryo's brow furrows. Why is the fire alarm still silent? A panicked onlooker shrieks that smoke is pouring from the upper floors. The shoppers explode into panic, screaming as they sprint for the exits. A woman is hurled into the stampede, her scream tearing through the chaos. Yuya's hand shoots out, seizing her arm and yanking her back from the fall. He snaps, "Are you all right?" She, utterly captivated, stammers a trembling, "Yes, I am." He fires off, "Do you know which floor the fire started on?" Cheeks burning, she blurts that it all kicked off at the game center while she was playing. Yuya whipped his head around, hunting the store directory as a frantic tide of thoughts hammered at his mind. His gaze snaps to the directory. Game center rules the 4th floor, ladies' fashion crowns the 7th. Ice-cold dread slammed into him as the truth hit. The girls were trapped above the raging flames. Rio scrambles for his phone, fingers a blur as he hammers the screen and shouts he can't get through to them. He snaps his head up, horror ripping through him, as Yuya bolts back into the building, screaming his name. Rio and Shingo scream for him to come back, their pleas devoured by the roaring chaos. Yuya rockets up the emergency stairs, forcing his way through choking smoke and searing heat. He grimaced as the weather closed in. Each flurry made the climb deadlier. He explodes onto the 3rd floor and slams into a roaring, impassable wall of fire. Sweat streams down his face as he locks his gaze on the inferno's roaring heart. He knows charging headfirst into that inferno would be a suicide run for any normal person. Teeth clenched, he forged his resolve into steel and refused to back down. His mental fortification snaps on, snuffing out fear and forging a razor-cold focus. He knows the moment for magic has come and rips the sleeping power within him wide awake. He decides an attack spell is a death trap. He'll shield, not obliterate. He conjures an iridescent veil of water that surges around him, wrapping his body in a radiant magical shield. Shielded from the inferno, he bellows that he can finally charge forward. He rockets through the wall of flame, his shield hissing as it slams into searing heat. He locks onto finding his friends and slams his presence detection skill online. He sweeps the floor clean, senses the hush, no one left behind, and knows he must climb higher. He barrels onto the 5th floor, the air a suffocating cloud of smoke. His skill explodes into a blinding flare, stabbing his senses and screaming that a presence is right beside him. He locks onto them, 3 people, barely ahead on this floor. He barrels around the corner and stops cold, his eyes snapping wide in pure horror at the sight. He rips the air with their names, Kaori, Keat, Rin. He bolts to Rin's side, grabs her shoulders, shakes her gently, and yells her name. She croaked his name, voice barely a breath, then her lids slid shut again. He snaps his hand to her wrist, catches a weak pulse, and relief crashes through him. She's only fainted. He drops to his knees beside her, desperation tearing through his voice as he begs her to hang on. He presses his fingers to their necks, feeling the pulse. Both of the other girls are still breathing. Realization slams into him. The task is impossible. He must haul 3 unconscious people out of a burning building. Casting aside every scrap of doubt, he yanks them into his arms and snarls, "I have to save you." His presence scanner slices the silence and the display flashes. No one else is trapped on this floor. He discovers their only escape, the staircase, has been devoured by roaring flames. He knows the magical veil shielding them is fraying like old rope. It's about to snap. Outside, fire trucks roared up to a building completely swallowed by a raging inferno. Ryo and Shingo beg with raw desperation, voices cracking, while the firefighter can only bark for them to fall back. Inside, Yuya staggers forward with the girls in his arms, panic rising as his magic slips away like sand through a clenched fist. He feels his power slipping away. Once it's gone, everyone's finished. He makes a desperate, last-ditch gamble, seizing the absolute shortest route out. He rockets to the window, roaring he'll pull them out through it. He hurls himself from the 6-story window, diving headfirst into the smoking night sky. The world streaks into a blur as they plummet toward the ground. In midair, he channels every last ounce of power and conjures a roaring wind barrier spell. A roaring vortex of wind scooped them midair, cradled their fall, and set them down safely on the pavement. Emergency crews and his friends froze, voices tearing the air as they shouted that someone had just jumped. Sirens scream as paramedics sprint toward Yuya's impossible side, and he lands safely with the girls. As they're being tended, Ryo and Shingo bolt to his side, tearing his name out in a raw, relieved shout. A later report confirmed the fire had been snuffed out with no fatalities. A wild chain of miracles saved every life. A soot-smeared firefighter corners Yuya, unleashing a brutal lecture over his reckless heroism, while Yuya can only squeak a meek apology. The firefighter barked at Yuya, "You're not the one who needs to apologize." Yuya stands frozen, somber and hollow-eyed, still reeling from the chaos that just erupted. Ryo and Shingo burst into view before him in the hospital corridor. Ryo explodes, berating Yuya for his recklessness and screaming that they were worried sick. You blurt an apology, and it hits you. This is the first time your friends have ever been angry on his behalf. Cut to the hospital exterior. relief crashes in as the girls all jolt awake, safe and blinking into the light. Chairman Haju goes pale as the realization hits. He now owes you a monstrous debt he can never repay. Yuya spots him and explodes with relief, a raw roar ripping out of him as he realizes everyone is safe. Ryo and Shingo freeze, jaws dropping as he banters casually with the chairman. Yuya's heart lurched and he blurted, "Does that fire mean our off-campus field trip's canceled?" He implores the chairman, insisting the students are counting down the days until it happens. Chairman Huju beams warmly, his voice a steel promise. The trip will not be canceled. Joy explodes. Ryo and Shingo pounce on Yuya, burying him in a raucous, celebratory group hug. The chairman's voice thundered to the students. It's late, head home now. The hospital door slammed shut, locking the day's chaos behind it. Kazama Kaorum weaponizes the absurd truth, wish for a hero, and one actually materializes. She swept the cat he'd won for her into a fierce hug, her smile proving she'd been right. Nearby, Hiyudo Kai's gaze snaps over, a pensive shadow settling across her face. Haju Kaori stares out the car window as the world blurs, every heartbeat and thought screaming one name, Yuya. Kakaru's grin explodes as he surveys the impressive arsenal of snacks and drinks he's packed for the trip. Yuya bursts through the door and night rockets at him, showering him with a loyal, ecstatic greeting. Under a sky carpeted with stars, the heavens themselves shout that the trip blasts off next week. On the rattling bus, despair claws at Kakaru when he realizes he's lost a card, and he cries out, "I am the noble prince." Kazama's jaw drops at Yuya's unbelievable luck. He nails first place every single time. You choke out, "It's just good luck," while his stats roar back, "Luck 8,000. He freezes as hushed whispers about his cheating snake into his ears, and guilt rips through his gut. He steels himself and owns it, a small, defiant smile curving at his lips. Kakaro's voice cracked with guilt. Without Yuya's abilities, they couldn't have saved everyone. Yuya clenched his fists and swore under his breath to keep wielding his powers to protect anyone in need. He leans in on Kazama, mouth mere inches from his ear. He blurts an apology, and Kazama's composure shatters as his face explodes into a furious crimson blush. The school bus claws up the steep, forest-clad mountain road, engine roaring as towering trees close in. At last they burst into view of their destination, a magnificent traditional Japanese inn, lanterns glowing and carved eaves promising warmth and mystery. The students pour off the bus, jaws dropping as the colossal building towers over them. They erupt into excited chatter, asking if this is where they'll stay and pointing at the steaming hot springs. The dark-haired teacher smiled, eyes sweeping the room as she asked, "Is everyone accounted for?" She scoffs, "Staying here, exactly what you'd expect from UCI Academy." Ms. Wada slams their dreams to pieces, snarling that the finale's for staff, they've got survival training. The students explode into a single, horrified "huh." Ms. Wada rips into them, hammering home that life can flip on a dime. She smirks and throws down the challenge. "You're camping out, now go track down a natural hot spring yourselves." Shock ripped through the students. They realized the trip would be a brutal ordeal. Kazama's voice quivered as they stammered to the teacher, desperate to know what they'd be eating. The handsome male teacher jabbed a finger forward and roared that they would forage for their own ingredients. Panic explodes through the students as they blurt out they can't fish and don't know what's safe to eat. The teacher dared them to cast off their timidity. Everyone starts out as a beginner. He swears the meal they whip up themselves will be the most delicious thing they've ever tasted. His motivational words slammed into the students, stirring their hearts and setting their resolve ablaze. Then he reveals that their success lives and dies by the teacher's bonuses. The students watch him implode, finally seeing the selfish hunger that drove every move. Another teacher barrels in with supplies and bellows a warning. The school nurses are sneaky, don't fall for their tricks. The students spring into action with Kakaru and Rin, shoving poles together, pounding stakes, and snapping tents into place. Kanzaki Rin clutches a guidebook and shoots the question at the group, "What's the plan for dinner?" Kakaru thundered that he and Rin would scour the woods for food, while Yuya and Kazama handled the fishing. Yu, clutching the fishing gear, nods sharply and commit to the plan. He swallows his fear. It's his first time, so he launches in, determined to give it everything he's got. He and Kazama force their way through the shadowed woods and spill out onto the riverbank. They threw open the door and found a wall of dozens of other students already packed into the room. "I'm a rookie, and with so many people fishing, actually catching anything's gonna be brutal." Yuya slams his presence detection skill online, his senses slicing through the crowded riverbank. His razor-sharp skill zeroes in on a promising, secluded spot further upstream. Kazama cries out to him as he sweeps his hand, urgently beckoning her to follow. In the crystal-clear water of the new spot, a small school of fish slices through the calm, completely undisturbed. Kazama's jaw dropped at the discovery, and he erupted, calling it the ultimate secret hideout. It hits them, catching anything in that shallow water will be nearly impossible. Yuya decides to take the plunge, sits down, and briskly rolls his pant legs up. Kazama explodes into a flustered shriek, snapping, "What are you doing?" A cluster of students fishing nearby snapped to attention, heads whipping toward the commotion as curiosity flared across their faces. Kazama stands on the bank, his gaze nailed to Yuya as he wades into the cool stream. A fish rockets from the water, its scales flashing like shards of sunlight. Yiga thinks monsters are fierce, but he scoffs that a mere fish will be child's play. He triggers assimilation, his aura snuffs out as he melts into the surroundings. A colossal fish surges closer, utterly oblivious to his presence. He explodes forward, cleaving the water and blasting a geyser of spray high into the sky. He stands triumphant, hoisting a massive, wriggling fish in his hand. Kazama and the other students spilled onto the stairs, eyes wide with stunned disbelief. Soaked to the bone, Yuya gaped, then cracked a stunned, triumphant grin. His plan had worked. He hoists his catch high as the other students erupt into astonished shouts. They gawk as he blinks out of existence, calling his feat inhuman. They swarm him, shouting, "Do you know karate, ninjutsu," and pleading with him to teach them. Kazama snapped him out of his daze, frantically shouting for him to shove the fish into the bucket. The freshly caught fish glides calmly in the water-filled bucket. Yuya slams his appraisal skill into action. It scans the fish and flashes toxin-free, safe to eat. Nearby, other boys lunge and flail to copy his bare-handed technique, each attempt collapsing into clumsy failure. Kazama can't take her eyes off him, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She erupts into laughter, eyes alight. He's exactly the same as he was in P-class. She practically roared that his natural abilities existed on an entirely different plane. They grin and vow to reel in enough fish to feed everyone. We snap back to the bustling campsite, tents jammed shoulder to shoulder as voices and footsteps buzz through the air. Rin greets them the moment they return, snapping, "How'd it go?" while Kakaru lies collapsed behind her. Kazama erupts, shouting about Yuya's jaw-dropping triumph as worry claws at him over Kakaru. Rin snapped at Kazama, "Don't wake me, I'm completely exhausted." Kakaru jolts awake and bellows that they've been working him to the bone. Ren grins, remembering how, at the start, they were only foraging the woods for mushrooms and wild plants. Kakaru's ambition hurled him into a heart-stopping confrontation with a local bear. Yuya and Kazama's blood ran cold as they cried, "Was he eaten by the bear?" Kakaru snapped into a dramatic pose, flashed a mischievous grin, and declared it was no problem if it made them smile. Yai lashes out with appraisal, its piercing scan racing across Kakaru and declaring he has no major injuries. He soothes the girls and declares Kakaru seems fine. Kazama, Rin, and Kakaru froze, jaws dropping as the truth hit. There'd actually been a real bear. Yuya reels, heart racing, as his friends whisper about a looming darkness he has no idea even exists. The foraging trip hit the jackpot. We unearthed a treasure trove of rare gourmet ingredients. Teachers and other students surged together outside the designated teacher's tent, every face taut with hungry anticipation. One of the girls blurts to a stunned Yuya, "Everyone's waiting for you." Yuya freezes, dumbfounded, as a sudden, uncanny wave of attention crashes over him. Close by, Hashikori witnesses the scene unfurl, a calm, gentle look etched across his face. She bolts to Ya, shouting his name and urgently demanding to know how his group is holding up. He grins, says it's going great, but never imagined it would flip into a full-on fight to survive. Relief floods Kaori. She exhales, and a bright smile breaks across her face when she sees he's in good spirits. She erupts with joy, shouting they'd hauled in a mountain of vegetables, utterly misreading the concern in his eyes. Heat floods her face, realization slams into her. She still hasn't properly thanked him for saving her life. Yia shoulders the blame, insisting her danger was his fault, then pours out a raw, sincere apology. Kaori snaps back, grin blazing, and tells him she had a wonderful time with everyone. She clamps her hands to her chest, her voice folding into a fragile whisper. She blurts out, cheeks burning, that joy exploded through her the moment he asked her to be his friend. Yuya hangs on her heartfelt words, his face softening as a thoughtful, touched expression flickers across it. Her group summons Cory away as the campsite inspection wraps up. They hug fiercely, voices trembling as they vow to meet again soon. Her friends pounce with teasing grins, leaning in. So, you and Tenjikyun, are you two getting along? Corey flashes a bashful, beaming smile and joyfully confesses that they are. Yuya plants himself in the camp kitchen, focus razor sharp as he launches into the evening's cooking. Ms. Wada's eyes flashed with giddy excitement as she gaped at the jaw-dropping spread of ingredients. She throws open the doors and proclaims their haul perfect, a blazing testament to everything they poured into it. A cold shadow fell over her face as she snapped that cooking would count toward their evaluation too. She leans in, grins sharp, and tosses out a sly question, which one of them usually does the cooking at home. His three teammates spun at once, fingers stabbing the air toward the stunned Yuya. Teachers sprint to sign up as supervisors, mostly to snag the very first taste. Yuya sizes up the bounty, already scheming how to forge weapons, and wonders from the scattered ingredients. He declares the fresh river fish the feast's main course. He launches into scaling the fish with a seasoned chef's precision, each stroke shearing scales like armor. He carves the fish with surgeon's precision, slicing perfect fillets and lining them up for a blistering plunge into the deep fryer. Battered fish pieces slam into scorching oil and erupt into a mouth-watering sizzle. His female classmates and their teacher stood transfixed, mouths agape as he unleashed dazzling culinary sorcery. The smaller fish will surrender in the pot, melting into a crystal-clear soup kissed by the wild maitake mushrooms we foraged. He zeroes in on the janinjo, a rugged wild yam. He shreds the yam into snowy strands, folding them with a riot of wild greens in a battered bowl. Off to the side, Ms. Wada had already uncorked a bottle and was savoring a slow, indulgent glass of wine. Yuya plants himself alone in the kitchen, eyes locked on the cutting board, a master chef whose every movement is razor-precise and brimming with fierce confidence. He slams the finished feast onto the table, golden fried fish, steaming mushroom soup, and a decadent truffle salad. The girls' jaws dropped as they proclaimed his cooking was leagues beyond amateur. Ms. Wada practically exploded with excitement, declaring she'd be the first to taste the group's dinner. Other teachers storm in, their noses hijacked by an irresistible, mouth-watering aroma. Tiny Chibuya shoves a sample toward them, eyes sparkling, wanna try some. Teachers surge around the table, pressing in with gleaming eyes and eager hands to claim the first taste of the meal. Yia watches, stomach clenched and pulse racing, desperate to see how they'll react to his cooking. They all dove in, sinking their teeth into the jaw-dropping feast for that first electrifying bite. A flavor bomb detonates, shredding their senses and catapulting everyone into pure, mouth-watering ecstasy. Kazama's jaw drops and he bursts out, "This is unbelievably delicious." Teachers unanimously declare it demolishes the school's own 5-star cafeteria. The entire camp surges in, gaping at the jaw-dropping spread laid out before them. Yuya beams, pure joy exploding in his chest as he watches everyone savor the food he made. Luna's praise rings in his ears, and a fierce joy ignites every time he whips up a delicious meal for someone else. The handsome male teacher snatches Yuya up, shock cracking across his face. He can't believe Yuya can cook this well. Giddy with wine-soaked bliss, Ms. Wada stumbles forward and slurs out a marriage proposal to him. Kazama and Ikebiya froze, terror exploding across their faces. The teacher unloads her recent hardships, her breath punching the room with the sharp reek of alcohol. Yuya, burning with embarrassment, scrambles backward, desperate to put distance between himself and his drunken teacher. She lunges at him, tears choking her plea as she begs him to take care of her. A chorus of shocked whispers and pointed stares floods the room as students and teachers gape, aghast at how stone-cold drunk she is. Sloshed and stumbling, the teachers chase Yuya, bellowing they'll wait until he's an adult. Later that night, Night snaps its head up and releases a sharp, questioning whine. Yuya staggers in, breath ragged and clothes rumpled, and blurts, "Sorry I'm late with your food tonight was absolute chaos." He plants a firm hand on Night's shoulder, orders him to behave, and vows he'll be back tomorrow. The campsite fell silent beneath a razor-clear night blanketing the forested mountains. Kazama's gaze sliced across the camp, worry carved deep into her face. She plunges into the shadowed woods, shouting Yuya's name, panic burning as she hunts for where he vanished. She calls his name, and a sudden rustle in the bushes rips her focus straight to the shadows. Someone explodes out of the undergrowth, dry leaves snapping and crunching under every step. Kazama pins the approaching figure with a cold, piercing stare, every muscle tensing as wariness sharpens her face. Her mind conjures a ferocious wild beast bursting from the darkness. Her face drains to ghost white as a cold, nervous sweat beads across her brow. The bushes erupted into louder rustles, the sound inching closer to her. Yuya bursts from the trees, eyes blazing, shouting, "Kide, what's wrong?" Recognition flashes across her face. She explodes, ripping into him for not answering when she called. They crept along the moonlit path, every step swallowed by the hush as they made for the camp. Heat floods her cheeks as she realizes he must have come searching for her. He shoots her a grateful grin, voice thick with thanks for going through all that trouble to find him. Kazama's cheeks flamed as her heart leapt at his kindness. She locks eyes with him and snaps that she's the one who should be thanking him. She beams that he's been rock solid all day, hauling in fish and firing up meals like a pro. He shrugs off his efforts like they mean nothing, but she won't stand for it. She insists he's been nothing short of amazing. She swears it's not just today. He's saved her countless times. He can't stop worrying about others, then casually hoists their heavy burdens like their feathers. She locks eyes with him, her gaze glittering, and declares he's brimming with countless wonderful qualities. She clamps a hand over her mouth, stunned by how brazen she just was. She flings her hands in frantic protest, desperate to claw back the heartfelt words that just slipped from her mouth. She snaps her gaze away, cheeks erupting into an unbearably cute, deep blush. A firework ripped across the dark night sky above them. It detonates into a shower of light, bathing them in brilliance as they stand shoulder to shoulder. She slammed a frantic wave at them and yelled she'd found the missing pair. Ren demanded what they were doing, and Keat flashed a grin, calling it fireworks. She says the boys barreled in and pressed a spare, set into their hands right before their bath. Kakura throws open their arms, voice booming, and summons Yuya into the heart of their roaring celebration. The boys yank a protesting Yuya into their raucous, laugh-filled chaos. Kazama is abandoned as her friends bolt into the night. A sly smile flickers across her face as she settles on, "This is fine for now." She barreled after them, screaming for them to wait up. The teacher snapped, voice sharp as a whip, "Only adults are allowed to light fireworks. At the hot spring, the boys only let you in if you've got a sculpted body and jaw-dropping looks." They screamed that he held something far more important, and terror ripped through him. 3 of Yuya's classmates froze, dumbstruck and awed, staring at the flawless, sculpted power of his physique. A classmate explodes, shouting, "That's not fair," while Ryo bursts into booming laughter right beside you. Steam curls around them in the hot spring as Yuya snaps, "This isn't funny," and Ryo, guilt twisting his features, stammers out a hurried apology. Ryo's jaw drops as she stares at Yuya's ripped, battle-sculpted body and blurts out that he looks like a martial artist. He can't stop grinning as he remembers Yuya plunging his hands into the water and snatching a wriggling fish with his bare hands earlier that day. The flamboyant Omakakaru glides by, bliss flooding her as she savors the memory of Yuya's cooking. The frame slams into a tight close-up on Kakarud as he proclaims he might have finally laid eyes on the god of cooking. Yuya demanded what's wrong with Kakaru, while his friends stood there, gaping at the spectacle. Fuming that he missed the feast, Ryo vows he'll snag a plate of Yuya's cooking tomorrow. Yuya leans in and pops the question, "What are we doing tomorrow?" And his friends smirk and snap back, "Same as today." Kakaru plunges beneath the surface, muttering about avoiding poison, then pops back up in a ridiculous, sputtering gasp. Shingo demanded to know what happened to Kakaru, and Yuya, sweat beading on his brow, stammered that a lot had happened. Meanwhile, over on the women's side, a girl belts out a gleeful song celebrating the glorious hot spring. Kazama exploded with relief when they announced it wasn't a survival trip, but a proper bath. She catapulted herself at Keed, whooping as she gaped in wide-eyed awe at Keed's outrageously enormous bust. She shoots a wicked grin and taunts, Kide, trying to hypnotize the boys with that figure. Panic stamped across her face, Rin concedes that Keed's chest is a deadly weapon. The changing room door snaps open with a thunderous bang, yanking the girls inside into shocked, breathless gasps. Hajukori bursts in and finds the girls twisted into a chaotic tangle, their desperate cries for help shattering the air. She blurts, voice trembling, "Is there trouble?" as the girls cling to each other. Rin blurts a quick apology, confessing their fooling around was just because they couldn't stop admiring Kide's chest. Kaori repeats the keyed words, sans, voice sharp. Rin watches, her face locked in serious focus. Her eyes snapped to Kide's chest, and one razor-sharp word made Rin's claim undeniable. Kaori can't hide her envy, Rin crumples with disappointment, and Kazama explodes into laughter. A soft ripple sings as Kaori melts into the hot spring's warm water. She exhales, relief crashing through her as she sinks into the bath's warm, forgiving embrace. Awe spilled from her lips as she gushed over how breathtakingly slender and beautiful the other two girls' bodies were. Rin pivots, meeting the compliment with a quiet, thoughtful gaze. Kazama blurts out that Rin's legs stretch forever and her body belongs on a runway. Kazama drops Ms. Wada's name, probing whether she's still haunted by those earlier events. Kaori's jaw hits the floor as their teacher, utterly smitten by Yuya's mouthwatering cooking, suddenly proposes to him. She stammers, voice trembling, "Yuya, marriage," and Rin's blunt confirmation hits her like a gut punch. A tiny chibi panel pops up as Ren explodes into the whole story, words tumbling out while Kaori hangs on every syllable. Kaori's face flamed crimson as she reeled, unable to fathom how a marriage proposal could possibly have happened. Ren smirks and declares the first step is to seize a man's heart through his stomach. Kaori's nerves snap at the idea of a teacher proposing to a student, while Rin stays calm, radiating unshakable confidence. Kaori's cheeks burn as Rin surges through the water and presses in, closing the gap between them. Kazama roared, "If Ms. Wada is serious, I'll get serious too." Kaori's heart lurched as she realized Kazama liked Yuya too. Kazama bursts into a flustered denial, cheeks blazing as she snaps it's not because she likes him or anything. Rin coolly tells Kazama she's an open book as Kaide snaps and calls her out. The girls sprawl beneath a glittering, star-strewn sky, savoring the hush as peaceful calm washes over them. Kaori realized they'd been thrust straight into a brutal, life-or-death survival ordeal. The other girls gushed that Kaide's crew had hit the jackpot with Yuya at their side. Everyone's losing their minds over his fishing, his cooking, and his recent magazine appearance. Kaori soaks up the praise, her gaze turning contemplative as a bashful flush blooms across her cheeks. She plunges deeper into the water, heat blooming across her cheeks as thoughts of him flood her mind. A quiet doubt tugs at her. Do men prefer women with larger chests? The next day explodes into dawn, the sun blasting brilliant light across the forested mountains. Two students leaned over the riverbank, and one flashed a cocky grin, vowing he'd reel in a monster. One of the boys freezes, leans in, and hisses to his friend, "Can you hear that strange sound nearby?" His friend slams a finger toward the far bank of the river. "Something's moving over there." The two boys freeze, eyes wide, terror slamming into them as they stare at what looms before them. Kakeru soaks up the sunrise as a swirling flock of white doves dances around him. He breathed a line of poetry, savoring the crisp air as the morning sun blazed overhead. He then snarled, "Why must I scavenge for food in a place this breathtaking?" Rio crashes in with her friends, shoving Kakeru's excuses aside and barking, "Quit complaining and move." Kazama barrels over with Rin, launching a booming "Good morning" that crackles with boundless energy. Yuya roars a greeting, eyes slicing across the group until he knows every teammate is here and primed to move. A student barrels toward them, panic clawing at their throat as they scream that something terrible has happened. Gasping and wide-eyed, he bellows, "There's a bear right by the camp." A towering, menacing bear padded through the shadowed woods, its eyes flickering with a faint, ember-like glow. A cluster of students presses to the cliff's lip, eyes locked on the bear prowling far below. Rio freezes as disbelief slams into him. Why is there a bear here? He has no answer. Kakeru's breath catches. It's the same bear he ran into just yesterday. The students bolt, sprinting for safety before the bear spots them and lumbers up. The bear barrels through the undergrowth, relentless in its advance. It snaps its head up and rips out a low, throat-rattling growl. The students' feet thundered down the dirt path as they bolted in a frantic retreat. Rin jabbed a finger, eyes blazing, and snapped to Kakeru, "This is exactly why I warned you about that wild beast." Kakura shouted, "That's impossible," while Kazama barked, "Stop arguing." Rio roared, "Shut up and sprint for your lives." Their teacher, Ms. Wada, bursts into view, her voice slicing the air as she yells, "Are you all right?" Rio's voice snaps as he tells her they're the last ones, everyone else is safe. She snaps that she's already contacted the police and barks for everyone to evacuate. A few leaves break free and spiral to the ground as tension tightens, crackling through the air. Kazama says the bear's way closer now than when they first saw it. Ms. Wada cut through the chaos with a raised hand and a calm, iron voice. "Calm down, it won't come up." Ms. Wada's eyes snapped wide. She felt an imminent threat closing in. The bear explodes from the trees, roaring, "It's come far too soon." Panicked students screamed their teacher's name, terror shredding their voices as she stood toe-to-toe with the snarling beast. Ms. Watt Esther's face carved into a mask of grim determination, coiled like a spring, ready to strike. A figure rockets past her, a comet of motion and light. Yuya bursts forward, slamming himself between the fallen teacher and the charging bear. His eyes slice into slits, burning with razor focus as he steels himself for the confrontation. His friends screamed his name, their voices raw with terror and disbelief. The other teacher, Mr. Sawada, explodes at Yuya, roaring, "What on earth are you doing?" Yuya plants his feet as the bear barrels toward him, clamping the beast's massive paws in his hands. His friends' faces snapped into exaggerated, cartoonish masks of pure disbelief. He plants himself like an unmovable boulder and trades raw, bone-deep power with the bear. Shingo blurts, "Can a human actually grapple a bear?" Rin stares, her thoughts sprinting, and then it hits her. This is exactly that famous story. The bear reels, utterly bewildered, a confused growl rumbling up from deep in its chest. Yuya grits his teeth, jaw like iron. This is nothing compared to the monsters he's fought. Exploding into motion, he hoists the bear and drives it down in a flawless suplex. He rockets to his feet, slaps sweat from his brow, and confesses to himself, he's no longer human. We're on the home stretch, the trip's hurtling toward its finale. Tears streamed down Ms. Wada's face as she choked out thanks to Yuya for taking the hit to save her bonus. Yuya sits in a wheelchair, swathed head to toe in bandages, hilariously transformed into a walking mummy. Kazama blurts, "Is he seriously injured?" and Rin just smirks. He knows it was the nurse's favorite pastime. After the dust settled, Ms. Wada fought the urge to scold Yuya, then let out a short laugh and let him off the hook. Another teacher's hand slaps her hard. Ms. Wada rushes to hand her a reward for her effort, only for a furious shout to tear through the room. Swathed in bandages, Yuya snarls he's fine and snaps, "What happened to the berry we fought?" From a distance he watches, heart pounding, haunted by the fate of the creature he subdued. A woman from the nearby facility strides forward and announces, "We're taking custody of the bear." A collective gasp rips through the students when the facility declares it's keeping the bear. Another teacher cuts through the room, eyes drilling into her. "Do you really have the situation under control?" Shotgun leveled, she snaps that they have the necessary permits to keep the animal. The bespectacled student insisted something had spooked the bear, forcing it to wander onto the grounds. The teacher's memory snaps back to last night, when thunderous booms ripped through the dark. Those were fireworks. A flashback erupts as the students cheer and ignite fireworks, almost certainly sending the bear into a terrified scramble. Relief hit Chairman Huju like a thunderclap. He'd pulled every string to green-light the event, and the fact nobody was hurt made him roar. The students still reeled, doubts about whether keeping the bear was safe hanging in the air, while Yuya's group stood rock-solid and fiercely confident. The armed woman snarls that if a bear ever attacks a human, they'll gut it and eat it. The trip ends, and Kumikun the bear shoots to fame as the town's beloved mascot. School trips over. Today the moment Yuya vowed to meet Princess Lexi explodes into reality. Blur of motion, Yuya and Knight explode forward, hurtling onto the open road as their journey ignites. Yuya plants their feet and vows they'll walk to the destination, and Nightbarks replies with a fierce bark of agreement. They barrel down the path and slam into a horde of grotesque, drooling monsters. Yuya's eyes snapped across the field. Monsters were far fewer than before, and memories of Luna's brutal training sessions surged through him. Silence cloaks him as Luna spins through his mind, a thoughtful expression carved across his face. Yuya stands in the clearing, heart hammering, desperate to know how Luna has been since he last saw her. Knight ripped a warning bark through the air. He'd sensed danger creeping closer. Two hulking, crimson-skinned ogres, blood plastered to their hides, crash out of the trees, roaring hungry for a fight. Yuya's eyes snap wide. Monsters still lurk in the shadows, instantly proving his detour was the right move. His face hardens as the full weight of the new threat slams into him. A hulking, armor-clad behemoth stomps into view, a level 500 bloody ogre lord. The scene snaps to a lone road, barreling toward the jagged edge of the great demon forest. A royal carriage, flanked by armored knights, thunders down the path. Owen called out to Princess Lexia, "We're closing in on the forest entrance." Inside, Lexia's smile explodes with pure joy, her whole body buzzing at the thought you'll be back here soon. In a flashback, worried King Arnold grabs his daughter by the shoulders and warns her of the dangers, but she waves him off and insists she'll be fine. Owen's fist snaps shut, dread carving his features as every thought clamps onto the princess's safety. A mysterious cloaked silhouette looms at the wasteland's rim, utterly alone against the barren horizon. A masked figure melts into the shadows, studying the area in complete silence. No one knows what they want. Line-in figures of Nate robes burst into view, their cloaks woven from the night sky itself. The Ogre Lord's weapon hurled Yuya backward, and he tumbled clear as the crushing blow thundered down inches from him. A colossal blade slams into the earth with bone-shattering force, its edge burying itself mere inches from him. The ogre lord towers like a living mountain, radiating raw, crushing power. Yuya grins, slaps the concerned knight on the shoulder, and snaps that he's fine after the close call. He sizes up the scene, knowing a straight-up clash with sword or spear would be a death sentence. A hard glint ignites in his eyes as he vows to bank every ounce of magic for what lies ahead. He steels himself to put the new weapon to the test, snaps his fingers, and summons it from his inventory into his grip. Yuya squares off for battle, a colossal wooden mallet balanced on his shoulder, primed to smash. He swings the World Breaker, a weapon that slams down with the crushing weight of an entire world. The impact detonates into a titanic shockwave, and Yuya's jaw drops at the sage's masterful craftsmanship. He wrestles the mallet's runaway momentum, realizing its slow, lumbering swing is useless against a crowd. He sheathes the weapon, a notification pings confirming he's leveled up, and a triumphant grin splits his face. He crouches, eyes raking over the glittering hoard spilled from the defeated ogre lord. Among the loot, his eyes lock onto the Blood War King's gleaming helmet. The menacing helmet oozes pure dread, freezing foes in their tracks and crushing their will to fight. Awe pins Yuya to the spot as he stares. The demonic helmet looks insanely cool. He snaps a helmet on, eyes blazing with excitement, and eagerly asks Knight if it looks good on him. He clawed at the helmet in desperate panic. It held fast, refusing to come off. Princess Lexi swept into the meeting point, her gilded carriage thundering behind, and her armored escort fanning out into a protective wall. Lexia leans out of the carriage window, eyes blazing as she hunts for any sign of Yuya. A soldier bellows to Owen. A shadowy figure is emerging from the forest. Owen narrows his eyes, drilling into the approaching silhouette. Is that the person they've been waiting for? A terrifying demonic warrior erupts from the trees, encased in pitch-black armor and a horned helmet. Sweat stinging his eyes and every nerve on edge, Owen barks at the menacing figure. Who the hell are you? From within the helmet, a muffled voice chokes. He can't get it off. Perched in the shadowed branches, a cloaked assassin locks eyes on the clearing and hisses the confirmation. The princess's party has arrived, right on cue. The assassin shadowed the group, the mission burning sharp and clear in their mind. Still trapped inside the helmet, Yuya chokes out an apology for scaring him. Lexia beams and says she understands, while Owen stands hollow-eyed, utterly spent from the ordeal. Yuya warns a brutal impact could pry the cursed helmet off, and Lexia snaps at him, ordering him not to be reckless. Lexia grins and tells him he still looks insanely cool in that demonic helmet, and he stammers out a stunned, thanks. A knight snaps that the ogre lord is a monster ripped from legend, and Owen grins, insisting that with Yuya at his side, anything is possible. They fling a dazzling smile into the night and fire off. Is this our first meeting? Owen fires off a question about the dog, and snaps that Knight is Precious's family and has to come with him. Knight's growl rips through the silence as his eyes lock onto an unseen threat. A ferocious bark rips the air as Knight rockets at Lexia. She yelps in shock. Both Owen and Yuya howled in alarm, panic ripping through them as fear for the princess' safety seared their veins. Owen snaps, demanding what's wrong with the dog, and Lexia rushes to Knight, breathless, asking if he's okay. The towering tree split clean in two and thundered down onto the exact spot Lexia had been standing. The tree slammed into the earth with a thunderous boom, sending the ground shuddering. Realization hits, saved at last. Lexia whirls to Knight. You were protecting me, weren't you? He barks a fierce yes. Panic ripped through the royal guards. Bewildered by what had just happened, they surged forward to shield the princess. The ground explodes, hurling dirt and rocks skyward as another unseen strike slams into it. Yuya grips the Omni Sword, pours every ounce into his full sword technique, and parries the attack in a thunderous clash. His eyes cut into slits as the familiar surge of his opponent's power slams into him, igniting instant recognition. He slams the truth at Owen. Lexia's the target, protect her. Yuya feels the attack's echo die, no follow-up strike, but his presence detection snaps to life and locks onto the hidden enemy. A blinding flash explodes. He's nailed the assassin's exact position. He triggers his assimilation, vanishes into the shadows, and spots there's only one attacker. The hidden assassin stumbled back, stunned that their opening strike had been thwarted, rage and disbelief roaring as they hunted for who dared block them. Yuya bursts into being right behind the assassin, tearing his stealth skill offline. Startled, the assassin whirls on a dime, every nerve snapping as he faces the sudden threat. The assassin's breath caught, how had Yuya slipped in from nowhere without making a single sound? They're stunned as Yuya rockets forward, devouring the distance in a heartbeat. Yuya effortlessly sidesteps the assassin's lightning-quick, desperate counterstrike. He flicks his wrist, sending the assassin's blade skittering harmlessly aside. Yuya's face snaps into fierce determination as he drives his advantage home in the suffocating crush of close-quarters combat. The assassin's mask hangs in jagged shards as they breathe Yuya, disbelief shredding their voice. His expression hardens like a blade as he snaps. Why did they hesitate in their attack? Spotting the gap their shock had torn open, he lunged forward to deliver the final blow. He executes a razor-precise strike, sending the assassin skidding and tumbling to the ground. The assassin's distinctive mask rips free from his face and hurtles through the air. Yuya exhaled, relief crashing through him. He'd clamped down on his fury and let his opponent live. He stares down at the unconscious assassin, and the face staring back is Lunas. Right then Lexi bursts in. Yuya's jaw tightens as he rewinds the bizarre events that have dogged him since he stepped into this world. He remembers stumbling upon Luna, the assassin, curled asleep and defenseless in the woods. A voice rips him from his reverie, calling his name and yanking him back into the present. He locks eyes with Princess Lexia and snaps. Luna was the recent attacker. The princess leans in, brows knitting and eyes sharpened, her mind racing as the news settles into her. He burst into the monster horde, snatched Luna from their jaws, then they tore through a short, brutal training session. Lexia's jaw drops, cartoonishly aghast, as a sudden bolt of jealousy sears her the moment the revelation hits. Scooping Luna's limp body into his arms, he implored the princess to give him time to tend to her. He nods, voice tight, owning the full, crushing weight of Luna's crime against the crown. He drops to his knees, begging for one last chance to speak with her, convinced she's not evil. His jaw dropped as Lexia beamed like sunlight, her bright, cheerful smile an instant, yes, catching him completely off guard. He scoops Luna into his arms and bolts, Lexia on his heels, deaf to the frantic shouts echoing behind them. Lexi's breath snagged as she caught sight of her guardian Owen and his knights advancing along the distant ridge toward her. She beamed and proclaimed a sudden, last-minute run to Yuya's house. Owen, the knight captain, froze, eyes wide, shock ripping through him at her declaration. Panic claws at Yuya over her impulsive choice, but Lexia snaps him into motion, snarling, hurry. She snaps that his opinion settles it, and fiercely claims the right to hear Luna's story. Owen barreled after them, breath ragged, roaring for answers about her reckless behavior. The princess yanks them forward, panic-fueled, racing to flee before Owen can stop them. Yuya belts a hurried apology to Owen, swearing she'll return him safely. He snatched the princess's hand and launched them into a miraculous, heart-stopping escape. He bellows he'll unleash magic, and a brilliant, spiraling light rips across the air and swallows them whole. Lexia stands frozen, eyes wide, as raw, uncharted magic erupts before her and steals her breath. A roiling vortex of raw energy spirals around them, bending the very fabric of space and time. The royal knights stand frozen, mouths agape as the figures before them blink out of existence. Owen stands in the now empty clearing, muttering as disbelief rips through him. In a heartbeat, they're hurled into the sage's rustic forest cabin, safe at last. A blinding flash rips through the quiet wooden house as they erupt into existence inside. Lightning realization hits Lexia, its teleportation magic. She snaps at them, demanding to know what's going on. She spun to Yuya, awe and confusion clashing in her eyes. The princess pins him with a fierce stare, demanding an answer as her mind reels at the impossible. His voice stumbles, cheeks burning, as he insists it's only a simple transportation spell he created. Lexia's jaw dropped. He just cast that spell like it was nothing. He eases the still unconscious Luna onto the bed, every motion urgent and tender as he prays rest will pull her back. Yu and Lexi crouch like coiled springs, breath held, watching the assassin finally snap awake. Lexia, pretending to be asleep the whole time, drops the act and snaps, I understand the situation now. Her gaze steals, jealousy sparking behind it as she plots her next move. She throws a petulant fit, crying that it's not fair Luna got to train with Yuya. Night lies nearby, blissfully oblivious as the drama erupts around it. Lexia snaps her gaze back to Luna, zeroes in on Yuya and demands, what are your intentions? He bolts to her side, mends her wounds, then leans in to drink up every word of her story. He forces out an apology, realizing it just snarled his promise to visit the royal capital. He swears he'll get Lexia to safety, heart racing and clueless when Luna will awaken. Lexi closed her eyes, let his words sink in, then forged a daring plan in the dark. Lexia snapped her eyes open. She'd only been pretending to sleep, and leveled a cold, furious challenge at Luna, the assassin who'd just woken. Luna's eyes snap open under her blanket as the sleeping patient is blown apart in an instant. Lexia drops the bomb. She'd known Luna had been awake the whole time, and Yuya staggers back, disbelief ripping through him. Luna's voice rips through the silence. Why didn't you unmask your deception sooner? Lexi ripped off her mask, she was Sparkles, and admitted she'd wanted a chance to be alone with Yuya. She insists Yuya knew too, and he explodes into a frantic denial, swearing he hadn't noticed any of it. Luna's shoulders slump as she concedes defeat. The princess outmaneuvered her with brilliant, cold cunning. Lexi's voice sharpened into a blade as she demanded to know why Luna attacked. Luna clamps her mouth shut, wondering if anyone can really expect her to lay the truth bare. The princess reels in disbelief. Luna isn't refusing to speak. The assassin sneers. Does she even have a choice in this? She slams his excuse aside and snarls the hard truth. She attacked royalty, and that's carved in stone. Lexia flat-out refuses to accept it, demanding to know the truth. Luna snarled, what good will it do? If I fail, it only ends in death. Lexia erupted in triumph, crowning herself victor and snarling that Luna must never die. Yuya watches, concern clawing at his features, and his voice cracks as he calls Luna's name. He declares, voice steady and fierce, that he refuses to believe Luna could be a bad person. Luna's jaw drops. His unshakable faith in her has stolen her words. Luna leapt into the raw, pulse-bounding story of her life of crime. She rips off her facade and admits she was sold to the Dark Guild, reshaped into their merciless headhunter. Lexia froze, breath snatched away, as the infamous name of that masterful assassin hit her like a punch. She locks eyes with Luna as a bolt of stunned clarity strikes. For the first time, she truly feels the power of Luna's skills. Luna spits the truth. The nobles hired her with one brutal order: kill the princess. Yuya's jaw clenches as he absorbs every word, piecing together the shadowy political conspiracy that set the attack in motion. Lexian smirks, saying high society's glitter hides a rotten core. He leaned in, eyes laser-sharp, and the cold truth slammed into him. Lexia lives in constant danger. The truth slams into him. Both women inhabit a world far deadlier than his own. She spilled her story, and Luna gritted her teeth, surrendering once more to the fate tightening its grip. Yuya and Lexia stand over the captured assassin, the weight of choosing his fate crushing them. Luna growls that death is inevitable. Either the law drags you down, or the guild rips you apart. He watches Luna slump into total surrender, eyes hollow as she accepts the grim fate waiting for her. She can't fathom why he cares so fiercely when they're only training partners. He senses her pushing him away, snapping at him not to be sad. He explodes, roaring that she can't pretend their bond never existed. He roars, passion blazing, that the time they trained together was pure fun. He confessed she was the first person he'd ever stood shoulder to shoulder with in battle, truly his equal. He pins her with his gaze, his voice splintering as he calls her his friend. The word friend slammed into Luna like a punch to the chest, stealing her breath. Night unleashed an encouraging bark, a fierce yes to his master. The Fenrir pup pressed his muzzle into her hand, pouring a fierce, wordless comfort straight into her palm. He sinks his head into her lap, a simple, unguarded gesture of trust. Lexia snapped that his feelings couldn't rewrite the hard truth of Luna's future. The princess slammed her palms onto the table, voice booming, as she demanded to be included. Jealousy explodes as she storms up to Luna, snarling that she's been getting too close to Yuya. She jabs at the flustered Yuya, snapping that she's his friend too. She vows to strip away his stiff, formal speech, leaving him even more bewildered. Luna's calm voice slices the silence as she tells Lexia not to worry, she expects to die soon. Watch as a storms up to her, demanding why she talks like she's already dead. Luna reels, dumbstruck, as the princess unleashes a fierce, out-of-nowhere barrage of questions. Lexi rips into the royals, laying bare the ruthless logic that drives Luna's fatalism. She leans in, voice barely above a whisper, only she and Yuya witnessed it. Luna snaps that even if they let her go, the guild will hunt her down. Lexia unveils a brilliant masterstroke. Luna will become her personal guard. Luna snarls, declaring her hands are too soaked in blood to serve the crown. Lexius grinned, vowing this plan would shield Luna from a guild's reach. Yuya's gaze locked on the princess, newfound awe and respect igniting in his chest. Luna, the assassin, locks eyes with Princess Lexia and hisses a chilling warning. The Dark Guild is far deadlier than Lexia imagines. Luna stares at her hands, convinced they're soaked in the blood she shed to serve someone as pure as the princess. Lexia snatches Luna's hands into her own, brushes off her protests with a smile, and declares the assassin's hands beautiful. Luna froze, words snagging in her throat as the iron in her stare thawed, and her battle-hardened mask cracked under that unexpected compassion. Giggling, Lexio obsesses over how to make her own hands as lovely as Luna's, utterly blind to Luna's point. Cheeks burning, Lexia snapped at Luna to shut up and simply obey. The assassin froze, eyes wide with shock. Lexia whips around, grin blazing, locks eyes with Luna, and proclaims, "No matter what, you're my guard." She bellows a razor-sharp warning. Luna cannot die without her royal permission. In the next room, Yia freezes, eavesdropping as their tense voices crash through the wall, leaving her baffled by talk of being near him. The princess and her new guard lock eyes, standing face to face as a charged silence crackles between them. Outside, Knight Owen sagged under despair as his men shook their heads. "We can do no more," and he spat a curse at the princess's stubbornness. Later, Lexia and Luna plunge into Yuya's magical portable hot spring, warmth and enchantment wrapping them in a luxury like nothing they've ever known. They sigh together, melting into bliss as they crown Yuya's bath the best thing ever. It even seems to recharge their magic. Lexia couldn't let it slide. After catching Yuya's worried look for the assassin earlier, she had to thank Luna. Luna's face went stone cold as she dropped the bomb on the princess. Yuya actually got this incredible bath from Monster. Lexia's jaw drops when she discovers the bath reawakens her magic and leaves her skin glowing. Yuya paces outside, panic squeezing his chest as the princess marches for the bath. Luna's already soaking inside. Tiny, smirking Luna soaks in the hot spring, savoring the warm thrill of her victory. Panic rips through Yuya as he stares at the princess, expensive finery caked in mud. He knows trying to wash it himself would be a crime. He uncovers a pristine white hoodie, tucked like a secret among the sage's belongings. He thrusts the hoodie into a shocked Lexia's hands, declaring it's a brand new replacement for her to wear. In the bath, Lexia's cheeks flare as she gushes over the gift, while Luna snaps that it's only borrowed. Silence thickens with intent as Lexia fixes Luna with a steady gaze, her face a sealed mask hiding every thought. Lexia rips the silence apart and hurls a point-blank question at Luna. Does she have feelings for Yuya? Her face a riot of red, Luna snaps. No, Yuya and I are just friends. Lexia scoffed, unconvinced. She felt a faint, stubborn spark of affection crackling between them. Luna waves it away with a laugh, insisting it's perfectly natural to feel fondness for a friend. Lexi flashed a knowing smile and cooed, "Oh, is that so?" Her expression snapped into steel as she proclaimed she'd have no problem marrying Yuya then. Luna rockets out of the water, screaming, "That is absolutely not happening." A lone bead of sweat streaks down Luna's temple as her cheeks erupt into a rosy blaze. She's utterly flustered. Lexi squeezes every ounce of her advantage, snapping that if they're just friends, Luna should get it without Lexi having to spell it out. Luna's voice shatters into stammers, unable to produce a single coherent reply to the princess' challenge. Lexi grins, satisfaction roaring through her as her point hits home, crystal clear. Finally, Luna plunges into the water and, voice raw, admits she has no idea what she's feeling. She replays every brutal drill and quiet laugh from her training with Yuya, clutching those precious hours to her heart. She remembers her hands locking like ice the instant she recognized him as her target. She couldn't force herself to strike. Lexia holds still, listening with quiet patience as her face melts into softness, and she whispers, "I see." Silence clamps down. A decisive moment hangs in the steam-filled air, electric and ready to snap. Lexia explodes from the water in a geyser of spray, roaring that she's made up her mind. She jabs a defiant finger at Luna, her voice ringing like a war horn as she snaps, "I declare war on you." Luna froze, shock hammering her chest, then echoed the words, each syllable a thrown gauntlet, a raw declaration of war. Lexia snaps that even a tiny spark of attraction already counts as love, then stares you down and confesses she's in love with you, yeah. Luna snatches her gaze away, cheeks flaming, convinced the flutter in her chest can't possibly be love. Lexi snarled, "Deny it all you want, Luna. I'm charging forward like we're rivals." She declares she's launching a relentless pursuit of Yuya. She refuses to lose him to Luna. Striking a bold, confident pose, Lexia bellows that marrying Yuya will be her crowning triumph. She slams the gauntlet down, eyes blazing, and snarls at Luna, "Are you really going to let them rip Yuya away from you?" Luna sits in a raw silence, her mind racing like wildfire as she wrestles with the princess's challenge. Her expression snaps, a dawning realization lights her eyes, and a deep, burning blush floods her cheeks. Her eyes flew open, resolve hardening like steel, and she roared, "No, Yai is mine." Lexi spun, a satisfied grin blazing across her face, and declared, "So you accept my declaration of war, just what I wanted." The princess's face erupted into a dazzling, victorious smile. They lock hands, sealing the pact. Lexia sneers, brands them rivals, and taunts Luna not to shed a single tear when she loses. They break into a genuine, beaming smile as their rivalry suddenly forges an unexpected, unbreakable bond. A star-studded sky watched as night slipped peacefully over the sage's house. Inside, a jittery Yuya rushes to Lexia and blurts out that Luna has finally woken up. Seated at the table, Luna slams her palm down and snaps, "It's time we head back to Owen." Lexia snaps no and orders them to stay the night. Luna's still too fragile to be left alone. She slung a warm arm around Luna's shoulders, and the assassin snarled as irritation flared. Yuya's eyes lock on the exchange, sweat beading on his brow as he's pinned between them, every nerve screaming. Shock slams into him. The potion healed her wounds, but it didn't restore her stamina. He finally caves, lets them stay the night, and snaps at Lexia to tell Owen. She erupts in a victorious whoop. Lexi basks in celebration, sweeping a flushed Luna into a tight hug as Night mounts a watchful defense, barking with proud, joyful energy. A warm, gentle smile blooms on Yuya's face as he watches them. He darts into the kitchen, whipping up a healing meal for Luna, his chest swelling with joy that they've become friends. Lexi's eyes burst into sparks. She shot her hand up, eager to cook for Yuya instead. Yuya and Luna lock eyes, expressionless but stunned, dread coiling in their chests. We land in the sage's kitchen, a cozy, rustic room crackling with homey warmth and stained by wood smoke and quiet history. A massive, gleaming pumpkin dominates the counter as Lexi locks her sights on one goal: culinary ambition. The princess hoisted an oversized kitchen knife high above her head, every muscle coiling as she summoned all her strength to unleash a devastating strike. She drives the blade down again and again, every strike missing the pumpkin as a raw cry of frustration rips from her. Yuya's chest tightens at the thought of leaving her unattended, while Luna steels herself, vowing to tackle her the moment she tries to bolt. Lexi heaved one last, desperate swing. The knife ripped from her fingers and arced through the air. Yuya lunged like lightning, a ragged gasp ripping free as his hand clamped onto the blade and stopped it mere inches from the princess's face. Luna rockets behind Lexia, clamps a crushing full Nelson on her and snaps, "Calm down," as the princess thrashes and fights to break free. Yia leans in and fires, first time cooking, and the girl beams, cheerfully confessing that it is. He exhaled, steeled his jaw, and said, "Let me handle this time it's on me." He vows to whip up a meal in an instant. Forest-gathered ingredients speed everything up, because he needs Luna to get well. Tiny Chibai Luna clutched her rumbling belly and thought, "I'm hungry, I should eat soon." Lexi's expression melts into a grin. She nods, eyes alight and buzzing with anticipation to taste Yuya's cooking. She snapped at him to brace himself, next time she's running the kitchen, and the thought chilled Luna to the bone. Yuya piled a magnificent feast across the entire table, every dish sparkling with irresistible deliciousness. He thrusts the steaming meal forward, desperate that it will flood them with the energy they need. Both Lexia and Luna stand spellbound, jaws dropping at the sheer genius of his cooking. They erupted into a jubilant chorus, belting, "Let's eat." The three of them dove into the meal, Lexia erupting at once, "This tastes heavenly." She gapes at the meat's weird, almost alien texture as Yuya smirks and announces it's from a king orc. Luna's grin widens. His earlier cooking was good, but this full-course feast blows everything else away. A jolt of disbelief rips through Lexia as she realizes Luna already tasted Yuya's cooking during their training. You hear someone barrel over, bellowing at them not to fight at the table or they'll spill the food. In a flash, Lexia leans into a flustered Yuya, showering him with praise for his skills and staking her claim, he's hers. She tosses a victorious smirk over her shoulder, daring Luna's furious glare. Sweat dripped down my neck as she, blatantly unsubtle, blurted, "Is the food good?" Luna's thoughts snap into overdrive. She hatches a desperate plan to stop Yuya from being ripped away. Yuya whirls to face her, eyes blazing, and snaps, "Is something wrong?" Luna's eye flared with a bright spark as a lightning bolt idea crashed into her. She flings herself back theatrically, cheeks blazing, and voice a fragile whisper asks Yuya if you'll feed her. Lexi's face snaps into a raw, jaw-dropping mask of stunned disbelief. She erupts in furious protest, but Yuya steps in with soft, steady hands to help Luna, terrified she'll reopen the wound. Princess Lexia's cheeks flare crimson as she edges toward Yuya and whispers, "Would it be okay if you fed me?" You have your reasons, he must answer for leaving her so weakened. Elentz leaned in, cradling a spoonful and gently feeding Luna, the waiting former assassin. Luna snaps her eyes shut as bliss washes over her, murmuring that the food is incredibly delicious. Tiny, smug Chibai-Luna savors the moment with a triumphant grin as Lexia stands frozen, eyes wide in shock. Lexia explodes, roaring for Yuya to feed her too, the same way he fed Luna. She leans in, mouth agape, and bellows that it's a royal command. A tight panel snaps onto Yuya's face, exhaustion carved into his stoic, stone-cold stare. Dread claws at his chest, royalty terrifies him as he spoon-feeds the beaming princess. Chaos explodes as the two women clash, voices tearing the air as each screams she deserves to be fed next. Crushed by exhaustion, Yuya collapses forward and pleads for a single moment to eat his own meal. Luna and Lexia dart forward, holding their dishes aloft and insisting they'll feed him instead. They shove their offerings under his nose, demanding he sink his teeth into them. Terror pins Yuya between two clashing gestures of kindness, each tugging her a different way. Later, outside the cabin, he collapses against the railing, breath ragged, every muscle screaming that the meal just wiped him out. The intense dinner hit him like lightning, shredding his focus into a spinning blur of chaotic energy. The next day, he charges ahead, guiding the two women through the forest straight toward the exit. Princess Lexia suddenly stumbles on the path and breath-hitching blurts, "Am I all right?" He curses inwardly. Teleportation magic would've sliced through this mess in a heartbeat. Lexia pops back up, strikes a cheerful flex, and proclaims, "I'm perfectly fine." She snapped at him, "Don't ever use your teleportation magic in front of other people." She warns this magic would rip the foundations out from under every law we've ever trusted. Her voice drops to a knife edge. This will be the perfect tool for warfare or assassination. Yuya staggered, breath stolen, as the terrible cost of his power slammed into him. Lexia growls that it could paint a target on our backs for very dangerous people. He confesses he never considered it that deeply and swears he'll be more careful. She hooks his arm with a mischievous tug, swears she'll protect him, and he blurts out, stunned by how featherlight she is. She flashed a wink, pressed a finger to her lips, and declared, "That's our little secret." Heat flared across Yuya's face as he sputtered a shaky yes to her audacious gesture. Luna's shout rips out as she jabs a finger at two figures far ahead. Their eyes lock on Owen and his knights, familiar silhouettes poised and waiting. Lexio shoots a jubilant wave and shouts, "I'm back, third guardian." The reunion collapses into chaos as Owen storms forward in a blazing blur. He explodes into a thunderous tirade, his voice a storm as he demands to know what she was thinking. Luna drank in the unfolding scene, muttering that the king must be drowning in worry. Yuya burst into an apology, guilt burning in his veins as he took the blame. Lexia lunges in, grabs the blame, and hurls a shaky apology at her fuming knight. Crushed by it all, Owen clamps his fingers to the bridge of his nose and exhales a weary, drawn-out sigh. He snaps that the moment Yuya shows up, everything explodes into chaos. He snapped, demanding she at least give him a heads-up next time. Owen snaps his gaze to the cloaked figure and demands, "Who is that woman?" Luna folds her arms and stands dead silent, the air around her razor-sharp, her face an icy, unreadable mask. Your eyes snap left and right, jittering with nerves, and he knows the moment has turned critical. Alarm rakes through him, fumble this explanation, and Luna's life hangs by a thread. Beaming, Lexia drops the bomb. Luna is the assassin who attacked her. Yuya and Luna lock eyes, and as one their minds snap to the same savage question, is this princess an idiot? Royal knights exploded into motion, encircling Luna in an instant with a glittering ring of sharpened spears. Luna pins the spearhead aimed directly at her throat with a cool, unblinking stare. Owen snatches his blade free, determination carved into every line of his face. Rage crackling through her words, Lexi barked, "Lower your weapon, what do you think you're doing?" They erupt into a shouting match. Owen snaps that her logic for hiring an assassin is utterly twisted. Yuya barrels in, plants himself between them, and tells Owen with iron certainty that Luna is no longer a threat. Owen bristles, unyielding. He demands ironclad proof before he'll ever trust a single word from his enemy. Luna sighed, resignation burning her words. "They don't trust me, and I can't change that." She drops a bombshell, coolly blurts they slept together last night. Lexia, eyes wide and innocent, blurts out that they stayed at Yuya's house and even shared the same single bed. Owen went ghost pale and whirled to face Yuya, who panicked and blurted that he'd done nothing improper. She screamed in anguish at being denied the chance to sleep with him, and Yuya barked, "Impossible." Owen glared, the look striking like a verdict. This was life or death. Defeated, Owen exhales one long, final sigh, all his will slipping away in a sound of absolute resignation. He snaps an order for his men to stand down, but doubt claws at him. He admits he isn't fully convinced. He knows that with her skill, she could have ended the princess's life in an instant. Lexia snapped, "Be grateful," and Luna rolled her eyes, grumbling that the whole reaction was overkill. Owen zeroes in, pressing Luna to tell them everything about her client. Luna snaps a slight, decisive nod and promises to spill everything she knows. The endless wilderness sprawls behind her as Luna nods and agrees to talk. She snaps that the request screams nobility. Only a noble would dare ask for this. Owen pressed her to spell out the evidence behind her conclusion. Unthinkable, she spits, a commoner hiring an assassin to slay a princess. A sick dread claws at Lexia as realization hits. This client must be a noble who despises her. Luna grins and admits she bluffed the assassins, who cracked and blurted it was all to please the first prince. Eyes wide, Lexio chokes out her older brother's name, disbelief cracking her voice. Owen's jaw snaps shut as he admits the whispers reached him. He's got no hard proof to show for it. Bewilderment flared across Yia's face as she burst out, "Wait, I'm supposed to have a brother." Lexia drops her gaze, pain like acid in her chest, as she asks how her own brother could want her dead. Night sensed her sorrow and answered with a soft, sympathetic whimper. Luna leans forward, eyes blazing. There's more to the story. She whirls to Yuya and snaps that the contract she accepted names him too. Whispers told of a shadowy stranger in the great demon forest, secretly shielding the princess. An assassin leaned in and told her about the last botched attack. It failed, and no one returned. They pieced it together. Someone had hauled Lexia from the clutches of the forest monsters. A flash rips through Yuya's mind. Dismembered assassins from that fateful day, their mangled bodies strewn across the scene. Owen's eyes braced himself, admitting his knowledge of Yuya's existence was bound to be exposed. Luna snaps that the enemy plans to meet Yuya and turn him into bait. Owen grins and agrees, declaring they'll hunt for answers while Yuya goes to the palace alone. Lexia leans in, voice low and electric, whispering to Yuya. Owen and Luna look like they're really clicking. Yuya whips around to Lexia, concern blazing in his eyes as he blurts out, "Are you okay?" Her eyes shot open for a heartbeat, surprise flaring at his gentle question. She then cracks a warm, reassuring smile. Owen issues a formal summons, ordering Yuya to appear at the capital at the time Owen names. Panic rips through Yuya as visions of his responsibilities back in Japan crash over him like a tidal wave. He falls over himself with apologies, voice cracking as he insists he can't leave on such short notice. With a knowing nod, Owen proclaims the political situation steady. It's stable enough for them to wait. Yuya drops into a deep bow, gratitude burning in his chest as he thanks the knight for his consideration. Owen jabbed a finger down the road and rattled off directions to Yuya, steering him straight for the royal capital. He winces and apologizes for not having a carriage, and Yuya beams, insisting it's no trouble. Owen roared that it was time for the royal retinue to depart. He and Luna lock eyes in a quick, razor-sharp professional pact, then stride out with head-down purpose. Lexia's face crumples as she pleads, "You're really not coming with us." She snaps upright, beams like sunlight, and declares she'll give up for now. Princess Lexia locks eyes with Yuya and extracts a solemn promise that he'll visit the royal capital. She squeals she'll cook for him, and he freezes, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Yuya's breath catches as the princess is swept away in a glittering, guard-lined royal carriage. Luna rushes up to Yuya, words tumbling out as she apologizes for all the trouble she's caused him. He grabs her hand, blurts "Don't worry," admits he was terrified, and exhales in a rush of relief that she's safe. Warmth flooded Luna, a blush lit her cheeks as she shot him a shy, grateful smile and whispered, "Thank you." Knight's affectionate bark shatters their quiet moment. Luna drops to her knees and buries her hand in the Finnerer's fur, relief blazing through her, Knight worried for her too. Tiny, frantic Lexia pokes her head out from the trees, screaming for Luna to hurry. Luna storms off, her boots crunching across the leaf-strewn forest floor. After just a few steps, she slammed to a dead stop on the path. Yuya blurted, "I forgot one thing." He leaned in, eyes sharp, and shot back, "What do you mean?" She lunged forward, erased the distance, and crashed her lips onto a stunned, wide-eyed Yuya. From his sidelines, a silent, horrified scream rips from Chibalixia. The frame slams into a close-up of Yuya's eye, wide and raw with pure, unadulterated shock. Their lips part as the tender, fleeting kiss flickers out. Yuya's face flares red as he clutches his cheek in stunned disbelief, while Luna turns and meets his gaze. Luna's cheeks burned with fierce resolve as she roared, "This is my declaration of war." Lexi storms back, screaming at Luna and demanding to know what she just did. Yuya stands frozen, overwhelmed, as Lexia barks at her guard to bring the carriage to a screeching halt. From afar, Lexi's furious voice rips through the air, swearing she'll kiss you too. The scene snaps into place, leaves rustle and whisper as the story hurtles forward. A hush rips through the classroom as Ms. Wada proclaims the upcoming ball sports tournament. She flashes a radiant grin and rallies the students to give everything so she can secure her bonus. Yuya's gaze snaps to the tournament poster as the girls swan around him, a dizzying halo of adoration. Students flood the school's sprawling outdoor sports court, energy crackling as practice kicks off. The PE teacher's voice exploded across the gym. "We're kicking off with soccer today." A female student leaned in, eyes blazing, and blurted to her friend that the teams would be mixed gender. Another student bursts out, declaring this exists to guide anyone who doesn't know the rules. Shingo insists to a jittery Yuya, "The goal is simple, get used to it." The practice game ignites the instant the first kick sends the soccer ball roaring into play. Shingo leans in, voice razor-sharp, and asks Yuya, "You sure you want goalie? It's your first time, isn't it?" Yuya zeroes in and asks about Shingo. He winces and confesses he's terrible at ball games. On the field, Yuya watches Ryo move with blistering precision, every play confirming his friend is shockingly skilled. Ryo explodes into motion, dribbling the ball and slicing through several other players as if they're frozen in place. Classmates erupted, shouting that Ryo was unstoppable and roaring with relief that he's on their team. A player bellows, "Lock onto Ryo, keep sprinting." Flamboyant Kakaru erupts into the play, plucking the ball clean from Ryo. Kakaru strides to the center and roars a dramatic speech, declaring their rivalry on the field to be fate itself. Ryo barrels into him, tackling him and bellowing that his monologues go on way too long. Ponytailed and laser-focused, she rips a perfect pass that rockets the ball into open space. The soccer ball screams through the air, hurtling straight at the other players. Bubbly Kazama Kori squeals as the high pass slams into her chest. The ball ricochets harmlessly and rockets back into the air. She unleashes a flood of frantic apologies while the boy, perched on the sideline, roars his support. Another girl roared encouragement, urging Kaori to sprint harder and vault into the air. She smirked, scheming inwardly, this diversion just might work. Yuya and Ryo gaped, stunned, as the scene twisted into an utterly baffling, impossible turn. Kazama rockets a throw-in, hurling the ball back into play. Ryo's nails the ball with a razor-precise knee touch and drives the play on without missing a beat. The male players, set ablaze by the girls' thunderous cheers, surge with raw, unstoppable power. The girls realize with sinking dread that their cheers have backfired, fueling the chaos instead of lifting spirits. A tidal wave of overexcited players crashes into Ryo as he snaps, "This isn't how sports work." Amid the chaos, Ryo fumbles the ball and Kakaru pounces, snatching it away. Kakaru smirks, then swears he'll never let that humiliating display surface again. He rockets away with the ball glued to his feet, bellowing that from this moment on he is invincible. At the goal, Yuya and Shingo's hearts hammer as Kakaru thunders closer. Kakaru ripped into a thunderous kick, roaring for them to take the special shot. Panic explodes in Shingo. He flinches as the shot screams straight at them. Yuya launched into a desperate dive, yet the ball arced impossibly around his outstretched hands. Ryo and Kazama froze, jaws dropping as the ball ripped into an impossible curve. Neither could fathom how it bent like that. Kakaru's grin explodes, pride roaring through him. He knows his insane shot is seconds from finding the net. He bellows the attack's name, the true blue noble shoot. The ball carves an impossible arc, homing in on the goal's top corner. Yuya blazes into view and plucks the ball out of the air like it weighs nothing. He grips the ball like it's a treasure, wonder blazing across his face as he thinks, so this is soccer. Gasps explode from the crowd as someone yells, "Did he just teleport to make that save?" Ryo roars at Yuya, snapping, "Pass the ball to a teammate." He roared, daring Yuya to hurl it with every ounce of strength. Yuya snapped a sharp nod, eyes blazing as he absorbed his friend's simple instruction. He wound up, muscles coiling, ready to hurl it as far as his strength would let him. He bellows and flings the ball, which screams forward like a cannonball. Ryo freezes, jaw dropping, as the ball rockets past him in a blur. The girls on the field slam their hands over their faces as the throw screams past at impossible speed. The opposing goalie flings his arms up in a desperate, doomed bid to block. The ball rockets into the back of the net, tearing the mesh with a thunderous crash. His friends gaped, eyes wide and voices rising. Did that just happen? Yeah, propped against the goalpost, he gapes, just as stunned by the raw power he'd just unleashed. The ball skids to a stop, the goalie freezes, heart hammering. Does that count as a point? Cut to a sun-drenched, whisper-quiet city street on a bright day. A sleek white car tears down the road, every motion locked on a single, unshakable purpose. The driver calls to the president. We're seconds from pulling into UCI Academy. The president's grin snapped razor-sharp. She's burning to finally meet the person she's been hunting. She barked at her subordinate, so it's really okay to just show up at the school. He hoists the list and snaps. What were you thinking putting me on the spot? Heat floods Shingo's face. He's reeling after Yuya smashed him in the game. The president's eyes light up. Her target showing up at UCI Academy is a publicity windfall. The blackboard's plastered with tournament notes. Every frantic scribble hails you like a champion. Yuya, Ryo, and Shingo stride side by side, laughter bursting from them and their school uniforms snapping with every step. A magazine with Yuya on the cover lay on the desk, a sharp divide cleaving the room between what had been and what came after. Students in crisp UCI uniforms surge forward, striding toward the impressive school building. Yuya and his friends surge toward the school gates. Ryo and Shingo ambush Yuya, with relentless teasing over his spot in the table tennis event. Shingo's gut clenches. He fears Yuya's raw power will tear the sport apart. A voice slices through the noise, roaring, "Are you Tengyuya?" And the whole group freezes in their tracks. A sharply dressed man in dark sunglasses strides forward and declares, "I'm Kurosawa." He slaps a business card down. It reveals he's with XXX Productions' town agency. Yuya and his friends froze, jaws dropping as a sudden scouting attempt blindsided them. Kurosawa locks eyes on Yuya and fires the question, does he want to dive into the entertainment industry? Yuya, cheeks aflame and voice cracking, blurts he doesn't know the first thing about being popular. Fury flamed in her voice as she snapped that she wouldn't beat around the bush. She bellows Yu's name, declaring she's here to scout him. Yuya freezes, shock slamming into her as she stammers, Who are you? He snaps that she must be mistaken, he's only a student. She leans in, a grin sharp as a fang, and whispers, don't worry. A soft voice slices the air, pleading with the president to stop pressuring you, yeah. Yuya spun, surprise exploding into relief the moment he spotted model Mio. Mio steps forward to greet them, flashing a warm, bashful smile as a pink flush creeps up her cheeks. The president demands, are you here to convince me? And Mio snaps, no. A glossy magazine cover blazes into view, showcasing Yuya and Mio in a striking image from their photo shoot. Her subordinate burst in, exclaiming their magazine issue had exploded into a runaway smash. He straightens bows and asks Yuya to join forces with him once more. Yuya's eyes drop as a lightning-quick flash hurls him straight back to the day of the photo shoot. He forces out an apology, voice raw, insisting this wasn't a simple decision for him. The man snaps, aren't there other things you'd rather be doing? Yes, stammers, voice trembling as he insists the opposite, he hasn't found his path yet. He aches to treasure every small, joyful moment he now shares with his friends. He remembers the pros on set and vows he won't join the shoot half-hearted, he'll only step in when he's all in. Mio watches, struck to the core by his raw sincerity and quiet humility. You sank into a deep bow, your voice trembling as you apologized again and refused her offer. The president lunges nose to nose, screaming as disbelief rips from his throat. Her subordinate, unnervingly calm, orders her to steady herself. The company's image is on the line. A frustrated mutter rips from the president, her eyes snapping to the side. Her eyes snap to a poster, announcing the upcoming ball sports tournament. A bolt of inspiration hits her. She snaps upright, purpose roaring back to life. She presses her shoulder to the poster, a sly grin curling as she hatches a daring new plan. They're rolling a feature on UCI Academy students, and he's right in the frame. A hungry gleam lights her eyes. She's certain this will chain him to her and send every rival running. UIA's composure shattered, cheeks burning, panic snapping as they realize this would require the school's permission. She snaps that all they need is permission, then barks an order at her subordinate to make the call. She flashes a triumphant grin and vows to Yuya they'll meet again. She turns and strides away, her thunderous presence leaving everyone stunned in her wake. Ryo's voice cut through the silence as they watched the president go. She's under crushing pressure. I've never seen anything like it. Mio bolts over to Yuya, cheeks flaming, and blurts an apology for the president's bombastic entrance. She insists the president must have launched an investigation into him the moment she spoke his name to her. Yuya flashed a grin and told her not to worry, convinced this could be the spark that finally ignites change in him. Gratitude swelled in Mio at his kind words, a gentle smile blooming on her face. She blurted out that she desperately clung to the hope they'd team up again. Yia's thoughts snapped back to the pros, and a fresh surge of respect for their tireless dedication ignites inside him. Mio locks eyes with him and vows, as a pro, she'll be waiting the moment he's ready. She bolted, shouting for her president to wait up. Yo pours out a raw apology to his friends, while Rio practically explodes with excitement at the huge news. Rio and Shingo lock eyes and grin. Being filmed is going to be a total adrenaline rush. Yuya's smile burst open, cheeks flushing as grateful warmth flooded him at his friend's support. Fear claws at him that the chairman will refuse, but Rio stands rock solid, certain the man will agree. Huju, the dazzling chairman, flashes a triumphant grin and bellows, "Of course I said yes." The ball sports tournament finally kicks off today. The school grounds erupt with energy as students flood every corner in their gym uniforms. Yuya clamps a hand to his chest and confesses to himself, he's nervous. Kazama Kaori dashed up to him, her voice ringing with joy as she called his name. Drawn in an irresistibly cute, simplified style, she beams and tosses him a bubbly, "Good luck today." Another girl, one of Kazami's teammates, edges forward, each step wobbling with nervous hesitation. Kazama leans in and snaps, Yuya's being crushed by everything right now. Their conversation screeched to a halt as President Suwata swept in, her subordinate close at her side. The president strides forward, flashes a sharp smile, and theatrically sweeps her arm toward the massive film crew clustered behind her. She bellows, "We're here to immortalize his heroic figure on camera." She snaps, act natural. Yuya's jaw locks and panic roars under his skin, he's far from fine. A booming announcement summons students to their events, and Kazama rockets into a sprint. The president locks eyes with him and vows they'll film the other students too. She fires off, "Have fun," and he answers with a calm, polite "thank you." First stop, the gymnasium, the arena where the table tennis matches will explode into life. The bracket slams down. Yuya's first match throws him against a lightning-fast contender from the athletics class. Surprise slams into Yuya. He's never even heard of a class like that. His friend drops the bomb, their elite scholarship students. A hulking, muscly-bound titan loomed over him, pinning him with a savage glare that spelled it out. This was the competition. The film crew freezes, they know him, the sniper, a national-level ace. The pro scans the sparse crowd, while Yuya cringes and stammers out an awkward apology. The pro declares, a true professional delivers no matter the chaos. As the match erupts, Yuya's stomach drops. He realizes he's facing a pro from another league. The pro rockets a lightning-fast serve, mercilessly blowing past his opponent. He roars he's going all out from the very first second. The film crew holds its breath as he zeroes in on the corner with sniper-like precision. The ping-pong ball rockets into a blur, slicing over the net. Yuya snaps forward and hammers the ball back across the table at impossible speed. The pro's jaw drops, but he summons everything and rips the return, clearly awed by Yuya's skill. Yuya stood coiled and ready, his eyes boring into the ball with white-hot focus. The pro rips another thunderous shot that screams over the net. Yuya rockets the volley back, a sharp grunt ripping from his chest. The film crew erupts, shouting at the jaw-dropping rally as cameras pepper the air with relentless flashes. President Suwata practically bursts with ecstasy, her eyes sparkling as she urges him on. Yuya's eyes snap into focus. He's starting to crack his opponent's technique. A confident smirk curls his lips as a daring idea ignites in his mind. He steels himself and attempts to mimic his opponent's devastating technique. He mirrors the pro's form to the letter, turning each motion into a live, hard-hitting lesson. His return slams into his opponent's paddle, snapping it into splinters. The pro gapes, eyes wide, disbelief carved into every line of his face. The film crew reels, jaws dropping open in stunned disbelief. Yuya freezes, horror ripping through him, sweat streaming down his face as panic and guilt slam into him over what he's done. The ball rockets through the table, punching a smoking hole clean through it. Yuya thrusts his hand into the air and forfeits the match, owning up to destroying the equipment. Outside the gymnasium, sunlight slams down from a flawless blue sky as the day barrels forward. Panic rips through the film crew as the rally rockets out of frame, too fast for any camera to lock onto. Rage boiled in President Suwata as he slammed his fist down and roared, "Where has my star gone?" Ragged breaths ripped from Yuya as he slipped into the shadows, desperate to vanish from the scene. Ryo's voice lands like a soft blow, trembling with fear that his power might have hurt someone. Kazama Kaori explodes into a sprint, crying his name the instant she spots him. She snaps what happened, then breathless fires, "Are you free right now?" She clasps her hands, desperation flaring as she pleads with him to join their volleyball team. He's swept straight onto the outdoor volleyball court on the first ground. The girls on the team erupt into cheers, hailing him as their savior for stepping in. Kazama Kori roared a battle cry, igniting her team. Now that Yuya's in the game, their sure victory is theirs. Heart hammering, Yuya squared his shoulders and vowed to give it everything, clamping down on the thunderous strength coiled inside him. The volleyball rips toward the net, a blur of impossible speed that slams onlookers into stunned silence. The ball detonates through the net, shredding the mesh into ribbons. The opposing player gapes at the shattered net, disbelief plastered on his face as Yuya stands poised and ready. The volleyball slammed into the gym floor with a thunderous crack, gouging a smoking crater that froze everyone in stunned silence. Terrified, the opposing player shoots his hand into the air and instantly forfeits the match. The tournament bracket erupts. Yuya's team has seized the volleyball championship. Yil freezes, mortification blazing across his face as he cringes at the devastation his own power unleashed. He chokes out an apology for wrecking the game, but his teammates explode into triumphant cheers anyway. Ms. Wado explodes into ecstatic cheers, lavishing praise on her victorious students. A roar shatters the air as someone barks, "Clear a path." Cut to the UCI Academy tennis courts, where the next event explodes into action. The teacher slammed a hand out and shouted, yanking everyone's gaze to the injured player being tended to on the ground. Yuya hurtles to the kneeling Haju Kaori and snaps, "What happened?" Kaori grimaced, pain etched across her face, and revealed her doubles partner went down injured mid-match. The teacher kneels by the injured player and soothes them. "It's only a mild concussion. That calm reassurance jolts you, yeah." Kaori's voice cracks as she admits, without a replacement, they'll be forced to forfeit the match. You summon the Aniras, your gaze hard as steel with quiet, unshakable resolve. He spots the bandages wrapped around Kori's hands, and his heart lurches. Is she hurt? A stab of worry shoots through him. She must have practiced until her hands were raw. He offers to help. Kori snaps her gaze up, a faint pink bloom coloring her cheeks. The match explodes back to life as Yuya and Kaori hurtle toward his twin siblings, Yuta and Sora. Sora sneers at Yuta, taunting him to watch his step. One misstep and he'll be staring straight into hell. He swallows hard, forces out a shaky yes, and begs Kaori to cut him some slack. He's new at this. The announcer bellows for the Huju pairs. Kaori strides forward, tosses the ball high and rips off the serve. A determined cry rips from Kori as she unleashes a thunderous, all-out swing with her racket. Her serve slammed into the court like a thunderclap, the crack ripping and echoing across every inch. The ball screams past the twins and slams into the fence behind them. Yuta freezes, shouts fault, as a lone drop of blood slides down his cheek. Kaori barrels forward, breathless, peppering the air with frantic apologies for her dangerously wild serve. Sora sneers, a contemptuous laugh escaping as she notes her opponent, finally, seems to understand the situation. Horror clamps onto Yuya as he watches Kaori's previous partner crumple, knocked out cold by her serve. Kori fires her next serve and faults again, a loud sign she's lost control. Yuta smirks coolly and deadpans that the esteemed Hugeson appears embarrassingly bad at sports. Sora sneers, vowing to make Kaori her only target from the opening strike to the final bell. Saros rips a blistering serve, the ball rockets straight at Kori. Kaori screams, coiling like a spring, as she braces to slam the thunderous shot hurtling straight back at its sender. Yuta crouches at the net, every muscle coiled to smash any weak return she dares to send. Kaori blurts an apology, and Yuya soothes her with a steady, confident promise, "I'll handle it." Yuya's gaze hardens into a razor focus as he braces, every muscle primed to protect his partner. Kaori rockets across the court, stretching every inch of herself to snap back a near-impossible return. She rips the ball over the net, blasting it straight at the opposing siblings. Yuya zeroes in as the play unfolds, his gaze razor-sharp and locked like steel. Kaori stands riveted, resolve carving her features and awe blazing in her eyes at Yuya's skill. A stunned murmur ripples through the crowd as you blanket every inch of the court. In the crowd, model Mio clamps her hands to the fence the instant she spots Yuya on the court. The shot slams into a close-up of Mio's hand, fingers curling into a white-knuckled grip on the chain-link fence. Mio watched, her face sharpening into a serious mask. She could feel it. Things had just turned intensely interesting. Motion lines explode into a blur, screaming that Yuya is moving at lightning-fast speed. Yuya ghosts across the court, snatching up and returning every shot the twins hurl at him. Shock rips across Sora's face as she registers her mistake, and a shot screams past her ear. A towering lob arcs overhead. Corey snaps her head up and locks onto her opening. She clenched her racket like a weapon, fire in her eyes. She would prove her worth to her partner. She roars, swings with everything she's got, and her bat tears through empty air as the ball sails by untouched. Her ankle buckles and rolls, sending her sprawling at center court. A startled cry rips from her as she pitches forward, and her racket soars from her grip. Yuya's outline eclipses the light as he catapults across the court to save her. He rockets forward, a blur that devours the distance in a fraction of a second. The camera slams into a close-up of Yuya, his eyes razor-focused as he bolts to her side. Yuta explodes toward the ball, snatching it and coiling to send the winning shot blazing into the open court. Yuta roots his feet and channels his entire weight into a bone-crushing return. Yuya lunges, snatching Corey from midair and cradling her tight just before she crashes into the ground. They lock eyes, and a sudden, fiery blush blooms across Corey's face. The sideline film crew explodes into cheers when the camera nails that heart-stopping romantic shot. Kaori screams Yuya just as he drops his gaze to the floor, shock plastered across his face. They sprang apart, cheeks on fire, bowing and drowning each other in frantic apologies. The director, President Sawada, barked for them to squeeze closer and flash big smiles at the camera. Dust still swirling, Corey locked eyes with Yuya, her face soft and shy as if she just dared to reveal her heart. The final shot lands on them, locking eyes with the lens, beaming a warm, genuine smile that lights up the frame. The ball sports tournament finally wraps up in one piece, or so we think. School's out, Yuya plants himself on the campus grounds, coiled and ready to sprint home. His gaze snaps to Hashukuri, standing alone by the school building, and he yells her name. She spins, her face erupting into a brilliant smile the instant she sees him. She edges toward him, voice trembling as she asks, "Do you have a moment?" Hope flared on her face as she asked, "Can we walk home together?" Yuya nods and they stride side by side down the city street. Kaori wants to thank him, but he brushes it off as nothing. She won't buy it. Yuya still replays the first time Kaori invited him to hang out, and the memory makes him grin uncontrollably. A hot blush surges across his cheeks as he realizes he's genuinely thrilled to be invited as a real friend now. Corey shyly grins and throws out the idea that they should hit that shop together again sometime. Yuya's smile blazes warm as he tells her that simply having her by his side is all he needs. His heartfelt words hit Kaori like lightning. She froze, stunned into silence as a fierce blush flooded her cheeks. She whirls away, cheeks blazing and words tumbling out in a breathless stammer, while Yuya watches, confusion etched across his face. The camera slams in on Kaori. She bites her lip and summons every scrap of courage. She whips back toward him and begs, "Close your eyes, just for a moment." Goofy, pint-sized Chibai Yuya explodes into a panic, totally baffled she'd even ask that. Cheeks burning and sweat beading on his brow, Yuya squeezes his eyes shut, every muscle trembling with hesitation. Corey surged forward, closing the gap until their bodies were nearly touching. She closes the gap, her face mere inches from his as she leans in for the kiss. She snaps back and says, "You can open your eyes now." Yuya's eyes snap open. He slaps a hand to his face in confusion and blurts, "What just happened?" Kaori spins away, a radiant, playful grin lighting her face as she teases, "It's a secret." The scene rips into the other world, where flaming skeletal monsters called resubmerge claw out of the flames. UF finds himself engulfed by a tidal horde of wraiths, breath snatched away as he stares at their endless ranks. He bellowed to his companion Knight, begging for help as the battle crashed around them. The great Fenrir Knight snarls and conjures a seething orb of darkness, cradling it in his gaping maw. Knight hurls a devastating wave of dark magic that rips through the undead. He planted his feet, weapon leveled, as shadowy monsters surged in from every direction. His gaze razor-sharp, he zeroes in on the gathered horde, clustered and exposed. They're a perfect, wide-open target. Yia's chest tightens as the clash replays in his mind, and a brutal truth slams into him. His magic and full sword can harm Reese. He curls his fingers into white-knuckled fists, rage crackling through him. He can't fuse weapon skill with spellcraft. Jaw locked, eyes like steel, he swore he'd crush this new battle. The fluffy, winged piglet squeals and flutters with glee as the knight answers with a booming, cheerful call. They greet each other in bright, jubilant noises. A colossal question mark explodes above Yuya's head as he watches them play. He blurts aloud, utterly bewildered, as the strange creature materializes out of nowhere. My appraisal skill screamed. It's a level 490 Mido with stats off the charts. Mido buries its muzzle against him, nuzzling like it just found home, then his screen pings, tamed. A notification blasts onto the screen. His appraisal has evolved into the mighty, razor-sharp discernment. He unleashes his new skill, breath caught as the intricate abilities of both companions unfold before him. He lifted his gaze to the night sky, a bolt of awe striking him as he realized how utterly astonishing both creatures were. Our view cuts through a shadow-haunted forest, colossal crystal shards jutting up like the teeth of a sleeping titan. Yuya's skill flared, revealing the area teemed with valuable black gem trees. His companions bolt ahead. He slips after them, cloaked by his active assimilation skill. He drops to one knee, voice razor-sharp, warning his new companion that this place is far too dangerous for it. He steels himself and decides, for now, he must give the creature a name. He drops Akatsuki, and the creature erupts into delighted, approving squeals. He snaps his hand up, silencing them with a sharp, urgent gesture. His face snaps taut with alarm as a dangerous new presence crashes into his senses. He slams down his skill, and boom, a mithril boar explodes into existence with attack and defense terrifyingly high. His jaw drops at its absurd stats and the way it casually reflects every spell thrown its way. The mithril boar's crystalline eye snapped open, flaring icy light as it zeroed in and locked onto them. The massive boar bellows and barrels forward in a thunderous charge. Yuya's jaw dropped, its superauditory perception shredded his stealth skill. The boar barreled into him, the impact a runaway freight train. The crushing blow rockets him backward through the air. Blood explodes from his mouth as he staggers, rocked by a savage, unexpected strike. Knight and Akatsuki gaped, eyes blown wide, shock and fierce concern for their master written across their faces. Scrambling away, he rips out a desperate scream, hurling the command at the approaching monster to stay back. He unleashes a crushing kick that slams home with a dull, solid thud. His attack slams into the boar's crystalline hide and harmlessly ricochets away, utterly useless. Pants froze, mouth agape, as the creature darted with impossible lightning speed while looming like a hulking mountain. The boar barrels forward again, its immense, crystal-encrusted bulk swallowing the entire panel. He roared for Knight and Akatsuki to run, immediately. He reels as he realizes he underestimated this foe. Their magic has been mirrored and now strikes back. His eyes snapped wide with terror when he realized the yawning gulf in their stats could never be bridged. A tiny water orb screamed past him, slamming into the boar's flank and exploding into a spray. The spell slammed into the boar's defenses and ricocheted harmlessly, utterly ineffective. Amid the chaos, a tiny white rabbit suddenly darts into view. The rabbit sticks the landing on one foot, serene and radiating pure confidence. Questions hit you, is it a rabbit? And it slams a telepathic yes straight into your head. The mithril boar explodes into a furious squeal at the strange interruption. Fed up with the racket, the rabbit snaps at the massive boar and orders it to shut up. One thunderous kick, and the rabbit launched the colossal monster like a cannonball into the sky. It slams down, flicks dust off its chest, and scoffs, the boar's nothing but small fry. Yuya gaped, rooted to the spot, a mask of utter, dumbfounded disbelief plastered across his face. The rabbit fixes its gaze on him, voice unnervingly calm, "You're next." His skill screams it's a kick rabbit, its stats tower into the hundreds of thousands. Terror rips through him as he realizes this isn't an ordinary creature. Its stats are off the charts. The rabbit snaps, the only question that matters is whether it's an enemy. It barks a confident command, daring Yuya to show it the power of his kicks. Baffled, Yuya snaps for an explanation of the demand. The rabbit soothes him, insisting it means no harm. Knight and Akatsuki sprang forward, blades flashing, poised to shield their master from a newcomer. The rabbit smirks and coolly dares them to try, completely unmoved by their protective display. Akatsuki barrels forward, head first, colliding with the rabbit in a gloriously comical splat. The rabbit snorts, slamming the very notion of an attack as utterly impossible. Knight strikes back, unleashing a devastating shadow assault of his own. The rabbit darts away with effortless grace, eyes blazing, tonight brims with potential. Yuya reels, even the unblinking Knight dared to lower his guard. The rabbit pivots to Yuya, its face unnervingly calm, and drops the words, "Your turn." Beneath starlit forest's shimmering canopy, Yuya whispers a soft yes and binds himself to the strange rabbit's request. He lets out a war cry and fires a thunderous, laser-focused kick straight into the sky. The rabbit fixes him with a silent, razor-sharp stare, arms crossed, dissecting every twitch of his technique. It darts around him, hopping and crowing that it already spies the first sparks of his talent. It slams down the verdict. At this stage, he's no good. The rabbit snaps back with a thunderous kick, the impact tearing a shockwave through the air. The kick detonates so hard the air ripples around it, like it's warping the very fabric of space. The system alarm shatters the silence, slamming an alert that brands the rabbit a one-of-a-kind, terrifyingly powerful mutation. You unleash discernment, and it erupts, evolving once more into encyclopedia. The rabbit snaps, accusing him of wielding nothing but raw brute force. It reveals that narrowing his focus multiplies his power, driving him to forge razor-sharp precision. A crisp, confident command slams into him, "Try it." Yuya's grin snaps into place, determination blazing, while a shy flush warms his cheeks as he accepts. And so his special training with the mysterious rabbit sprang to life. The rabbit relentlessly eviscerates his form, exposing every flaw in his kicks. As night falls, it roars for more speed, and Akatsuki gets smacked for standing in its way. Gasping, Yuya digs deep and unleashes a flawless kick that even stuns him with its raw power. The rabbit sneered, shrugging the display off as nothing. That level of skill was expected. The declaration thundered, "From now on, your training is a real fight." It taunts him, "Block my next strike with every ounce of your strength." Sweat soaking his shirt, eyes blazing with resolve, Yuya roared, "I'll charge in and give everything I've got." The rabbit snaps, eyes blazing, pinpoint the weak spot and strike where it will hurt the most. After a relentless punishing session, the training finally slammed to a halt. Yuya crashes to the ground, drained to his core and gasping after that brutal, relentless workout. His soul practically peels away from his body as he groans about the punishing grind of training. The rabbit snapped, "Enough for today," and Yuya's jaw dropped, stunned into disbelief. A sharp reminder snaps, "Don't forget, our training resumes tomorrow at your house." You bolt upright, stunned, yelping, "Wait," as you demand to know what it meant about the house. One last goodbye, and the rabbit blasts off like a rocket, streaking into the distance. Yuya and his companions gape, frozen, as it vanishes into the air. "It's gone," he says. He explodes, "How could that rabbit possibly know where my house is?" He claims the title disciple of the sage. Then his grin dies when he realizes his new master is a rabbit. A flashback slams you back, drenched, into the vast demon borderland just moments ago. It snaps to a noise, pulse spiking, our monsters fighting. Hungry for something interesting, it impulsively dove in to investigate. Perched on a crystal, it locks onto Yuya and the boar, shock ripping through it at the sight of a human. His companions are solid, but the human bulldozes expectations, a whole different breed. A tight close-up pins on Sagi's steely face as it snaps one eye shut, sizing up the threat. It quakes, sensing the human's potential as a bottomless, unfathomable ocean. It refuses to abandon him and lunges in to help. The next day, Usagi, the Kikkerbit sage, struts in, a cocky grin blazing as he loudly proclaims, "I'm here." Yaa, flanked by Knight and Akatsuki, gaped as his new mentor suddenly stepped into view. Yaa offers up his backyard. Usagi eyes every inch in cold, silent calculation. Usagi's eyes blaze as she senses raw magic pouring through the grounds, and Yuya's jaw drops. A weathered, rustic house huddles at the dense forest's heart, a lone island of calm amid towering, whispering trees. Yuya's voice trembles as he blurts, "Are we really doing this?" while Usagi strides ahead, calm and sure, leading them onward. Yuya rocketed into a crushing kick, snarling, "Why are you training me, sage?" Usagi flicks aside a devastating, lightning-fast kick with a single tiny paw. Stunned by that casual display of power, your eyes snap wide in disbelief. Usagi roars that he's chosen Yuya as his successor. Dazed, Yuya lies sprawled on the ground as his loyal companions look on, worry etched across their faces. During the break this year, a simple lunch lay waiting, neatly packed rice balls. Usagi plants his staff, eyes blazing, and vows that as the sage he must train a successor. Holding a rice ball, Yuya's curiosity ignites. What exactly is a sage? The group spills into a sunlit clearing just beyond the house, savoring a peaceful lunch as laughter ripples through the warm air. Chomping a carrot, Usagi freezes in disbelief. Yuya's never heard of sages. The US chokes out, affirmative. his voice snagging as his companions answer with low, eager murmurs of agreement. He snaps, so that means there's an evil too, and Usagi meets his stare, answering flatly, yes. Only those who conquer every corner of their field can claim the title sage. In this world, the holy rises as an unbreakable shield, standing between every living soul and the ravenous evil that seeks to destroy them. Becoming a sage means answering a sacred call. You swear to hunt down and crush this evil. Sages scour the world for successors, racing to pass their perfected techniques into fresh hands before time buries them. Usagi slams his truth onto the table. This is my selfish wish. I'm not ordering or forcing Yuya to do it. Yuya listened, his face carved from stone, as the crushing truth of this new reality sank into his bones. Yuya hesitates for a heartbeat, then pivots away, voice like steel. I must decline. He can't shoulder this crushing duty with a carefree heart, he explains. Usagi's gaze drops. He swallows and silently accepts his student's earnest, humble refusal. Usagi slams his palm down and snaps. Training continues. Yuya reels, stunned into silence. Yuya snaps, I have nothing to offer you in return. Sagi, absolutely nothing. Usagi hesitates, then, eyes softening, admits it outright. Yuya is kind. He throws out a daring new deal. Yuya will teach him magic and exchange. Usagi's eyes snap to the house's shimmering barrier. Undeniable proof, the previous sages wielded supreme magic. Curiosity flares in Yuya. She agrees to the exchange and snaps. Is this arrangement acceptable? Doubt claws at him. Can he even teach what he's learned? Usagi steadies him with calm certainty, knowing Yuya's spirit blazes like a warrior's. Joy explodes in Yuya. Their new relationship will be between equals, not a rigid master and student dynamic. A cocky grin spreads across his face as he decisively signs off on the new terms. Their special training ignited as they exchanged skills and knowledge, each lesson sharpening the other. Usagi zeroes in, cradling a pulsing orb of magic between his paws as he scrutinizes every flicker. The magical theory loomed like a tangled labyrinth, then snapped into place in his mind as if a key had turned. Yuya confesses being caged in one place, leaves her feeling unnervingly off-kilter. He drops the bomb. The magic theory wasn't his discovery. It was a legacy forged into him by his own master. Usagi's eyes sharpen as she admits that being someone others look up to is a fine ability. He brags his training is unstoppable, and Yuya's nerves flare for everyone to see. Trembling, Yuya blurts that his master looks like he's about to explode with rage. 7 days of relentless, brutal training vanish in a heartbeat. Yuya stares ahead, his face a stone mask of stunned, bone-deep exhaustion. Now he squares off against a terrifying new foe, the colossal King Mithrilber. His voice trembling, he hurls the question at Usagi, can we possibly win against a monster like that? The colossal crystal behemoth shreds the silence with a deafening roar and hurtles into a thunderous charge. Cool and collected, Usagi declares that Yuya should be able to predict its movements. Yuya's discernment explodes to life as a razor-sharp, targeting reticle snaps over his eye. The stats blare into view, 100,000 defense, and it surges far beyond its former strength. Its armor-like hide devours spells, stripping magic of every last ounce of power. The boar explodes forward, its unstoppable charge hammering the forest floor. A crushing impact rockets Yuya backward, and he claws for footing, fighting to stay standing against the assault. He snaps the infinite gauntlet to life, a crackling sphere of energy blooming around his fist. He reels as the monster's strike slams into him with crushing weight and lightning speed. The massive impact detonates, shockwaves ripping through the air around him. Usagi snarled, against that evil, one careless move and it's instant death. He rips into Yuya with a cold truth. At his current level, he can't protect anyone. Yuya grits his teeth, defiance blazing in his eyes. He refuses to accept that. The boar bellows again, coiling like a spring before launching a devastating charge. Yuya meets the attack head-on, exploding into a razor-precise blur of controlled motion. He roars, parrying the razor-sharp crystalline tusks. From the sidelines, Usagi watches with eyes alight and gives a sharp, approving nod as his student's kick lands clean. The boar screamed with rage as its savage charge slammed into a deflection and ricocheted away. Yuya rockets forward and detonates his ultimate technique, the powerful absolute leg kick. Usagi's breath catches as he realizes the sage's leg isn't just for kicking, it's a lethal extension of his will. It embodies every motion, from thunderous stomps that shake the ground to blistering sprints that blur the air. The kit slams into the boar with a deafening crack, shattering its crystalline armor. Knight and Akatsuki gaped, awestruck, then exploded into shouts of encouragement. The blow rockets the massive boar backward, hurling it through the air. Yuya rockets skyward, coiling like a spring as he gathers himself for a brutal follow-up strike. He winds his body like a spring, coiling raw power before erupting into the final, decisive strike. He slams his leg down, the boar detonates, spraying a blizzard of glittering crystal shards. Gasping and streaked with scratches, Yuya snaps his head up, eyes wide as disbelief crashes over him. He actually won. He collapses in ecstatic triumph as his loyal companions surge to his side. With a shrug and a smirk, Usagi says, "You just defeated an SS-rank monster." Shock slams into Yuya. He'd always assumed S-rank was the undisputed pinnacle. Usagi rips the veil off the true scale of power, shouting SSS, X, and the earth-shaking legend ranks. They charge into battle against legendary evil, foes so mighty even sages can't face them alone. Grimly's blood runs cold as he finally grasps the brutal, overwhelming power of the enemies waiting for him. A blinding pillar of light rips from Yuya's body, sending everyone staggering in stunned disbelief. System notifications explode across the screen, a thunderous level-up roars, and the system starts initiating a race change. Usagi grabs panicked Yuya, stills his racing breath, and fires back that this is just the preparation for evolution. He warns that reaching a certain level can catapult you into a sudden evolution, transforming you into a higher species. Panic explodes in Yuya as he pictures horns tearing from his skull, crowning him a demon lord. Usagi shoves his fear aside and insists this is probably just his first evolution. The blinding light snaps away, revealing Yuya standing in the forest, as if nothing at all had happened. He scrambles, patting every inch of his body in frantic disbelief. There's not a single physical change. Usagi, unnervingly calm, orders him to check his status and see the true changes. The status flashed level reset. His level had been reset, yet his base stats exploded into the stratosphere. His endless roll call of devastating skills and towering titles unfurls across the screen, every single one blazing into view. A tight close-up rips into frame, revealing the hard-earned arsenal of skills he's forged every mile of his journey. Usagi beams, insisting this kind of evolution would normally ignite a full-blown celebration. He proclaims that beast men and elves would roar with joy at becoming stronger. The jaw-dropping transformation slams into Yuya, leaving him reeling and reduced to a stunned stammer. His companions burst into gasps of relief as it hit them. Their master was safe. In the forest, Yuya drops to his knees beside his companions, heart hammering. Will they evolve too? In a lavish study, Prince Rieger leans forward, every nerve taut, as a hooded subordinate slips from shadow and launches into his report. The chapter explodes open with a sweeping view of the capital, before snapping us into a tense, high-stakes audience with the king. The shot zeroes in on a lone lamp, its beam pouring across the prince's sprawling library. Rieger stiffens as the news hits. The mysterious forest dweller will soon be invited to the castle. His expression hardened. Owen's involvement made the report undeniable. The subordinate drops the bomb. A noble hired the headhunter to assassinate Princess Lexia. Rieger's gaze snapped alive with curiosity. He recognized the assassin, the name that spread fear across the realm. The subordinate storms in, voice raw, declaring the assassination attempt failed completely. The knight bellows the news. The headhunter was stopped and now stands sworn as Lexia's personal guard. Rieger slams his palm onto the desk with a thunderous crack and spits that his subordinates are useless fools. Rage froze into a stone-cold, sinister calm as he switched tactics and plotted a colder, deadlier move. That night, the darkness dragged the past into the present, replaying every event that led to the situation we face now. In a flashback, Lexia exploded with excitement, breathlessly telling her father that Yuya was on his way. His subordinate hollers at Rieger, "Strike the king head-on and it's suicide far too dangerous." He hatches a ruthless scheme, frame an outlaw for the attack on the royal family. The subordinate barked one final, savage command, "Kill everyone." Rieger turns the plan over in his mind, a flash of opportunity as he realizes the guest will arrive with barely any guards. He slams a potent magic, sealing orb into their hands, raw energy that guarantees their success. Rieger hatches a ruthless plan. He'll send his guards to snuff out the magic while he twists the guest into a pawn. The hooded figure drops into a deep bow, sealing their acceptance of the dark, treacherous mission. From outside the palace walls, the subordinate barked back, confirming the orders. With his school life settled, Yuya slings a pack over his shoulder and strides toward the towering royal castle. His loyal companions, Knight and Akatsuki, fell into step at his heels, trotting with bright, eager footsteps. Flashback, Usagi slams a hand on Yuya's shoulder, eyes blazing, and bestows his blessing as he sends him to the capital. They blaze across a sprawling, breathtaking landscape. They stumble upon a strange flock of fluffy, curly-horned sleep sheep. Yuya barrels into the bustling town, eyes blazing as he soaks up every unfamiliar sight. He steps into the local establishment, and the receptionist is a jittery, flustered mess. His jaw drops as he discovers plain pepper fetches a king's ransom here. A magical street lamp spits crackling sparks, jolting the trio into wide-eyed shock. Yuya beams, his grin infectious, as he soaks in the town's electric buzz. He forges onward, vaulting onto a creaking horse-drawn wagon. The ride bucks violently, hurling Yuya and his companions into a tumble in the back. The wagon barrels through a sea of towering grass, wheels churning and stalks whipping at its sides. He finally arrives, heart pounding, and his eyes drink in the magnificent royal capital spread out before him. He charges through the city streets, dazzled by the electric thrum of life around him. He storms up to the towering, unyielding stone gates of the royal castle. Armored guards bar his way, barking a single command: entry is forbidden. Yuya's voice cracks as he fumbles, desperate to explain Owen invited him. Every guard froze, eyes wide and mouths falling open the moment the guard captain's name cut the air. They fling the gates wide open at once, bowing low and pleading forgiveness for their disrespect. Out of nowhere, Owen, the night captain, strides into view and tosses Yuya a warm, easy wave. Owen flings the door open with a grin and admits, "You're a bit earlier than I expected." He flashed a grin and beckoned Yuya to follow him inside. Owen storms ahead, leading Yuya and his companions down the soaring summit corridor as their footsteps thunder off the stone. A jolt ripped through Yuya as row after row of courtiers crashed to their knees the instant he strode past. The palace grounds explode with breathtaking architecture and waterfalls that crash down like sheets of silver. Knight and Akatsuki crouch over an ornate flower pot, leaning in and peering into the petals like hunters sniffing out a hidden clue. You press him, "Where are they going?" Owen snaps, the audience chamber. Panic explodes in his chest. He's about to meet the king and doesn't know a single rule of etiquette. Owen flashes a calm grin, clamps a steady hand on his arm and says, "Just a casual meeting, don't worry." Cold sweat beads on your brow as you agonize over the proper way to bow before royalty. The grand doors slam open as an announcer's thunderous voice proclaims his arrival. He strides into a cavernous, gilded throne room. The king sits waiting on his throne. He and Owen strode down the long path toward the royal dais, their footsteps thundering with relentless purpose. Stone-faced mages form an iron cordon, their stares pinning the newcomer in place. Yuya froze as every eye in the court locked onto him, pressure squeezing his chest like a vice. Princess Lexia beams at him with a dazzling smile as Luna snaps, "Be serious." King Arnold loomed on his throne, a shadow-wrapped titan whose presence silenced the hall. A single drop of sweat races down Yuya's cheek as he locks eyes with the king. The king lowers his eyes, jaw tight, every line of his face radiating a stern, unyielding dignity. Owen strode forward, voice ringing, and presented Lord Yuya Tengju to his majesty. The king's voice slashes the silence. "Were you the one who saved Lexia in the forest?" His regal tone evaporates as he explodes into a roar, accusing Yuya of seducing his daughter. Yuya freezes, stunned into silence, while Owen growls that the king misunderstood. Lexi lunges to help, but every move only fans the king's fury. Calm snapped over him. He straightened, voice like iron, and declared, "I am King Arnold." Yuya's voice cracks as he blurts his name and throws his two pint-sized companions into the spotlight. "The king thanks you," eyes blazing with gratitude for saving his daughter's life. He thundered, demanding to know why Yuya came to see her empty-handed. Lexia and Owen cringed, cheeks burning, as the king unleashed jaw-dropping rudeness. Panic claws at Yuya as he tears through his item box, hurling trinkets aside to find a suitable gift. The king reels when he learns Yuya has an item box. A lightning bolt idea slams into Yuya, his face bursting into a triumphant grin. He sweeps in and grandly presents the magnificent bed of paradise, thrusting it into Lexia's hands. The king and Owen scream as one, shock carving their features into stunned masks. The rest of the court reels, jaws dropping at the offering. Yaya declares it the perfect gift. Sleep is vital. Lexia's cheeks erupt into crimson as Yuya's audacious gesture leaves her reeling. Rage detonates in the king. He bellows, "Is Yuya prepared for this?" Owen lunges forward, voice cracking as he pleads with the king to stand down, explaining Yuya doesn't know their customs. Owen drops a bomb on a horrified Yuya, giving a bed counts as a marriage proposal. EF explodes into frantic denials, swearing he never had that intention and leaving his companion staring, utterly baffled. In an instant, Knight's ear jerks and he spits a deep, warning growl. Knight Sen stalks the shadows, a threat no one else has even noticed. He unleashes a thunderous bark, snapping everyone to attention as the danger barrels toward them. Panic seized Yuya's face, then his eyes snapped into razor-sharp focus. A horde of assassins plummets from the ceiling rafters, dropping like shadows in absolute silence. Their leader hoists a mist-choked orb into the air, the living heart of the ceiling's magic barrier. Owen and Luna lunged forward without hesitation, hurling their bodies up like a living wall to shield the king and princess. King Arnold's glare pins the intruders to the spot as he snaps, "Who are you?" The lead assassin's grin slices the air as he spits, "The dead need no names." Assassins crouch like coiled vipers, blades hungry and poised to strike. They unleash the next chapter. One of the king's mages lashes out, straining to summon a protective wall of roaring flame. The lead assassin rips the glowing, enchanted orb from the ceiling and hoists it high, its light cleaving the dark. A shockwave of raw energy tore through the air, snuffing the spell into nothing. The assassin crowed with savage delight. Magic is useless in this chamber. He barked the final, ice-cold command, "Kill Arnold and Lexia." Owen vaults forward, steel screaming as his sword slams into the assassin's blade to shield the king. Luna's eyes seared with intent as she launched herself forward in a crackling blur. Yuya barks for Knight to charge into the fray beside him, while Akatsuki braces to shield the others. Maido, the pig-like Akatsuki, lets out a sharp grunt of acknowledgement, then rockets forward, every step fueled by duty. Yuya gritted his teeth and sheathed his deadliest weapons, too dangerous to unleash in this crushing, jam-packed melee. Sir Owen's sword snapped up, deflecting the assassin's dagger with surgical precision as worried Lexia watched, breathless. Memories of his training with Usagi steel his resolve, and Yuya rockets forward, unleashing the thunderous kick Usagi taught him. A razor-precise kick launches the assassin's dagger skyward, spinning wildly through the air. He takes them down with non-lethal precision, stopping them dead in their tracks without causing serious injury. The downed assassin collapsed and howled, eyes wild as he choked out, "How did Yuya just vanish?" Yuya bursts into view in a flash and crushes a second attacker with a thunderous blow. Cold panic claws the assassin as he realizes Yuya's blinding speed isn't magic. He ends the fight with one devastating move, forcing them to confront the brutal truth. He's overwhelmingly strong. The defeated, bound assassins slump on the throne room floor, ropes digging into their wrists and defeat hollowing their eyes. Lexi crashes forward to clinch Yuya's victory, while Luna fires back with a blazing vow never to be outshone. Lexia throws herself at her father, pleading with raw urgency that he finally drop his stubborn stand on Yuya. Sir Owen gasps, blood running cold, as he reels from the grim discovery on the lead assassin's body. The king whips around to his trusted knight and snaps, "What's the matter?" Owen thrusts a pouch forward, Prince Rieger's crest blazing across its leather. The king, Lexia, and Yuya froze, breaths ripped away, eyes wide, horror rooting them in mute shock. She drops her gaze, whispering in stunned disbelief that her own brother is responsible. Luna's chest tightens at the relentless whisper, "The first prince wants Lexia dead." King grimly slams his fist and thunders for the traitors to be thrown into the deepest cells, locked under the strictest watch. He snaps that he'll lock himself away in his chambers to wrestle with the raw sting of betrayal. Yuya watched the king stride away, a stone-cold weight of reality settling in his chest. Sir Owen chokes out an apology for the chaos, but Yuya just grins, waves it off, and insists he's fine. Owen winced, confessing it ripped him up inside to ask this of their esteemed guest. He steps forward with a solemn bow and formally implores Yuya to lend his incredible strength to their kingdom. The scene plunges into the dark, foreboding expanse of the great demon forest, an endless, hungry sea of shadow. Usagi, the sage rabbit, unleashes a thunderous cry as he hones his magic. He fires a searing, pinpoint beam of energy that rips through the air, a brutal display of his raw, unstoppable power. The magical blast rips a massive scar of devastation straight through the forest. His attack erupted into a brilliant pillar of light, shooting straight up and piercing the sky. Usagi sweeps her gaze over the wreckage, a satisfied smile blooming. This was a solid effort. He clenches his jaw, realizing the wrong magic alone won't win. He senses an attack. A knife-like, stinging pain rips through his leg. A rune-wreathed arrow, humming with arcane energy, rips through the air. A projectile slams into Usagi, flinging him like a ragdoll in a violent tumble through the undergrowth. He nails a perfect landing as an arrow buries itself in his powerful leg. He drops his gaze to the projectile and reels, it's an arrow. He spun, a low growl ripping from his throat as he demanded the attacker show themselves. Two bare feet landed like a whisper on the floor. A shimmering, ethereal girl materializes, eyes like shards of ice, and Usagi meets her with a fierce, defiant glare. He snarls, eyes burning. Who does this stranger think he is, daring to pick a fight with him? She scoffs, amusement and awe warring in her eyes. His swagger packs a punch for a creature so tiny. She slipped past his lightning-fast lunge, sneering that his attack was already too slow. Usagi's jaw drops. She can't believe she just slipped past his thunderous kick. She hurls the question again, who are you? Brazenly defying a powerful holy being. She scoffs at his challenge, snuffs it out with a cold grin, and says flatly she came to recruit him. She's sworn to raise this world that's beyond saving, and she wants him by her side to pull it off. He sneers at her offer and snaps, "You gonna kill me if I refuse." Sneering cheeky brat, he leapt forward to resume his assault. She let his refusal fall like a verdict, and calm as midnight declared, "That's your final answer." Her gaze turned to ice as she intoned, "This is the end for you." She tears the sky open, sending a torrent of enchanted arrows that rain down and shred everything below. Shock rips through Usagi as his eyes lock on the attack signature. He instantly recognizes the devastating technique unleashed on him. Arrows plummet from the sky, a lethal storm of black, crackling magic. The mysterious girl watches, her face an unreadable mask, as her overwhelming attack rips everything apart. She snaps her hand skyward, crackling power coiling at her fingertips as she prepares to hurl another devastating wave of magic. Arrows rain down in a merciless barrage, the sky erupting into a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Usagi's eyes flash as she declares, "Arrow lance, a sacred skill of the holy." Her jaw drops. How can a mere rabbit wield magic with such uncanny skill? Usagi scoffs, snapping that he's right in the thick of teaching Yuya. Her eye slits, curiosity flaring the instant you drop his name. She pins Yuya as a volatile element, a live wire that demands constant, hawk-eyed scrutiny. Usagi sneers and vows she'll make her eat every last word. He hurtles toward her, a dark silhouette etched against a blinding, distant light. She snaps her hand like a coiled spring, poised to parry his charging strike. She snaps, "My work here is done," then pivots and bolts for the exit. Usagi gapes, shock cleaving through her, as her form unravels into ravenous dark energy. She shoots one last look over her shoulder as her body dissolves into shadow. She unspooled into a writhing mist and loomed over Usagi beneath the forest's black canopy. Usagi gaped, heart hammering, as the girl stood there and a savage, pulsing aura of evil radiated from her. He reels, stunned. How could a creature of evil possibly wield a sacred technique? Sensing a looming catastrophe, he steels himself and vows to pour every last skill he has into Yuya. The shot soars to the Arzelia royal palace, its towering spires slicing into the sky. The conspiracy is unmasked. The first prince's treacherous plan is laid bare. Yuya watches tension coil through the castle as soldiers march down its halls. He stumbles into a lavish guest room, velvet, chandeliers, and gold everywhere, and freezes, painfully out of place. Tiny Chibai Yuya recoiled, cringing as the gaudy opulence pressed down like a glittering weight. Lexi and Luna burst onto his doorstep, grinning, ready to whisk him away on a whirlwind tour of the city. The story explodes into a new chapter, zeroing in on their sprint to the Adventurers Guild. Lexia beams and asks Yuya if he wants to swing by a jewelry store. Luna snaps, insisting a blacksmith shop would be a far better choice. Yuya stood trapped between the two women, heart hammering as his mind screamed, how had it come to this? He locks eyes with Owen and snaps, is Princess Lexia truly safe out in the city? Despair crashes over Owen. He confesses the Princess Flatout refuses to listen to him. He vows it's safe now and plants himself nearby, eyes locked on every move. He figures Yuya's company will lift her spirits. Yuya's grin erupted as he jumped at the chance to accompany the princess on her tour of the capital. Lexius beams and urges them to bolt for a legendary shop famed for its melt-in-your-mouth sweets. Relief explodes through Yuya. At last she can kick back, relax, and dive headfirst into fun. Lexia's cheeks erupt into a crimson blaze at his kind words as Luna watches, lips pushed out in a petulant pout. Lexia flushes crimson, shrinking under Yuya's relentless, piercing stare. Luna snaps that her tour plan will steamroll anything Lexius dreams up. Yuya zeroes in on a strange building on the horizon, curiosity sparking. What could it be? Luna and Lexia snap their heads to follow his gaze, their curiosity instantly ignited. He jabbed a finger at the Adventurers Guild, eyes widening at its bold, unmistakable sign. They barrel into the guild and are met by Amelia, the guild's smiling receptionist. Lexia snaps, demanding an explanation. They're not even registered yet. Beaming, Amelia spells it out. The guild is an independent international organization. The friendly guild receptionist beams, leaning in with a bright smile and asking, "Are all three of you registering?" Luna snaps that only two of them will sign up, and Lexi's jaw drops in stunned disbelief. Rage boiling in her veins, Lexia snaps that as a princess she can't just march into a guild and register. Luna's voice is ice cold, as she insists registering will let her snag quests and learn honor guard skills. She flashes a sly grin and plots to secure a solo quest with Yuya. Lexia, cheeks blazing, yanked them to the counter and slammed registration into motion. Yuya snatches the guild form, slashes his pen across it, and plants his name, origin, and weapon like a battle flag. He freezes at the magic attribute section, pen hovering. He hasn't the faintest clue what to write for the sage's magic. He rattles off the elements he's already used: water, fire, and wind. Lexia clutches the secret like a blade, convinced it's wiser to keep his powerful teleportation magic under wraps. He clenched his pen and refused to write teleportation as the girls turned away, eyes distant and lost in thought. The receptionist slides a gleaming crystal orb across the desk and declares it will now measure his magic. Luna presses her hand to the orb. A steady yellow glow surges out, proclaiming her power. She throws up her hands and admits magic isn't her strong suit, while Yuya sheepishly confesses the colors make no sense to him. The receptionist's voice rings out Yuya, like sunshine, calming him as she reassures him it's a quick, simple process. Yuya presses his palm lightly against the crystal's smooth surface. The orb flared to life with a humming roar and a blinding, white-hot light that shocked everyone into silence. The crystal detonated in a deafening crash, obliterated by the sheer force of his power. The receptionist, Lexia, and Luna stood nailed to the spot, silence crushing them as they gaped at the destruction. The commotion ripped through the guild hall, yanking every other adventurer there into stunned, wide-eyed silence. Sparkling dust and jagged shards from the shattered crystal drift down, slowly coating the counter in a glittering film. Jagged, useless crystal shards now choke the counter. Yuya scrambles out a frantic apology, begging to pay for the damages, and the receptionist shuts him down with a flat, cold refusal. She gasped, eyes wide. This was the first time anyone had ever shattered a crystal. Luna and Lexia trade an admiring glance, completely unfazed as his thunderous power tears through the air. The receptionist whipped out their new guild cards and confessed their adventures had been demoted to F rank. Yuya zeroes in on the notice board, a spark of understanding igniting. This is where they'll seize their quests. The board bursts with requests: goblin-slaying bounties, escort missions, and herb-gathering runs crowd every inch. Princess Lexia gapes at the avalanche of daily requests plastered on every board, each one screaming for brave adventurers. A shadowy adventurer leans in and urges them to accept a quest that will kickstart their journey. Yuya's gaze snaps to the deadly monster subjugation quests. He snatched the quest notice, his eyes locking on the monster sketched there as recognition exploded through him. A voluptuous witch cuts him off, sneering that a B-rank quest is miles beyond his F rank. Lexia and Luna leap forward, slamming together into a fierce human shield around the shocked Yuya. The witch waves them off with a sly grin and insists they relax. She was only trying to greet a handsome man. She slides into Iya's space, tossing him a sultry, brazen proposition as Luna scoffs and rails about her boorishness. Rage ignites. Lexia and Luna explode into a twin roar. Yuya is ours, not hers. She laughs off their possessiveness, brushing it aside and grinning that she lives for fierce, power-wielding adventures. She throws it out. She saw him shatter the crystal. Now she wants to hitch her fate to his power. She flashes a sly wink, hinting at the massive payoff of teaming up with a guy like him. She declared her name, Granada, and vowed with iron certainty that they'd inevitably meet again someday. Yuya's pinned between his two rivals, sulking and glaring in a simmering, wordless standoff. He froze, jaw slack in thoughts shredded by the brutal confrontation he'd just witnessed. He bats away every compliment inside his head, still blind to the colossal worth thrumming in his veins. Blind to the crackling tension, he spins to his companions and snaps, "What's wrong with you?" Luna grins, eyes sparkling as she soaks in his trademark, disarmingly charming obliviousness to their rivalry. Lexia thunders she'll become an adventurer too, throwing herself into the fray to shield Yuya. Beaming with excitement, she declared they'd tackle the simple herb-gathering quest together. Luna surrenders to the princess's every whim, while Yuya can only choke out an apology for the chaos. They stride back to the receptionist's desk, hearts pounding, and claim their very first quest. The receptionist thrusts a drawing into their hands, the exact medicinal herb they must collect. She lays out the quest's every detail, then slams down the warning, "Don't damage the plant's roots." She thanks them, voice sparking, and drives home that even the smallest quest sustains the city's lifeblood. They gave the receptionist one last, aching goodbye and tore toward the jagged mountains looming on the horizon. Across the wild fields, careful fingers coax the priceless healing herb free, the quest item. Luna and Lexia press close, mirroring Yuya's practiced motions as they learn the exact art of harvesting the herbs. Lexia, crackling with boundless energy, vows to gather a mountain of herbs. She suddenly throws down a gauntlet. Luna's patience snaps into exasperation while Yuya stands frozen, blinking in total confusion. Lexia flashes a triumphant grin and drops a bombshell. The winner earns an entire day alone with Yuya. They thrust a stunned, protesting Yuya into the official judge's seat for their impromptu showdown. Lexia's cry shattered the silence as the two rivals lunged into a merciless, full-tilt scramble for the herbs. Yuya froze, jaw slack and eyes wide, dumbstruck as a sudden, bizarre twist flipped the scene upside down. Even his loyal animal companions hover at the edge, tails twitching, torn about diving into that strange competition. Yuya storms off alone, fury burning, wondering how he ended up as the prize in their contest. He unleashes his powerful appraisal skill and pins down a priceless magical healing herb. His hand freezes as he spots a nearly identical herb that's lethally poisonous, an instant death plant, and he rips his hand back, narrowly escaping disaster. Lexia and Luna hurl themselves into a frenzied, bumbling race, snatching herbs and tripping over roots to gather the most herbs possible. They hoist their overflowing baskets high, the hardest one forged by their frantic scramble. Luna staggers, every muscle screaming after a day of brutal labor and a rivalry that drained her to the bone. Exhaustion claws at them, but the two rivals lock eyes, ferocious, unyielding competition crackling between them. Lexia flaunts her impressive haul to Yuya, grinning wide, while Luna bristles with obvious irritation. She tosses Princess manners aside, sends Luna over the edge, and leaves a worried Yuya utterly exasperated. Lexia, ever the dutiful sister, stands unshaken. She's already wrapped up her official duties. She parades the dirt on her clothes like a battle scar, grinning, while Yuya's worry for Owen gnaws at him. Luna sneers, crowing that she remains perfectly spotless, while the princess stands a disheveled wreck. Ye, nerves frayed and voice shaking, pleaded that they should probably find a way to take a bath and clean up. At the mere mention of a bath, Lexia and Luna explode into pure, dazzling glee. Lexia beckons him inside, but Yia, red-faced and flustered, insists he'll stay outside to stand guard. Their showdown explodes into a stalemate, and they slam down a mountain of herbs. The fantasy shatters, dropping us into the hushed, everyday reality of modern Japan. In her peaceful, sunlit room, Hujikori leans over her desk, eyes blazing as she tears through her studies. She's buried under schoolwork, battling to keep up and confessing she's outmatched in certain subjects. Exams are stalking her thoughts, and she can't stop wondering if Yuya's hunched over his books cramming too. Say his name, and a deep, heartfelt blush blooms across her cheeks. A torrent of recent, pulse-racing, romantic memories with Yuya crashes through her mind. She buries her face in her desk and groans, mortified as the fallout from her bold stunt crashes down on her. Clutching a pillow to her chest like a shield, she finally admits to herself the truth: she's fallen for him. Her heart clenches at the thought that someone this wonderful and kind might already have a girlfriend. Panic sears her at the thought he's living a whole life she knows nothing about. Her expressive, beautiful eyes flare with a razor-sharp, unshakable resolve. She lets out a ragged sigh, heart tightening. She knows almost nothing about his life once he leaves the school gates. Her eyes zero in on the difficult textbook, and a brilliant idea ignites in her mind. A sly grin lights her face. She sees the looming tests as the perfect excuse to pull everyone into studying together. A radiant, iron-willed smile flashes across her face as she seals her audacious new plan. We snap back to the other world, the magnificent royal palace blazing beneath the brutal midday sun. A knight in gleaming full-plate thunders down the grand palace hall, charging straight at the trio. Yuya beams with relief to finally be back, but Luna's gut tightens. She can feel that something's horribly wrong. The knight rips off its mask. It's Owen. Lexia snaps, "What's wrong?" Owen's voice dropped to a deadly calm. They've finally tracked down the traitorous, dangerous first prince. He yells for the princess and her guards to withdraw to safety as they sprint in to secure the prince. Owen pins Yuya with a grave stare and implores him to lend his strength for the trials barreling toward them. Yuya leaps at the chance, grinning as he vows he'll gladly lend a hand. They arrive before a lone, stately villa looming against a bruised dusk sky. He loomed clad in his dark armor. Yuya snaps, "Is the prince inside?" Owen snaps that the prince is being held here, cut off from the court. From a high balcony, Lexio grips the balustrade, worry coiling in her chest as she agonizes over her isolated brother. A colossal, deathly silent staircase swallowed the villa's interior, looming grand and eerily empty. On marched Yuya down the mansion's long, echoing hallways, every step heavy with purpose. A desperate shout from above rips through the air, jolting them, "Stay away." Two guards grab the prince, imploring him to rein in his fury. Prince Rieger pressed a dagger to his throat, eyes blazing, threatening to end his own life. Yuya's breath hitched as the truth slammed into him. The wild-eyed man before him had to be the masked Prince Rieger. Owen pleads for him to stop, but Rieger explodes, roaring that he's lying. The prince howled that nobody cared and nobody would mourn him. Owen and his guard go rigid, falling silent as the prince's raw despair crashes into them. Rieger throws back his head with a wild, manic laugh and vows to die, convinced no one wants him. Yuya's jaw clenched. He refused to let this dangerous situation continue another second. He and Owen hovered at the edge, eyes locked on the crackling standoff, primed to spring into the fray. Owen stands there, pain carving his features as sorrow etches itself onto every face around him. Resolve blazing, Yuya roars and summons his loyal companionite. Night lunged in a flash, devouring the frantic footprints. A brutal strike wrenches the dagger from Rieger's grasp, sending it skittering and clattering harmlessly to the floor. Rieger's cry ripped through the air as Owen barked orders, and his men swarmed to seize the prince. In an instant, the room's towering arched windows, spiderwebbed with jagged, foreboding cracks. The windows erupt inward, unleashing a glittering storm of glass that rains through the room. Owen and Yuya froze, eyes wide and hearts pounding as they frantically hunted for what had caused the violent explosion. A lone bare foot touches down with balletic poise on the floor, planting itself in the heart of the shattered wreckage. A long-haired girl, cloaked in mystery, plants herself in the ruined window frame, her silhouette slicing through the wreckage. Rieger's gaze snaps up, hope sparking in his eyes as he asks if she came for him. She spits the verdict like ice. "Assessment complete, you failed." The prince's hopeful expression snaps shut, half his face swallowed by the shadow of his mask. Owen roars, "Who are you ordering her to stay away from?" Invisible arrows slam into the wall in a thunderous volley, splintering stone and missing them by inches. Yuya jolts as a sudden strike from an unseen assailant slams into him. He stares at the wooden shafts jabbing out of the wall and realizes they're arrows. He peered into the night, and the cold truth slammed into him. There had to be a sniper hiding in the darkness. The girl sneers that Rieger's usefulness has ended as he staggers back. Rieger's voice cracked with desperation as he begged, "Am I no longer needed for their grand plan?" She ripped the truth wide open. He'd been a puppet, and the whole plan collapsed into failure. She loomed over him, eyes like knives, and spat that he was unnecessary. She snaps the order with icy finality, "Dispose of him." Owen screamed at the prince as Yuya hurled himself forward, taking another brutal strike meant for the prince. She snaps, "I'm the one attacking, not some stranger outside." Owen slams his right foot into the earth, coiling like a spring ready to explode into a counterattack. From the left, he rips a thunderous, sweeping arc with his sword. The girl, voice ice calm, declares she plots each arrow's landing long before she ever fires. She smirks and declares every arrow is already knocked and ready to fly. A galaxy of crackling, enchanted arrows erupts around them, obliterating any chance to escape. Owen and his guard freeze, horror stamped on their faces as the impossible attack unfolds before their eyes. She spits a cold farewell at them as the deadly storm bears down. A blinding flash detonates as a hand lashes out, wrenching the onslaught to an abrupt halt. A roaring vortex of power erupts and casually sends thousands of arrows skittering aside. Magical projectiles veer wildly off course, slamming into the walls and shattering into a glittering spray of shards. Her ice-gold composure finally shatters the moment her attack collapses before her eyes. A dashing youth in gleaming silver armor stands triumphant. He just saved them all. Rieger crumpled to the floor, stunned, encircled by a halo of splintered arrows. Owen and his men stand unscathed as arrows slam into the wall behind them. Her eyes snap open as realization slams into her. This magic is Uzagi's, a stunning twist nobody saw coming. She leans in, eyes blazing, and snaps, "You the new arrival, yeah." Owen explodes, bewildered, jabbing a finger and shouting, "Lord Yuya's right there." Understanding hits her. She knows stumbling into Yuya was a lucky twist of fate. She cries out that her quiver's empty, she's out of arrows for this attack. Weary but razor-focused, Owen pins her with a hard stare, every nerve coiled and waiting for her next move. She roared she had no choice but to pull back for now. Owen roars, clamping his grip like a steel trap. He won't let her slip from their grasp that easily. He and Yuya fly backward as a sudden blast of dark energy rips through them. Owen's mind races. Are her arrows gone? Chibi-Lexia flashes a grin. She knows she still has more. She shouts a quick "see you soon" and vaults off the balcony rail. Owen and Yuya hurtle to the edge, bellowing for her to wait. Frozen and powerless, they watch her silhouette vanish into the night sky. Owen unleashed a furious string of curses, rage igniting as he realized he'd let her slip away. He breathed, wonder and suspicion lacing his words. The mysterious girl was no ordinary human. Lying on the floor, Rieger pins his stare on the shadowed figures in the doorway. Owen's breath hitched as her words nailed the Dark Guild's involvement in this affair. Your jaw drops. You can't believe someone like her actually joined the guild. Yuya's gaze sharpened as he locked onto the girl's power, thoughts racing while a grim, stone-cold seriousness settled over his face. He sees through her. She wasn't serious, and he must follow Uzagi's training to the letter. A memory slams into her. She'd outright said her magic was the same as Uzagi's. Owen slams the decision down. They're falling back to the palace for now. He fired off, "Did Yuya know her?" Yuya just grinned and vowed he'd corner you, saggy, and get the answer later. The royal palace towered like a jeweled colossus, majestic and unblinking beneath a star-studded night sky. Lexia and Luna beam at you, their smiles like a warm hug as they ask, "Is he all right?" He slashes through the panic, roaring that everyone's safe and Owen is right at the prince's side. Lexia clutches Akatsuki to her chest, voice raw as she begs forgiveness, convinced she caused it all. Yuya slams his palms out, eyes burning, pleading that she isn't to blame for any of this. She recoils as a painful childhood memory claws its way back into her mind. Flashback, her rampant magic spirals out of control and slams into her brother Rieger, injuring him. Young Lexia clamps a trembling hand over her mouth, eyes blown wide with horror as stunned servants close in around her. She remembers dropping to her knees, pleading with her father to let her face her brother and apologize. Tears blurred her vision as she replayed the aching truth. She had only wanted to be friends again. The king looks down at his young daughter, sorrow carved into every line of his face. He swore they'd finally make up the instant Rieger's body was healed. Lexia confesses, voice breaking, that she never saw him again, and she can feel the cold edge of his resentment. Yuya and Luna hung on every word of her tragic story, their faces carved in solemn silence. Owen bursts back in, voice booming, "The audience chamber is ready." He presses Yuya into escorting them as their guard through the ornate doors. In the cavernous throne room, Rieger faces the king alone, swallowed whole by the hall's massive shadow. King Arnold loomed over his son, eyes like iron, cold, unreadable, revealing nothing. Yuya and Owen hovered at the chamber's edge, eyes locked on the royal meeting as tension crackled through the air. The king pins Rieger with a cold glare and snaps, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" "You still say that," he snarls, the mask he'd worn to hide himself ripping away and exposing the fury on his face. The elegant white mask slams onto the cold stone floor, clattering like a toppled statue. Yuya's eyes snap open as shock slams into him, and the scene detonates into a sudden, dramatic twist. Rieger, his cursed face laid bare, hurled his father's name into the air like a gauntlet, pure, furious defiance. The king thundered, "None of you will look away from my son's suffering." Princess Lexio breathes her brother's name on a trembling whisper, her features frozen into a mask of pure, crushing sorrow. Rieger whirls on her, voice cutting like a blade, "Is that pity in your eyes?" He roars that it's all her fault, flashes of the day her magic shattered his life exploding behind his eyes. The king roared for the realm's finest royal mages to race to Rieger's side and heal his wounds immediately. Rieger laughed, snapping that cuts and bruises were child's play compared to the curse's relentless magic. A black, spiraling hunger to annihilate everything devoured his mind. He bellows in agony as a savage urge to destroy surges up from deep inside him. The king barks orders at his guards to seize his son and pin him down before he loses complete control. Rieger stops dead, chest heaving, and pins his father on the throne with a white-hot glare. The king's voice shatters as he reveals that Rhaegar's self-inflicted wounds were the result of a curse they couldn't heal. The prince roared that they'd imprisoned him because a mad ear was a political liability. He crumples into a chair, yelling that no one will help him or end his agony. Bitterness claws at him as he remembers Lexia, the woman who wrecked his life, basking in a life overflowing with love. His thoughts twisted into a single, icy command pulsing through his veins: kill them all. A cloaked figure bursts into his memory, stretches a shadowed hand, and promises power to the broken prince. Rhaegar howls, shredding the silence as he demands to know why fate singled him out to suffer this torment alone. He swears he'll obliterate the world that cast him aside. Yuya watches the prince crumble, a grim, knowing look carved across his face. A searing memory slams into him, his siblings shouting that he's a disgrace. He remembers his parents jeering, their cruel laughter like knives as they branded him fat pig. He remembers his past self, screaming as anguish ripped through him, stranded in crushing, absolute loneliness. Recognition hits him like a punch. This broken prince is the same hollow wreck he once was in his darkest days. Unlike Rhaegar, Ea had people who loved him and pulled him to safety. His heart splintering, the king turned to his son and cried, "Tell me what I can do to help." Rhaegar erupts into maniacal laughter, daring his father to pull off a miracle and save him, if he even can. His eye blazed open into a crazed stare, daring them to try. Yuya strode forward, voice steady as a blade, and called him Your Highness. Rhaegar reels back, voice slicing the air. "Who are you? Who dares approach me?" The king shot to his feet in alarm, but Lexia gently pleaded with her father to wait. Lexia grips her father's hand, flashes a steady smile, and promises, everything will be all right. Yuya locked eyes with Rhaegar, steel quiet in his gaze and a stubborn hope that he might be able to help. He edges closer to the hostile prince, who snarls, "Stay back." Ye hoisted the vial into the light, locking eyes with Rhaegar as she swore it posed no threat. He utters a curt apology, slams the vial to Rhaegar's lips, and pours its contents down his throat, sending the court into stunned silence. The royal mage howled, eyes blazing. They just recognized the substance as a legendary item. The fabled complete heal herb ignited, its golden light surged out and engulfed the prince. The king in the nearby guard stands frozen, eyes locked as the miraculous event unfolds. Lexia and Luna gape, jaws slack and eyes wide with pure disbelief. Rhaegar sinks to the floor, dazed and reeling from what just happened. The king breathes his son's name like a prayer, his voice trembling with raw, desperate hope. Rhaegar shoots a trembling hand to his face, fingers tracing skin that should be scarred, then he freezes as he realizes the scars are gone. He lifts his hands like a mirror, fixes his gaze on his reflected face, and whispers, "I'm healing." The king snatches Yuya, eyes blazing, and roars, "Why did you use a national treasure like a trinket?" Yuya, cheeks blazing, stammers out that he never meant it. Rage drains from the king as he sinks into a bow head bowed, thanking Yuya for his son. Yuya desperately hoped that mending Rhaegar's body would calm the storm raging in his heart. Rhaegar stared at the void where his face had been and felt the savage urge to destroy die inside him. Ye leans in, voice soft, urging the prince to reconcile with his sister now. Rhaegar shakes his head, convinced he's beyond the reach of forgiveness. Lexia suddenly storms up and plants herself before them, jaw set and resolve blazing in her eyes. Her eyes blazed with fierce, unyielding resolve. She whirls at her father, eyes blazing, and snaps, "Tell me, what's my brother's worst crime?" The king growled that it had been the relentless attempts to snuff out her life. Lexia locks eyes with her brother and, with fierce calm, declares she forgives him. Accordia snaps that it's not that simple, then turns away and coldly ignores him. She proclaims, wounded and the one who wounded, that her forgiveness is absolute. The minister explodes his confession into the room. He's forged a treasonous alliance with the Dark Guild. Lexia snaps back, admitting she's guilty too. She hired Luna, a former guild member. The king reels as the truth about his daughter's guard hits him like a thunderbolt. Lexia brushes off the alarm and snaps, "My brother will be fine now." She slams her foot down in frustration and screams, "I've already said I forgive him." Yuya and Rhaegar stagger, cheeks burning, utterly undone by the fierce onslaught she unleashed. Yuya fires his words at the prince, who freezes, utterly speechless, words choked off in his throat. Luna's grin widens. Lexia becomes immovable the moment she makes up her mind. Rhaegar's eyes bolt to his sister as disbelief slams into him, freezing his features. Lexi beams, eyes soft, pleading for them to heal the rift and be siblings again. Drowning in emotion, Rhaegar crumples to the floor, tears streaming as his voice cracks on a whispered, "Thank you." A royal decree thunders across the court. Rieger's life is spared, but every acre of his lands is seized as forfeit. They anoint Yuya a knight right on his own turf, his new title roaring across his territory. Lexia and Luna watch the scene unfold, satisfied, knowing smiles tugging at their lips. Murmurs of approval ripple through the court at the king's wise, merciful decision. The castle walls tower beneath a clear sky, the crisis at last stopped dead in its tracks. Yuya's chest tightens under the weight of the burden, but Owen scoffs and waves it off as a grown-up's problem. Luna fires a blunt warning at every nation, watch where Yuya's allegiance lies. Lexia sneered that he could have sidestepped this entire mess by just marrying her. Luna snaps that he couldn't care less about royalty. Lexia steps up and declares she'll go to him herself. Suffocated by their relentless bickering, Yuya bolts for the door. He shoots them a grateful thanks for their hospitality as his two companions watch from the sidelines. Lexia and Luna flung their hands toward him, voices ringing as they begged him to visit again soon. He freezes, breath snagging as he overhears them already plotting a reckless plunge into the great demon forest. Yuya bursts through the door, plunging back into his world as his everyday life jolts awake with a fresh start. UCI Academy's grand, stately exterior rises proud and imposing beneath a calm, sunlit sky. In the classroom, Ms. Wada beams and chirps that final exams are barreling right at them. His classmates erupted into despairing groans, pleading with her not to even whisper the dreaded tests. It's his first exams at this school. His pulse rockets as he stares down the unknown, wondering how it will all turn out. The scene snaps to a jam-packed city street, students spilling onto the sidewalks the instant the final bell rings. Kaori fires a question at Yuya about the tests, admitting she's completely lost in English and classics. She grills him about his weak subjects. He admits, voice tight, that he struggles with math. Kaori's cheeks flare red the moment she sees it. Their academic strengths and weaknesses are total opposites. She whispered, cheeks burning, that she's actually a math whiz and might be able to help him. She pivots to face him, composes herself, and in a crisp, formal tone asks if he'd like to study with her. Her face flamed bright with a blush as she beamed and dropped, "Let's study at your place."